It's time for another fantastic League of Legends tournament here at Trovo Titans. I am Greyheart, I'm joined by Exodus, and we have got one hell of a great tournament coming your way.
I'm really looking forward to this one, Stan. So we have 16 teams playing for the Trovo Titans. And I'm wondering, how are they going to fare on the Rift? How are they going to fare with a new patch, new meta, all that jazz? I want to see some... I was going to say content creation. I also want to see that, but I want to see some meta crafting, some theory crafting, all that good stuff.
Yeah, you're all about that content, and some of the content we're going to be bringing you over the next few days is this terrific tournament. We've got ourselves the round of 16, all of the matches coming your way. 16 different teams in the round of 8, and we'll have a look at that bracket in just a few moments. But first of all, let's talk all about what we're going to be seeing over the next 2 days. It is that fantastic prize pool of €2,500 between the teams. The picked mode is going to be just a standard tournament draft that you see on things like the LEC. Format is going to be single elimination all the way through to a grand final. Everything's best of 1 until the final, which is best of 3. Of course, playing on the almighty Summoner's Rift, you are aiming to destroy that Nexus before the other team.
Nice. Sorry. Wow, that was such a stupid joke. I shouldn't have laughed at that so much. But what you can laugh with is when you reach to that final spot and you get money. Their prize pool for this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, the first prize is €900 going down to 400. And then third and fourth place, 200, fifth and 800, 9,1650. But you do see a TP, and that means Titan points. Those points are a form of currency here on Trovo, meaning that you can turn it into even more of a cash prize. So do keep an eye on that as well.
As you were talking about there, Zav, even 9th to 16th, the teams that get knocked out in today's round of 16 matches, still going home with, €10 per player, that €50 prize, and some Titan points as well. Here are the teams who are going to be playing off and hoping they don't fall at the first hurdle. We can see up on the top left there, Absolve Black are going to be one of our first games that we are getting to see, all the way down to our bottom right, where some familiar faces for me and Soxu's party are going to be taking to the Rift.
Yeah, and Glass of Juice has a fairly well-known jungler, old school jungler in the Benelux. Shout out to Tent, by the way. Thank you for tagging me on Twitter. So I'm hoping we're going to be able to see that team, or at least that bash between those two teams. But we do have to say we are on a schedule because we have to move through all these teams. So we'll try and give you as much as physically possible.
Absolutely, and speaking of giving you a lot, there is so much to see here at Trovo Titans, so many great tournaments, so make sure you drop us a follow, make sure you follow us on our various social medias. If you want to be picking up some of those Titan points for yourself, one of the great ways to do it is make sure you join the Trovo Titans Discord and check out for any more info that you need, trovotitans.live. It's got all the info you will need.
And I'm really wondering what exactly is going to happen in this tournament because, I want to say, when you look at ERL stuff, we are week 4, almost week 5. When you look at LEC, we are, I want to say, week 3 going to week 4, meaning that the meta is still shifting. There's still, still the foundations have been laid, but other people saying, you know what? You build a house, I'll build a skyscraper. We'll see what lasts longest, or we'll see what is toughest. Now, the new items, I do not know yet if they're alive, but I do know that they are extraordinarily powerful if they're in the game. So let's wait and see exactly how that develops. But it is so strong right now with people like Gwen in that top lane. People like Fiora might be, the sort of counter to Gwen because Gwen has been called the AP Fiora. I think this is one of those tournaments where you can go really ham and say, we are going to do something completely new and see if it works.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 new items coming in there. Anathema's Chains for the tanks and the Hull Breaker for those split pushers, it's very much a conscious choice to say, I am basically only a split pusher. I'm removing a lot of my team fight potential by doing this. It's exceptionally useful. It is creating new win conditions. Another thing that we're seeing more and more this season, it's taking me back to around about sort of season 3, season 4, where all of a sudden we saw different and slightly unusual champs going up into the top lane. It's when Maokai first started becoming the top lane menace that he was. It was back when Alistair used to be super viable there, and frankly it was one of the most boring top lane seasons ever. However, it was interesting to see that development of the meta. We're seeing the same thing this year, but we're seeing it in the jungle. The end of last season, we had a fair few new champions who were tweaked somewhat so they would be more viable in the jungle. We started to see things like Zed, Morgana, Darius. They didn't really get thrown into competitive too much last year, but more and more so with the various tweaks coming through and essentially saying, yeah, we want to see more of these champions being played in the jungle, more diversity in the jungle. We're getting more and more. Rumble jungle, of course, getting even more so prioritized recently. Plenty of other things that we could potentially be seeing later on.
Yeah, and as you say, with the jungle, Riot has been kind of tweaking some numbers with his passive stats on neutral minions, seeing if you can get that to work. Morgana has been a jungler that hasn't been a jungler right now. The same with Darius, as you said. And it also means, it's kind of interesting, because I had this conversation with someone last weekend, and was, okay, certain junglers, and I mean the players, not the champions, they appear to be less strong than before, and it's purely because there's a little meta shift in the jungle. It's purely because other styles of jungling, other kinds of jungle champs are coming forward. So it's not that they have, you know, become worse at the game, not by a long shot. Some of them have even become a lot better. It's purely that it's a different style, and what style suits you best. Some people really enjoy playing like a tank in the jungle. That's fine. Some people really enjoy playing super aggro in the jungle. So it kind of depends on what fits you best.
Yeah, and I guess we'll get to find out as the day progresses. We'll start to see some of those teams. They're coming from all varying elos. Some of these matchups are going to be absolute David versus Goliath matchups, where you start seeing people who have, who will be absolutely delighted to qualify, and they're coming up against maybe even tournament favorites. That's the joy of the early seeded matches. However, as anyone who's been watching, for instance, the Euros knows, it's entirely possible for teams to come out and pull off an upset. I mean, who saw France drawing with Hungary last week? And didn't see, it's all sorts of complicating the groups. And who saw England beating anyone with the garbage they've been playing?
I'm going to be 100% honest. I never watched football in my life. But ever? I heard Belgium is doing well. Yeah, I heard Belgium is doing well. So, yay. But anyway.
Hey, Belgium is a wonderful thing, because as I've many times said to you, I'm part Belgium myself, and the second England fall out of the tournament, which they inevitably do, I get to put my Belgian shirt on and go back to my roots, and I get to have the joy of supporting both of those teams. Let's get into the action now. I'm hearing that we're going to be able to get into these games pretty shortly. As we do, of course, we're going to just see the standard pick ban phase that so many of you will be familiar with if you've been watching competitive League of Legends for a while. What do you expect to be some of the most highly prioritized bans, Zev?
Highly prioritized bans. I'm thinking stuff like Gwen, stuff like Viego is so extraordinarily strong right now. But before we go there, let's maybe go to the upcoming events.
Yes, we've got a few different ones coming up. Obviously, we've got this League of Legends tournament today, and it's extending into tomorrow as well. So make sure you tune in to see the quarter, semi, and grand finals from 5 p.m. CST. Then from July 3rd to July the 8th. We will be having an Apex Legends Arena tournament with a fantastic prize pool and a similar prize pool for a Brawl Stars 3v3 from July the 10th to July the 22nd. And obviously, we've also got fantastic referral codes that you can use. And as the streamers here, you can get your hands on those gems, which in turn are converted into their own. Well, they are a currency of themselves. It can be converted as well. So worth it if, as a streamer, you're able to get these referrals going. Zav, the referral code is Trovo Titans.
Of course it is. Why shouldn't it be? And once again, as we said before, if you just want to get onto the platform, if you want to check it out, this is just a way for you to passively generate that currency. So please just check it out. The website also gives you a load of tips and helps. So check that out as well if you got a little bit of time. Which, I mean, 5 minutes a day isn't that much, right? So just check it out. Exactly.
Well worth doing. So I think we're just starting to touch on those picks and bans. You were mentioning Viego there. Viego, I believe we're playing on the live patch, and I think we're seeing him come off the back of just a couple of minor nerfs, a couple of little tweaks. He's going to get less lifesteal off of the Blade of the Rune King ability, if I remember that correctly, which in turn is going to impact his sustainability in lane a little bit.
Yeah, it's the thing with Viego is he was already kind of strong in lane, also because, he doesn't really have mana bar, so that means that you can get sort of in like Riven situations where it's very much a high risk, high reward kind of playstyle more often than not. But also, I kind of believe that it will maybe weaken his laning phase of going to the late game. Viego is a champion that can do so extraordinarily well. We've also seen stuff on like the higher competitive play where they just play him as a tank because he can dish out damage even as a tank, like going tanky bruiser. That's completely fine. Going a lot of damage is completely fine. You have a plethora of ways to actually use that. Now, I kind of want to see the pick and ban. Are people actually going to pick up Viego? Because in other regions, I've seen that they say, let's put Viego in the fridge for a moment and let's focus on some other champs.
Okay, we're getting into that first pick and ban for our first game in our round of 16 here, so we'll have a little look at what these two teams are brewing up. It's going to be Absolve Black going up against Hex Biceps, and the pick and ban is well and truly underway. One of the things that we haven't touched on just yet from this patch is the huge changes coming through to Tom Kent. Just essentially, he's got his ultimate and his W have been swapped around now. I've got the that right. Basically, I've got Devour is now going to be the ultimate rather than just having it on such a short cooldown.
First up, coming out with the Karma ban. Pretty standard ban there because it's still a three-way flex, has been for quite a long time. Karma is also a champion that can enable such a lot of stuff. I imagine we are going to see some more flex picks being banned here. The Lucian's one of them, and of course the Akali is so strong, and I honestly don't believe how strong she is sometimes. If you see clips on Reddit, clips wherever, she can just burst you. She can survive. She, with the Riftmaker, she has so much survivability. So what you need to do is just ban her if you're not going to play her, or if you're not going to first pick her even.
It's been a frustrating champ for a long time. I remember when people changed how Shroud worked, especially around turrets, and they're like, oh no, they've nerfed the kit, it can't work anymore. No, it still absolutely works, still an exceptionally strong champion. Lulu does something completely different to what the Akali does, but in itself can certainly bring a lot of power to teams, especially if you're looking for a protect the ADC composition, can run that Karma or that Lulu in the mid lane for a little bit of flex picks as well. The Viego might not be in the fridge, but it is in the ban pool.
And the Ringer being banned as well. And this was what I was talking about. If you ban the Viego and Hex Bicep, kind of had a little bit of a difficult draft here because the fact that they banned Rengar, probably a comfort pick alongside of Absolve Black, meaning that you do leave open the Gwen. So you're kind of preparing for, we're going to play up against the Gwen. Now Gwen does have counters, or Gwen. No, I'm going to phrase it differently. Gwen can be counterable, but it's very difficult because you need to absolutely go into a skill matchup if you want to counter. Otherwise, you just play a weak side top. Hex Bicep picking up the Ezreal, also one of those top tier meta champions right now. Divine Sunder is bonkers, so it synergizes so well with the Ezreal, who does mixed damage.
Jin Zhao champ that we've seen a little bit more of in the jungle recently. I think it was G2 that we saw playing it about a week or so ago to great effect. Is going to be the secondary pickup here for Hex Biceps. Over on Absolve Black, they locked in the Seraphine. Having banned away the Karma and the Lulu already, they take away one of the other strong enchanters still remaining.
Seraphine, one of those champions that's been kind of, I don't want to say shifting in and out of the meta over recent months, but certainly still being viable, but not as overly present as before. Looking at what Absolute Black is doing here, I think they might want to lock in a potential jungler here. They're going for the set, meaning this might still be a flex, but most likely even going towards the bot lane. And this is kind of alluding towards me that Absolute Black is more going to play around their top side than their bot side.
That makes a lot of sense, to be honest, when you look at it, but at the same time, there's so many flex picks that knowing exactly what's going where isn't exactly easy to tell. One thing that I do expect to see now, however, having had these lock-ins from Absolve Black, is all of a sudden an opportunity for Hex Biceps to ban out whichever ADCs they really don't want to put up against this Ezreal. I know Ezreal has a certain amount of safety in lane, but now you can give it even more of a free lane, even more opportunity to scale up. The Jace will be that last pick from Hex Biceps before they ban the Tristana.
I completely agree with what you said. Hex Biceps here, knowing that they can focus very hard with these bans on the bot lane. Tristana being banned away is still as a potential flex pick. I can imagine, even though there's some goofy stuff being done there in drafting, but you can give the Ezreal such a fantastic laning phase right now with all that focus, means that you want to play around it. Now, what Hex Bicep has done is they have drafted 3 potentially very strong champions. You have Jace, who is a potential split pusher, who can actually deal with the Gwen, and you have Ezreal who can find safety in lane and a lot of damage output in the late game as well. So what Hex Bicep wants to do is make sure that they really either lock in a support here or go that does well with Ezreal, synergizes well, or go for counter picks later on with their final pack.
It looks like they want themselves a little bit engaged. They're going to take the Rel to pair up with the Ezreal. Definitely felt like this team needed a bit of extra engagement. They've certainly got it out of the Iron Maiden there. They banned away the Cogmore, which of course synergizes so much in the protect the ADC sort of composition that we talked about earlier on. With the Seraphine locked in, it certainly would have paired nice with the Cogmore, but could even have built AP. That's no longer an option for Absolve now, as they are going to have to choose from what remains. It looks like the Ornn is going to be a nice, safe pickup first, and it makes you start wondering where the Gwen and the Set are going.
I'm thinking even if something like a Senna pick is bad here for Absolved Black, rather. I think it's not particularly... It's kind of interesting because you have the very much front to back. There we go, the Senna being locked in. You have a way to really play front to back, and you have damage output in form of the Gwen. So this means that Hex Biceps will kind of need to find a way to play around that front-to-back teamfighting comp. With a LeBlanc, that might be possible, because if you can find backline access with a potential assassin, that's a way where you can disrupt the enemy teamfighting's capabilities.
Well, it isn't going to be the LeBlanc that's locked in the end. Swapping out to the Ziggs at the last moment. The Zoe was banned away, and I like that ban from Absolve Black because it took away some potential long-range burst that could easily whittle down some of their champions. However, with both the Jace and the Ziggs now going to be firing out from max range, unless they've got their dodging shoes on, Absolve Black could be lowering those health bars before they even get close to a potential fight.
If people are asking why are we seeing Ziggs again in competitive play, it's basically because he got buffed. And one of the biggest buffs he got was that his ultimate's casting time, animation time rather I should say, has been cut in half, meaning your super mega Inferno Bomb takes way less time to actually reach his destination. Canonically, lore-wise, I see it as in, Ziggs been working out, he's been training that arm, he's been able to throw it just a bit faster.
A bit faster, but equally as damaging. It used to be the case that because it would travel further, it was launched through the air, it was splatting down. Now it's just coming at you at such a speed that it's gonna hurt like a big old fastball if it catches you. Jace, same can be said. If you get those accelerated shot blasts raining down, could be quite tricky to deal with this. The poke composition and the ability to take turrets so quickly with the Ziggs is satchel charge as well. Pretty impressive if played correctly here for Hex.
So I'm looking at both of these teams' team composition. Absolve Black, I'm more expecting them to have a very teamfight heavy or 1v1 kind of style, while Hex Biceps is more looking towards really catching the waves. They have ways to stall a siege, which is something Absolve Black can struggle with if they don't find an opening in that particular case where they want to say, hey, we want a siege, and then Ziggs Bombs just say, well, you don't have any minions to do so.
Very, very true. And in turn, they can lay siege pretty well themselves, to be fair.
Yeah, as you said, the Ziggs is extraordinarily pusher. As soon as you get an ace or as soon as you get a way to get that pushing going, Ziggs can easily take down 2 turrets in 30 seconds when he's like level 14, 15.
Well, coming into the game, we've now seen who the teams are. We have seen what they've drafted. Who are you fancying for game one?
Ooh, for game one. I like Absolve Black. It's basically the old front-to-back teamfight composition. I really enjoy Gwen myself. I like seeing her play. Yes, Gwen might be a bit overtuned, but she also needs to be. I think it's still debatable whether or not her spot is really super healthy, but it means you need to play around the Gwen, and that's exactly what Absolve Black has done here. They have played around the Gwen with her drop composition.
All right, we are on to the riff for game one of this tournament already. Absolve Black stepping forward, trying to make the Jace's life a little bit difficult. This is our first opportunity to see exactly where each of these lane assignments will be. It is going to end up being the Set mid, the Gwen jungle.
Yeah, Gwen jungle, the set mid rather. We knew this was always going to be a flex pick. The Rel is taking quite a lot of damage.
Burn Flash.
Yeah, Burn Flash as well, and no Hextech Flash taken. So that's a big burn already from the little side of Hex Biceps. Kind of, I'm seeing how this is going to turn out, because as we said, Absolve Black might play a little bit more around their mid and top side, but with the Flash being burned on Hexacy, they might see a lot of focus being put down on that bot lane.
And as an engaged champion like the Rel, that's really unfortunate to be without that flash, because it means, number one, you haven't got a way in quite so easily, apart from your crash down. Number two, if you go in, you're sure not coming out again unless you're able to pick up those kills. Even having to burn through a potion on the back of that trade as well. Not the ideal start for Hex Biceps and Hextasy, who seems to be certainly a big part of who this team is named after, along with I can't even say Hextati, who is the Jin Zhao, who's just picked up their blue buff. The same thing that has been done by the Gwen over on the other side of the rift.
And this is something I haven't really done a lot of research into. I kind of want to see the jungle clear speeds between the Xin Zhao and the Gwen. I imagine the Gwen is just a little bit faster because of the snip, because of that passive, and it means that you can get to that first objective a little bit faster, and that's important because for the Gwen it means that as soon as you get to that objective, because of that passive, once again that 1000 cuts, you shred to those neutral objectives with a lot of health.
Hold my Fox on the set here, taking quite a bit of poke early on from the Ziggs, who themselves is keeping fairly healthy, has those biscuits as well should they need them, and Hold my Fox already having to burn through all the potions.
Yeah, Hold My Fox is not in a great spot when laning against a Ziggs. It literally means that you're gonna do exactly what you're seeing here now, take a lot of damage, hope you get an engage, but the Ziggs always has a satchel charge to jump away. Right on cue, by the way. Meaning that it's going to be a spot where Ziggs can always have prio, and the same is set for top lane with Hex Biceps top laner. You can also always take prio.
RNGU looking for a potential gank, but instead will just wait for that scuttle to spawn. Talking about the clears to the junglers, they are directly even with each other, and they have opted into opposing scuttle grabs, so they'll stay even for the remainder of this early phase of the game. Sadosense on the Ornn, running the Unsealed spell, but having a bit of a tough time, unsurprisingly, against the Jace early on.
The Scuttle Crabs have been taken away. RNGU, I'm gonna call him, starting his golems now. Let's take a look at the gold lead. It's pretty much even. Six with a little bit of extra health. As gold rather, meaning he can actually, keep on putting the aggression on Hold My Fox, because Hold My Fox should very much suffer in this lane.
Crucially for that there set, however, he did get on the wrong, well, for him, the right side of that satchel charge, able to get out for safety, but then takes so much damage as soon as he tries to go aggressive obviously in that melee combat. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Ornn trying to do what they can, throws out the Bellows Breath, but still getting the worst of the trades. At the minute, Hex Biceps looking good in the early.
Both junglers. Only RNGU has gone for that reset. Hex. Oh man, some of these names. I do apologize to any players or viewers, by the way, if I pronounce names wrong. We have 16 teams to go through, so it's bound to happen. My apologies in advance. Looking at what actually Absolved Black can do here. So they might want to... they don't really need to accelerate the game. They have pretty good scaling. They have scaling in the form of the Ornn, and it's purely Hex Biceps who needs to go into the aggressive.
RNGU going super aggressive onto Zig. Snip, dropping our Rosnex down below half health, but they're able to scurry to the safety of their own turret with low mana. They'll find the reset here and probably have enough gold to get the lost chapter.
One thing Hex Bicep has already realized, I'm seeing their jungler building a Shi, meaning it's probably also going to go for a Divine Sunderer. Against tanky teams, Divine Sunderer is amazing. I'm actually surprised we don't see stuff like Corki coming back more with the Divine Sunderer in play.
Yeah, actually, I was casting tournament just a few weeks ago where we were seeing more and more of things like the Corki, the Ezreal, just poking down with the Divine Sunderer. Meanwhile, Ziggs found that reset. It wasn't to be the Lost Chapter, instead starting to stack up that tier alongside a Darkseal and some booties. Just means they're going to be that much safer when they're going up against the set. Both mid laners now having burnt their teleport, returning to lane.
Oh, but look at the map. Our Xin Zhao might be in a bit of a pickle. He is trying to get the chickens out of the hen, and he might be the sneaky fox because he gets them in the end. So this is important because what he's done there is making sure that he's actually gotten control of that part of the map, meaning the dragon is under their control so far.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hextasy doing a great job of zoning. Has that flashback available that they lost at level 1, crucially not giving up their life, not giving up first blood. There were no Krugs to be had for Hextasy, but instead they might be looking for the gank, looking towards that bot lane duo. Here's going to be the aggression as Hextasy already going in with the crash down, dash forward. It's Ezreal who finds first blood. Hextasy flashing out just before taking another turret shot. It's only going to be the one kill, but so many summoners burnt in bot lane.
This is pretty well done. Arangu tries to chase Jace there, but just isn't capable of doing. Okay, so focus has been put on the bot lane from Hex Biceps, and they're gonna keep on going.
Oh, Hex actually sticking around, will steal the Krugs away this time, not looking for anything quite as greedy as another under turret gank. He's going to be able to upgrade their smite, getting that challenging down as well. There is, of course, a dragon available, and should we see Hex Biceps realize that Gwen is topside, that Cloud Drake will easily go to Absolve. Sorry, to Hex Biceps.
Hex Biceps does have the opportunity to do so. This is what is called cross-map plays. So you know the enemy jungler is topside, you know the enemy team is trying to make a play top or get an objective there. You do it on the opposite side of the map. Hold My Fox and Arangu are also hovering top. I'm wondering what their game plan is here. Are they going to dive Johnny?
Well, whatever they're trying to do, Jace was able to spot it out quite cannily with a ward, and as a result stays quite safe. However, they don't stay safe as soon as the Call of the Forge God comes through, because it is going to be the death of the Jace traded for the Cloud Dragon that's going to be picked up by Hex Tattoo.
I think this is a good trade for Hex Biceps, probably because, I mean, if he gets it, he needs some extra help with the honey fruit.
That was a bit of a yikes moment there for the Xin Zhao, just about getting away with their life into having to get the fruit, as you say, to keep themselves alive. That was almost a moment to forget.
It's what the old jungler, it's how the old jungler saying goes, not even close, meaning he got it in the end. But sure, let's see what just happened here. Sure, Absolve Black has put a lot of effort and a lot of focus on top side, but they have lost the dragon, they have lost Prio bot side, which they kind of had, but it means that their bot side is going to struggle. If your mid is also going to struggle, the one thing Absolve Black can do is maybe look towards a potential Herald trade, but the Jace can always take Prio. So in these first 8 minutes, I think Hex Bicep has played the map just a tiny bit better than Absolve Black.
Yeah, but it is only a tiny bit. It is only a 200 gold lead despite securing first blood, and it is certainly a long way to go still in this game. We've got a lot of scaling from both the teams. The Souls, of course, for Senna. Seraphine, who's picking up all the CS, is one of the most powerful enchantresses in the game, and of course Gwen will be putting down oodles of damage as well.
Still waiting for really the first, I want to say, big change in this game. You know, where is it going to be at? Where is the first fight going to occur? I am most likely thinking it's probably going to be around side the next dragon. So the Herald is being picked up right now by Arangu. I think it's going to go uncontested so far, meaning that Herald they can either save to go to use it for the next dragon and get turret plates in that mid lane, which you will desperately need because Ziggs has taken so much fire.
Xenia is so aggressive, gave up their life earlier on and wants to take Shadow Senses away from them now. Flash still available for the Ornn, they use it reactively as Hextech Yi comes up to the top side, but Ornn is long gone.
Yeah, Ornn is able to flash out of that one. The Herald still not being taken down. Use a snip snip.
Oh, the steal from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Herald secured by Hex Bicep. They look to get kills, but Hold My Fox is so strong. Gets a kill with the Showstopper, avoids the True Shot Barrage. Meanwhile, it is now going to be down to Ziggs to try to get the safety of the other side of the Baron Pit.
Yeah, he procced the honey fruit, and as soon as he procced it, he realized, this might have not been the best idea because I'm giving Hold My Fox health back. But beautiful steal there, another fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, on the bot side, it's another tight fight, but it's another fight that's going Hex Biceps way, breathfully going lower and lower, and Deda Murno is going to secure that kill on the Ezreal, their second of the game as they get closer and closer to their mythic.
The fact that Hex Bicep has taken a victory at top and bot right now means that they're in a great spot. Look at the gold lead. It was even, now it's 1k gold ahead, but they have another objective in the form of that Herald. Hextech Yi knows that he can use it for that next dragon. He knows that they can get its mid lane turret down very fast. Alongside with his Ziggs, Absolve Black needs to be careful because those structures, they're looking strong right now, but I can hear sands shifting.
Definitely true. I'm liking as well that we've seen this team with the Ziggs with so much split pushing potential, now having the Herald to their name as well, with having the opportunity to maybe get down a few extra turret plates. Already we see down to 3 turret plates in mid. You add a Herald and Demolish proc to that as well, and that's first turret right there.
And it goes back to what we said in Pick and Man with the Ziggs. It's not only the Demolish, it's not only the Herald, it's not only the Satchel Charge, it's also, on top of that, the Ziggs passive. So it's so much that Absolve Black has to deal with when they ever get into a spot where Ziggs can just freely push, that they need to be continuously aware turrets are in danger in perpetuity.
Aggressive arcane shift forward from the Ezreal leads to their own demise, with the Rel not close enough to save the day. I know they're playing like they were invincible. Turns out they were very, very invincible.
Yeah, a little bit of greed there coming from Murnu. I hope, once again, pronouncing it correctly. Murnu, another fight in the bot lane, potential here in a 3v2 situation for Hex Biceps. They should back off.
Yeah, Xinjiang goes aggressive, as does Rel, both using their ultimates, but it is the Ziggs ultimate is the most deadly of all, as the Mega Inferno Bomb picks up a kill onto the Seraphine. Ziggs now here to play down on the bot side, may see the Herald put down, but instead, here comes the set, having teleported down, picking up the Showstopper, straight on a Hex Yi, trying to stay alive, doing so for now, escaping with just a sliver of health. The same is true for Hextasy. Meanwhile, Hold My Fox trying to get at least something on the back of his teleport. The Rel will eventually die. The question is, has Murno arrived to turn the tide of battle once more in Hex Biceps' favor? They get good damage onto Hold My Fox. The teleport arrives. Rosnix is able to take the kill onto Senna. It's absolute mayhem in the bot lane.
They're using the Herald as well to push down bot. This was so well played from Hex Biceps. Yes, they made a mistake in the beginning, but they turned it around and they juggled the aggro from the enemy team, making sure that they were able to share the damage. The Herald being put down, Satchel Charge combination means that's the first turret.
So many turret plates secured by Hex Biceps. They find themselves a 1,500 gold lead and almost find another quick kill onto the Seraphine as well, who may well have just been zoned away from stopping this Herald from charging into the inner turret as well, as we see the recalls cancelled onto the set. The second dragon of the game picked up by Hex Biceps. The Herald does not charge. Set survives. The Mountain Drake does not.
Hex Biceps is playing the map extraordinarily well. They know that if they can put the aggression on and never let it go, they are able to snowball on top of Absolve Black. And Absolve Black, they need to stall for time, but are they going to get that time? I don't think so at this point.
Another turret falls courtesy of Ziggs Satchel, flashing away from the Encore, able to keep themselves alive. More turret playing going into Murno and Co.'s pocket as well. Gwen goes super aggressive, finds a sniff, gets the arcane shift out of Ezreal, who is going to die to Saddle Sense on the back of the core of the Forge God. A massive knock-up straight on the Hextech. You get pulled back by the face break, and the Haymaker follows Hold My Fox onto a 4-0 rampage.
Ooh, and I'm going to call greed again on Hex Biceps on this one. Sorry, guys, but you should not have pushed that far. You know, you should have taken satisfaction in the fact that you already had 2 towers, but you could have gone for a reset and maybe gone for 1 or 2 plates. No particular reason to push it to the limit that fast at this point in the game, because you're giving away your gold lead and you're giving away shutdowns, and this is exactly what Absolve Black needs. If they can stall, if they can make sure the game state is going to a little bit of a slower tempo, they have such a comeback potential.
This is a 1,500 gold lead that's now been cut to around about a 700 gold lead. A real slashing of the gold lead has come through from the scissors of Gwen. Meanwhile, it is Hold My Fox on the set who has really been profiting from these fights. They are down in gold in comparison to Ziggs because so many turret plates have been secured. There is a 4 TCS lead, but the gold picked up from those kills will certainly be helping the set as they go later and later into the game.
Yeah, Hold My Fox, his one caveat that he has with his 4 kills is he needs to run up towards the Ziggs, towards the Rel, and towards Ezreal. So that's going to be a little bit more difficult. You can see him buying this chain-spotted whip. The boots have been completed. So yes, as soon as he gets there, he can survive longer, he can dish out a lot of damage, but he is continuously walking up against that poke. So that's why you're going to need the Ornn, that's why you're going to need the healing from your bot lane to make sure your set or your Gwen actually survives all that poke.
And crucially, the Mythic now completed for set on that last recall. That Stride Breaker is in. Meanwhile, up on top side, a little bit of a fight, as it is going to be Zinni, who hasn't been able to find a solo kill onto the Ornn just yet, who's looking to do the damage, really putting down the hurt now they've completed the Eclipse.
And the Eclipse, you have Armor Shred there, which is great when you're going up against the Ornn. Remember, Ornn might get Dover, by the way.
Yes, it's going to be a straight out 3v1. What can the Ornn do? Flashes in, tries to get a knockup, but it is going to be Jace flashing out to safety, making sure it's just a 1-0 in favor of Hex Biceps. There is a second Herald of the game available, and with all of the outer turrets soon to be gone for Absolve Black, maybe that's where Hex Biceps turn their attention next.
Yeah, another Herald also being started by Hex Biceps. You saw what Rosnix was doing there. That's also one of the strengths of Ziggs. It's basically the fact that you can always roam, you can always stick between, ping pong between certain lanes. Oh, another dive bot side.
Yeah, we saw one top laner getting bopped by the 3v1. A 2v1 is enough to secure a kill for Absolve Black. They almost lose their mid laner in the process, but Set just about able to survive that final turret shot as the Herald is indeed secured by Hex Biceps, who restore their 2,000 gold lead.
So Absolve Black kind of knows what they're doing. You can clearly see that, okay, 4 people top, let's make a play bot side. Hold My Fox gets another kill for his team, backed up by Aringu. But Absolve Black is trading turrets like they have 40 lying around. It is chaos when you look at the structure that are being taken down so fast because of Hex Biceps.
Call of the Forge God is summoned too late to stop yet another turret going. A 5th unanswered turret for Hex Biceps. Absolutely huge for them. Continues to expand their gold lead as well. This is one of the things I said during Champ Select as we looked at these two teams. It felt like the siege potential, the ability to just absolutely dash these turrets asunder would be one of the big powers Hex Biceps have. And they have played to that strength so very well. Absolved Black very much on the back foot.
Yeah, if Absolved Black doesn't find a way to take control of their own jungle, I think it's great that we have paused on this particular point in time, because Hex Biceps has just gone for a synchronized reset. Look at how the vision is being put down. They've been putting a lot down towards the top side. They have some wards in the bot side as well, knowing that they need to take down his last outer mid lane turret. If that one falls, they have complete control of their own jungler and the enemy jungle. They have complete control of vision lines, meaning that they can look for these objectives in the form of dragons, in the form of barons.
And as we will we'll be coming out of this pause fairly shortly, hopefully we'll of course get to see how Hex Biceps play around specifically that Baron as it spawns in around about 2.5 minutes time. Crucially, in much less time than that, we've got another dragon spawning. If Hex Biceps secure that, it will be their 3rd in a row. They will be so close to securing a soul.
They have their own soul point, and if they're on soul point in a couple of minutes, it means Absolve Black really has to choose, because then what objective are you going to contest? Are you going to look to top side? Are you going to look to bot side? You have engages, you have the Ornn, you have the Gwen, you have actually all you need to win a team fight. What you don't right now have is something to back it up with, to have some safety, because most of your base, most of your structures, as we said, have been taken down. So they might want to set up some form of trap somewhere, maybe a Death Rush.
It could be one thing they can do, but I know so many times we see those death rushes set up, and it's purely because the team has run out of ideas and they're not sure where to go next. And if it works, fair enough, maybe it is your route back into the game, but so often we just see it not pan out the way that the team wants it to. Absolve Black, it feels like they've come in as maybe something more of one of the pedigree teams. Absolved, of course, they're well known in the esports industry for putting out so many strong teams. This iteration of them having a little bit of a rough time here in this first game. This is the round of 16. It's just one match away from the quarterfinals, but it is a best of one. If you lose here, single elimination, you're done for the tournament. You take home a €50 prize between your team and some Titan points as well, which is nice, but it's certainly not that big prize that you can see up in the top corner that everybody's here for.
Exactly. So with best of ones, it means it's always kind of tricky, because best of ones mean you can kind of pull out that theory crafting I was started talking about in the beginning of the show. With the theory crafting, it means, okay, I'm not saying cheesy picks, I'm not saying that, but it leans towards that more, especially when you're up against a team where you think, I'm the underdog. There are always these plays you can pull off. I mean, in the 11, I almost want to say 12 years of League of Legends, there have been so many different tactics, so many different things, and some of them are still semi-viable, meaning if you can pull one of them off and the enemy team is just not prepared, it gives you such a stronger chance to win.
All right, well, let me use this small break in play to remind you some of the great stuff that we have got coming up. Tomorrow, we'll be back with a broadcast yet again. Today, we're covering the round of 16. Tomorrow, we'll have quarterfinals, semi-finals, and a best-of-3 grand final to see how this €2,500 prize pool will be split. Such a great prize for those winners as well, along with the Titan points as well. Such a fantastic prize for whichever of these teams is able to come out on top. We have also got more tournaments coming up as we go into July. I believe it's from the 3rd to the 10th that we start seeing Apex tournaments. Shortly after that, a Brawl Stars tournament. If you're interested in any of those, want to know either how to enter or what's going to be happening with them, website's just below me. Go check out trovotitans.live. Make sure to join our Discord as well. Not only do we have so much info there, but also you will find out you'll have a way of passively earning some Titan points if that's what you want to do.
Exactly. This Titan points, once again, a form of currency you can use on the platform, which you can translate into, let's say, a more favorable currency when you want to buy something as well. Now, Stan, talking about Titans, I already tweeted out a little bit on Twitter. This book is the first book that actually introduced me to like ancient mythology and especially Greek mythology. If you haven't read Percy Jackson, the first one is okay. The second one is less okay in my opinion, but it's great.
But it has Pierce Brosnan in it.
Yeah, it has Pierce Brosnan in it as a centaur. So
what more is there to want in life?
What more is there to want in life? By the way, I really, really enjoyed Greek mythology. This is why I got into like reading Greek mythology. This is why I really loved my, I think I want to say 4th year of secondary school, purely because we were talking about Greek mythology. And I was like, okay, nice. And then I went over to other types of stuff. Some of the stories there are just so cool, so fun to watch.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I went through some very unusual phases when I was a kid of things that I'd go and just read because I wanted to, not because it was anything to do with what I was being taught at school. And the Iliad and the Odyssey were two things I went straight to in sort of early teens, which were absolutely terrific. The Shakespeare phase was a fun one, deciding rather than watching the plays or stuff like that, let's just read through the entire folio of the complete works of Shakespeare and do that as a very, very cool 11-year-old, I'm sure you can imagine.
Yeah, you're you're the cool kid when you say I can recite Shakespeare in the park. That's very quick. That's something I always thought was very sad that I never got to. Because obviously I studied in Belgium, and in the Belgian education system, we never got to see Shakespeare. We got to see more. We never got to see anything.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
no,
thank
sorry.
you. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I would have loved to have seen more Shakespeare stuff in poetry or like other stuff than just what we got, because there are some good poets out there, but they're just not particularly my taste.
Well, here's the thing, Zav. Obviously we're dealing with a pretty rough time in terms of the global situation at the moment. But I know that once things are starting to wrap up a little bit, you're hoping to make a visit to see me over here in the UK. I live just down the road from Shakespeare's birthplace, and where a lot of cool stuff goes on in relation to it. So we'll make a date, go out to Stratford. I'll have a good time of it. I'll make up for the education you never had.
Okay, since we're still waiting for the next game to start, then what's okay? I've never read a Shakespeare play. What's the one I should really get into? What's the one I should really start with?
As much as I was talking about reading them's really not the way to go. If you can see a good dramatization of certain ones, I mean, obviously, different people like different things. I personally think The Merchant of Venice is one of the most enjoyable ones. It's just really, really well put together. But it's different tastes. I like to be edgy. When I was a kid, I was like, oh yeah, my favorite was Cymbeline, mostly because I knew no one else would have ever read it. Whereas actually, generally speaking, with Shakespeare, the more famous ones are generally the better ones. There's a reason they're more famous. It's because actually their stories and their tales sort of have stood the test of time. But that's my take on it. But if you're going to start somewhere, a good version of Merchant of Venice is always a treat.
Okay, I'll definitely be writing that one down. By the way, guys, if you want to join into the conversation in chat, write down your favorite Shakespeare play. I always heard... No, I don't say write down the title. Literally type it all out. like start to finish. Type it all out in chat. That's fine.
It's like
that's
like the 1,000 Monkeys one. If you gave them an infinite amount
yes,
of time and typewriters, would they
yes.
write Shakespeare? Can Trovo chat do it?
If we can get enough people in Trovo chat to just type random words, can we get a Shakespeare-esque play? Anyway, I always heard that. Let's just jump right back into the game, Sam.
Let's get back into it. Things always descend into madness when it's you and me, Zav. Whether it's Red Hot Chili Peppers being eaten or just reciting Shakespeare to each other. Let's get back into what previously was that sepia pause screen. Let's see how Absolve Black and Hex Biceps are getting on. Or alternatively, Loki. Just Loki. She's got her own show now, and she's really, really pleased about it.
The Loki. Oh yeah, obviously. I thought about Loki on show, and then I kind of get what you mean. Oh, there we go, jumping right back into the game. I think we didn't really miss much, so the people who are just joining Hex Biceps came from a pretty lengthy pause. We don't know exactly what happened. We do know that they're definitely in the lead, gold-wise, third-wise, and objective-wise.
Okay, well, a big objective is coming up. That third dragon of the game spawning in just a few seconds' time. Hex Biceps very much so wanted to get their hands on it, put themselves onto Soul Point in a game that they have been dominating with early structures being taken down. However, the kill lead is over to Absolve Black, who definitely have teamfight potential, but the poke they're taking is significant, and the Herald has been summoned in mid.
Herald being used to give you more of a presence in the mid lane, meaning you can get this third dragon up pretty easily. If they take it, it means they're on Soul Point for an Infernal Soul, which is extraordinarily powerful for Hex Biceps. The 2 Divine Thunderers have already been cleared. I think Shelly is going to get a dunk here, absolutely. And with the siege potential from Hex Biceps, this means this turret is just taken down.
Yeah, between the Ezreal Flux, the Ziggs detonation, and that Herald charge that we just saw, it was pretty much instant obliteration. Beautiful. And obliteration comes in on a huge showstopper from the 4-0-1 set. Hold my Fox finding another kill onto the Ezreal on the back of the Encore. Snip, 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 and the dirt is gone. But meanwhile, here comes Hextech trying to turn things back around. Still has got the Pokey Boys of Ziggs and Jace in the background as Ziani goes less pokey, goes more bashy, and takes down the Ornn as well. Meanwhile, Set did die, gave away some shutdown gold. It's only going to be a 3 against 2 as the Baron spawns in 30 seconds.
Hex Biceps, the fact that they're still alive is baffling to me. It was such a beautiful engage from Absolve Black. Out of nowhere, Hold My Focus in that backline. He had backline access. The Encore came out. The Senna ultimate came out. The Call of the Forge God came out. And you could just see Hex Biceps. They were just sitting ducks between all those ultimates, all that damage. But somehow, they made it out alive. They had that Satchel Charge to jump out. They had that Arcane Flux to jump away. And the amount of damage they could dish out meant they still won the fight. And that's something that we didn't touch upon with Hex Biceps Comp. All of them, except Hextasy, are damage dealers, meaning if one of them is kept alive or in a very good spot to keep the team fight going, they can actually finish it out. They don't have a lack of damage. So when you kill one, you kill them all. That's the plan.
Yeah, you've got to go in pretty big with that wombo from Absolve Black, and even though it looked good at first, as you say, the damage came through. You took down the Ezreal, well, you've still got Ziggs and Jace absolutely blasting down on your team. The Dragon went uncontested, and Hold My Fox is in a bit of danger. Teleport is going to come through. The turnaround's looking good from Absolve Black. Forge God, Showstopper, both being used to great effect. It is going to be the Seraphine arriving in time to help out as well. Rosnix takes down the set, now damage is turned back around. The teleports arrive too little, too late. The Encore goes on to 3, but yet again, the only Encore is that of the demise of Seraphine. Hex Biceps lose none of their members, and now they can push down to the base or maybe turn to the Baron.
And this is so important for Hex Biceps. If they can get a bottling inhibitor down here, their chances of taking down a Baron uncontested grow exponentially. Remember, we talked about this before, the Ziggs, the Ezreal, they have so much pushing potential, so much turret shredding potential that they can actually just go, okay, we get an ace, we take down 2 inhibs. That's something that can happen when Hex Biceps gets an ace. So Absolve Black, they need to find another form of backline access. They need to find another engage like they had before.
Another teleport burn, this time set into the mid lane. It's enough to stop the Baron that had been started off by Hex Biceps. but in the end, it's basically just going to be a teleport for nothing as aggression goes straight back onto Gwen. In goes the Xin Zhao, but he's been threaded through very quickly. Breathley able to pick up that one with the Dawning Shadow. Set trying to escape back to the hills, having just come back into lane with that teleport. We'll need a quick reset.
Still 5k gold difference for Hex Bicep, so they're definitely in the lead. They're definitely in control of this game. But I'm going to say one thing. I can start to see some cracks form in their game plan. We can see that Absolve Black, their team composition slowly but surely is getting online. Orden is nearly level 13, so those ornaments are going to come out. And it's also the RNGs. Gwen is also coming online. Hold My Fox still very strong. And the healing from both Breathley and the Seraphine is starting to scale. So Hex Bicep knows we cannot keep this up for too much longer. We have a window. It's on a bad window, but it's not going to stay open for eternity.
You're not wrong, but fortunately for them, they've taken so many structures at this point that one small slip-up from Absolve Black could easily mean the game, and a slip-up may be forced in the next minute or so with the dragon spawning yet again. This would be Infernal Soul if Hex Biceps pick this one up, and it's almost a win condition in and of itself.
It definitely is, especially with the Infernal Soul. Absolve Black here, if they know they just have too much damage coming out for them, also the AoE damage that Infernal Soul can give is so detrimental to them because they are clumped up. It is a front-to-back teamfight composition to the very core. And if you have AoE damage, that makes it even worse.
On trying to put some pressure onto Jhin as Absolve Black tried to force mid. Baron just spawning. Poke is good. Goes straight down to the Seraphine, who's able to heal up a lot of it. It is going to be aggression straight onto Jhin, but he is going to just find a quick old knock up from the triple tap. Hextat Yi now maybe looking for the potential re-engage. Gets caught out by the Seraphine route. Goes into the ultimate stance to negate as much damage as possible as the Encore goes straight through the team. Damage being rained down by Murno on the Ezreal. Hextasy now stepping in, trying to find even more damage, but the massive showstopper does good work by the set before they themselves meet their untimely demise. Another kill onto the center, and Hex Bicep have once again routed the opposition. They have all but their support left standing, whereas only the support lives for Absolve Black. The Infernal Soul will almost certainly be secured now.
I'm wondering what they do here. They're splitting their focus, playing very much a divide and conquer game style. Can they do it though? Because if you split your focus on two objectives, are you going to be able to take one down? Monroe still struggling to take down the Seraphine. That timers from Absolve Black are nearing its end, and teleport is also being used straight onto the Baron. I agree with this play. If you have a Baron alongside with an Infernal Soul, you can take it down very fast, and afterwards you have a push that might be unstoppable.
But Absolve Black have got the respawns, they've got teleports available. This Baron I don't expect to go uncontested. It has been spotted out with the warding trinket. It's going down so very fast. Hex Biceps are just going to be able to take this one. You're absolutely right, Zav.
Now, do they have the time though? And the answer for that is no. 12-15 kill score means that yes, team fights can be won by both teams, but can you win a siege game? I think for Absolve Black the answer right now is no. You need to find an angle to look for an engage.
Yeah, and that is pretty much their last hope in a game where they're nearly 10,000 gold behind. They're facing off against a Baron-empowered, Infernal Soul-powered team. Hex Biceps feel like they're one good fight away from securing their place in the quarterfinals.
Rosnik's also with a 7-0 scoreline here. A lot of as well in his pocket, and right now the siege from Hex Biceps. I'm looking to see if this turret is going to survive, or if it's going to survive for a long time. I don't particularly think so. I think something will happen here. RNG looking for an engage.
Flash from Jace. Gwen going aggressive, is able to reposition absolutely beautifully, securing the one kill, but they've lost their mid turret for the privilege of killing off the Jace. The question is, can Absolve Black find anything on the back of the 5 versus 4 power play? Hex Biceps say we're not going to give you that opportunity.
A little bit unfortunate that this bot wave is still on its way, because right now if they could have been able to rotate from mid to bot instantaneously with a wave there, I think they could have taken out at least the inhibitor turret in the bot lane as well. Now, a little bit of extra time isn't a bad thing for Hex Biceps. If you see a reset coming in from Hextasy, I imagine he really wants to get that particular item. Super minions that are powered up by the Baron buff, pouring in mid lane as well. So Hex Biceps, they're in a great position. They're in a spot where they can just they can siege, or they can wait for the next objective.
They can, and right now Absolve Black doing everything they can to try and clear out some of the vision in their own jungle, just to give them some presence, some potential pressure they can put down. Rosnik going to secure a blue buff that's been well and truly earned all game long. The 7-0-4 scoreline, the 22 stacks of Magi's. I'm not sure there's anything Absolve Black can do to deal with this right now.
I mean, if they find backline access, but I don't see a way for them to find backline access unless they just go full front-to-back team fighting once again. I know it's a trigger word at this point, but it is important for them to realize that if they keep their front line alive, if they keep their backside protected, and with them I mean Absolve Black, they might win the fight, but it's a big might right now. They do need that scaling. Although being talked about scaling, Bradley has just completed his first Ornn upgrade.
Yeah, and Breathley also just got eviscerated. Took the poke from, I believe it was an accelerated shot blast, then got obliterated by the Ezreal. A second inhibitor turret falls, the inhibitor follows shortly thereafter. Supers are starting to push in now from 2 channels, and the next turrets are well and truly under threat. Absolve Black doing everything they can without their ADC to help them out. Gwen trying to dash back and forward, keeping themselves alive in their portal, but dashing out of it, providing the opportunity to go aggressive. Has the Zhonya's stays alive as Encore connects onto 2. The charm is enough to buy a bit of time onto Rosnix, but Set is taking heavy fire. Meanwhile, the Jhin just seems to live for days. Hold My Fox does not, as Rosnix picks up yet another potentially game-winning kill. The shutdown goal finally on the Rosnix as they die for the first time this game, but it could well be too little too late because Ezreal still lives, still has full health. Nexus turrets under fire. Jhin Zhao gets through, gets finished off by Breathley. Perhaps this is a step too far. Meanwhile, however, Ezreal doesn't care about anything that's happening. Finishes off one Nexus turret. In goes Gwen, goes aggressive, manages to find the snip onto Zini, finds the kill onto the Jace, but Rel and Ez still doing great work, managing to find the damage onto RNGU. RNGU watching, because it's a double kill for Murno, finding another one onto Senna. Ornn will be the last individual standing trying to defend this final Nexus turret.
And Monroe plays it so well. The knock-up just doesn't land. They can clearly see they won't be able to take down this last Nexus turret. Teleport in the backline from Seraphine coming out as well. Can they get the catch?
No, they tried to find the flank with the teleport from the Seraphine. They're able to find the Rel, but that was the price that was paid for Ezreal to stay alive with the bounty still on their head. The 6-3-9 Ezreal, who picked up kill after kill in that fight, took down a Nexus turret 2, escapes into the darkness.
Okay, Absolve Black, they are hanging on by a silver thread. Yes, they're still alive. Yes, they kind of won that team fight, but you can see what the damage... the damage is done by the Infernal Soul already being in the hands of Hex Biceps. That Infernal Soul is continuously what I saw in those trades, in that long fight, what won it for them, because they knew, okay, we played a little bit slow, we poke a little bit, Infernal Soul, extra damage. Oh, here's an execute. Here's it again. It's so difficult for Absolve Black to just tank all that damage, and Hex Biceps knows the Infernal Soul is spawning.
Zav, I see the biggest problem for Absolve Black. It's the fact that they are hanging on by a thread, as you say, and one of their champions is running with scissors. And it is going to be Senna who is going to be dying. First of all, in the trade with the big damage coming through from the accelerated shot blast. Now it's 5 versus 4 as we see the siege being laid onto this final Nexus turret. The Elder Dragon will be spawning in a few moments. I'm not sure Hex Biceps will pay any attention to that as they just wait for their final waves to come in to end this game.
Okay, 4 Ornn upgrades have been completed. Can Absolve Black look for an engage?
Forge got knocked up onto 4, Encore onto 4. The damage is good, and Monroe is dead. Meanwhile, big old showstopper finds the kill on Genie. 2 of the carries died, but the Ziggs is still alive, and Hold My Fox will be the next one to fall. Rosnix continues their killing spree, and this will be the signal for Hex now to turn to the Elder.
Okay, so this is the turning point for me in fights. The gold lead is shrinking for for Hex Bicep. We can clearly see they're struggling more and more in these fights. Now, the Elder Dragon is spawning, the Baron is up. Hex Biceps has ways to equalize, to level that playing field once again, and to maybe even tilt it towards their favor. But they cannot let go of this dragon. Look also at the minions that are starting to pour into Absolve Black space. They need to make a decision, and they need to make it fast.
The decision they have made is to go. There is so many wards around though, and teleports will be available with these respawns coming in for Hex Bicep. The Elder is going down stunningly fast, and Jin is in a lot of trouble. Ziggs is trying to end as the Elder goes down. That's one turret already falling. Now it's going to be the Nexus that is next on the threat. Teleport from Jace is not to the Elder, but to the Nexus. The game-ending play for Hex Biceps.
Oh, Hex Biceps. Knowing that they had the opportunity to teleport into the base, knowing that they could play it out the way they want to do. Both teams played this very well, but Hex Bicep just understood the map better, and I really like what they drafted. I'm a big fan of them changing up the meta while keeping what is strong strong at the same time, saying you can have the Gwen, we will take the Jace, we will actually take a full-on damage composition with a lot of poke.
Hex Biceps, they drafted, and as you say, they knew what to do with the draft. Really, really nicely played. I appreciate what I saw there. They will progress into tomorrow's matchups. They will get through to the quarterfinals. We'll find out their opposition very, very shortly. It is going to be an early exit for Absolved Black. They will still get themselves a little bit of that prize pool for their team. However, UX Gaming and Infinity Challenge now know what will be standing between them and a semi-final berth.
Okay, UK. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say that we've got a result in from the other side of the bracket with Hurricane Powercy able to go through against LK 2022.
Okay, this is great for them. I really want to know if this is the kind of meta we're going to be seeing more of today. I liked what I saw here. I really like both teams, what they did. I think the level of play was quite good, because this is a tournament where there might be a big skill gap. You call it the David versus Goliath matchup sometimes, and it means that yes, you can have teams who do a little bit worse on macro or who are more focused on purely mechanical plays, or the opposite way around where they play well as a team, but looking at individual skills, some players can struggle against others. From what I saw in the first match, none of that really struck out for me. I think both of these teams were equally matched. It's just the way it was executed was better done from another team.
We'll be seeing more of Hex later in the tournament. The next game that we have got coming up, and we got it coming up very, very shortly, will be UX going up against Infinity itself. Quite an interesting matchup, this one. Again, we're expecting to see that real high level come out of these two teams. The question is very much, though, if Hex are watching this one, who will they be keeping their eyes on? Who will they want to be avoiding coming into that quarterfinal matchup tomorrow?
Yeah, and that's also the one of the interesting things about this format is it's a best of one. So yes, you can prepare, but how much are you going to be able to prepare in advance? After a certain while, you just kind of have to roll the dice and know, okay, we're probably going against this team. We do our research on the fly, which you have to really, and okay. Comfort picks, we saw it in the first game, a Ranger being banned away, knowing that is something you really don't want to play against. So some of these teams are definitely doing the work. They're definitely making sure that they have that research in there. And I honestly believe that if you put in a little bit of extra work, that little bit of extra digging, or maybe something like an op.gg, it gives you that edge.
It definitely can. We talked about what we expected as meta bans to come through. You expected to see the Viego, despite its small nerfs coming through, and it did indeed get banned. Meanwhile, however, for me, one of the things that came as a bit of a surprise was seeing the Gwen get through. Not surprised to see it first picked. It didn't find itself on the winning side, but we're a few patches in now to Gwen's existence in sort of the League of Legends world. What do you make of this champion?
I really like Gwen. I've played her a lot the last couple of weeks. I think she's really fun. She's one of those she's actually a champion that I could have seen being put out in even season 3, even season 4. Her kit is actually fairly simple, but it does mean that she's counterable. Yes, she has a lot of very highly tuned stats, but it with her dash, it kind of fixes the issue where with her dash, yes, you can keep on chasing someone, but getting away from someone is more difficult, because honestly, that's something Riot has made their own little corner where they say, oh, everybody has a dash now. Is it healthy for the meta? We'll see. Anyway, so speaking about Gwen being banned,
Well, yeah, no chance of seeing a second game of Gwen in a row. Karma also banned away for the second game. A little bit more of a surprise to see the Darius taken away, whether that's banned towards the top or jungle. Doesn't really matter. Infinity don't fancy facing up against it. Viego stays banned out, frozen out of play in the fridge for a little while. Senna, meanwhile, also not going to be coming to a screen near you anytime in the next 30 minutes or so. This does leave the question of what is going to be prioritized by UX Gaming. It's going to be the Seraphine that we saw in the last game.
Yeah, UX Gaming picking up the Seraphine, immediately going in with the flex pick. There are other very strong champions like an Ezreal or like a Xin Zhao in the jungle, meaning Xin Zhao being picked up by Infinity here. I don't really know. I really would have liked to see a first pick Ezreal here from UX Gaming. Now, I do agree with the Seraphine still being a very strong first pick, but there you go. You give it away instantly.
We're seeing a lot of what we saw last time round. The early 2 picks on red side of Jhin and Ezreal, exactly what we saw out of Hex, who of course won our first match on stream today. Volibear is the response that's come in from UX, gives something a little bit different to maybe the Gwen that we saw last time round. Of course, could be flexed up towards the top side. The question is, do we see UX actually lock in an ADC this time? For me, one of the big problems with Absolve's draft is they didn't take an ADC and suddenly their champion pool was pinched and they were left with a Senna that for me was less than inspiring. Here it looks like we may see the Jinx locked in along the Seraphine, and I already like that as a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, the Jinx is a bit of a mix-up. You also provide safety with a potential Seraphine. Remember, this Seraphine is still very much a flex pick. It does mean that something like the Thresh is not really available to you, or because Infinity is probably going to ban it out. They stick with a very safe pick in form of the Ashe. You have already a lot of CC from UX Gaming. You have Engage. What you don't really have right now is maybe damage dealers in the late game. So I'm looking towards them maybe either going for a very aggressive comp, something that wants to win via mid game, or they have some form of damage into that particular late game in P4 and 5.
I'm already liking the CC chain we're starting to see built up by here by UX Gaming Deutsch, and it is going to be the Ashe Arrow potentially into a Seraphine Encore CC that lasts for roughly years. We're seeing the Morgana band away, a champion that you joke that if you get hit by that Q, you might as well go and make a cup of coffee. The same can definitely be said. You might as well go and make the whole meal if you get hit by Ashe Seraphine.
Very much the case. The Thresh is a hover for UX Gaming. I'm thinking about the Thresh. I don't really see it being a necessary ban. I think there are other support bans you can throw towards an Ezreal lane. Even like any enchanters do.
I was just going to say, I imagine those are targeted bans. You were talking about the value of looking at OPGG, and if that's something UX Gaming have done and want to deny things from the support here for Infinity, then it could make a lot of sense.
I don't necessarily disagree with the Thresh as well, because you have that box capability. I mean, UX Gaming right now is a team that is going to walk into you. So they throw down their ultimates and they walk into you. A Thresh is something that can obviously negate that by having the flame, by throwing down the box, or by just throwing down the lantern. The Nautilus, similar story, doesn't do that particular job as well as a Thresh, but it does provide safety for Ezreal. It also provides a lot of CC, and once again, that front-to-back team fight composition. This is something I would like. Now you pick up the Camille, meaning that you actually have something that can scale and that can deal with some of these tanks. You also have a way to get onto a potential Ezreal once the Xin Zhao goes in.
Yeah, definitely something you're going to need, along with the Volibear charging down to Ezreal's head. And one of the things that we see from Infinity's draft that we had differently in our last draft from Hex is the fact that you've basically only really got single damage coming out of them. Yes, Xin Zhao has a finite amount themselves unless they're super fed. The mid lane pick is going to be so very important for Infinity, and it's going to have to match up against a Yone. The Camille and the Yone, somewhat unusual picks in the current meta, but I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, I'm in exactly the same spot. I'm expecting Infinity here they at least can get one counter pick. There's always a possibility against the Yone to flex on Ornn towards the mid lane, but I would rather have them see a very safe pickup for that mid lane pick. Something like, I think Anivia was maybe a bit too cautious. Sorry, not cautious, but maybe a bit too risky. The Syndra does mean you have that flexibility, or that survivability, that blow up potential. But Syndra is not a meta pick, I have to say. You need to be very comfortable when playing Syndra. She is not... I just saw your dog. She is something. So Syndra is something that is not easily playable right now.
Dog, this is a scarf. I don't know what you're talking about. Going full Cruella over here. I see what you mean, but the same sort of true for a fair few of the champions we're seeing on both sides of the draft in terms of the meta at the moment. So, you see, this is what you've done. You've made it go shy now, Dav.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I think she just knows. I mean, she just loves you more than I do. She says, "Well, I like my owner."
No, she's not having it. This is what you've done, Dav. You made it.
She's literally turning away from me on every single angle you've put her into. This is amazing. I mean,
she's a lovely girl.
Oh, there we go. So, back into the game. With the Camille pickup, I have not seen or have not casted a Camille Divine Thunder in these last couple of weeks, but I imagine up against tanks, it is a tank shredder, especially with the true damage and sheen procs in her kit.
I was trying to remember. I feel like Sundra took a small nerf this patch, but I'm just literally going over the patch notes to remind myself exactly what changed.
Yeah, it's difficult also to. This is an issue I want to address as well. If it's difficult for casters, it has to be difficult for the viewers, because the last couple of weeks patches have been really rolling through, and there have been changes. There have been also sometimes stuff being hinted towards, of stuff being shown on PvE, and then they say, okay, we're gonna delay it one more patch, or we're going to make sure it's one patch sooner. So it's difficult to kind of know what it's really strong, what's really a meta pick, what has been nerfed, what has been buffed. So staying on top of that also gives you that edge. Knowing what has been buffed in particular last patch, seeing what actually works from other people on PvE or what other people have tested out is so important in a stage where you have a fast evolving meta.
So I just took myself a little look, and it's a nerf that's not going to be impacting the Camille at all. It's something that's more direct towards the things like the Ezreal that we talked about in the last game. Essentially, it's that 12% of target's maximum health. That's going to be staying the same if you're a melee champion. It's been reduced to 9% now of target's max health if you are a ranged champion. So I don't think that's a significant enough nerf for us to be saying, oh, Ezreal's dead and gone. It's been proven that last game, and by the fact it's first locked in this one on red side. So it's still definitely strong, but it's taken that little hit to it that maybe means it's not quite as exceptionally OP as it was before.
I'm very much looking forward towards seeing what the Camille pick can do. I've seen what the Yone picks can do. I mean, obviously, I call Belgian League, and there's somebody, a mid laner there who's really fond of playing the Yone. So I know Yone is still a champion, that he's one of those, he's at Yasuo 2.0. He can always carry a game if you're ahead. He's one of those champions that can absolutely decimate an entire team, has that mobility, has that loads of mixed damage in there, that double passive as well. But the Camille here is something that is, for me, the wild card right now. She is up against a matchup that is more favorable for her, but she wants to have either a split push or backline access going onto an Ezreal, maybe even onto a Syndra.
Here at Trovo Titans, we are back onto the Rift. Game number 2, starting up as UX Gaming will go up against Infinity Challenge, deciding who will face off up against Hex Biceps in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Okay, still waiting here. Both junglers, I imagine, going for a red start, meaning you'll already have a shift on where the first gank might come out. In the mid lane, I mean, when you're playing the Yone, you're a little bit more vulnerable in that early game. That's also one of the reasons why you take Fleet Footwork. So I think the Syndra still, even though she isn't in the meta, still should be able to take as much prio as she wants and maybe go for a particular mid-jungle duo gank, mid-jungle duo composition in that early game.
Meanwhile, every time I see a Syndra, and especially at the moment, because it's not something I see quite so often, my mind goes back to one of my favourite ARAM games of all time, where I was playing with my duo queue partner, and they were, to be fair to them, popping off on the Syndra, and just one point they just screamed into Discord, "It's raining balls!" And it's still one of my favourite Syndra quotes. Should be a voice line.
Should be a voice line in there somewhere, definitely.
How great would it be if, like, the Jano weather forecaster said that if they were in lane with Syndra?
Oh, that'd be amazing. That'd actually be amazing. I mean, you know what? You know what also be amazing voice line? I'm still working it out, but something where you have the Jenna Fortcaster and she's in lane with a Kaisa, and she says, it's looking to be some Catty Rain later down the day. I think something along those lines would be fan-dabby-dozy.
That would be pretty cool. Got a fairly steady build-up. Unsurprisingly, yet again, we're seeing the range matchup playing more out favour for the Syndra rather than Yone early on, who's having to burn through those potions. Not seeing anything too surprising with the builds coming out at the moment, as Yone goes very, very aggressive with the Soul Unbound, finding great damage. And have they taken Ignite rather than Teleport? That could have been the death of Syndra.
Yeah, this is the strength of the Yone. This is how this particular matchup works. So Syndra wants to continuously poke the Yone down, make sure his life is miserable in lane. And Yone, one of those champions, if he goes in, he wants to go for that full-on, very aggressive trade, knowing that in that melee matchup, he just wins it all. There's no way for Syndra to say, hey, I can survive this, this is a potentially good trade. No. If he goes in, you use your Scatter the Weak to just push him out and keep poking him down.
Yeah, Soul Bound again from Soldy. Meanwhile, aggression forcing the flash out of Ornn in the top lane. Camille running grasp, of course, not even close to being near that Syndra, still managing to make the Forge God's life rather miserable.
Yep, Ornn should struggle a little bit more. The Volibear was already topside, meaning that Volibear, such an early, strong pick here. Went for the press the attack. Yes, Chem Tank was nerfed, but there are still loads of possibilities for the Volibear to be such a menace in that early game.
Speaking of that Volibear, they look like they're trying to find their first reset, perhaps seeing if they can find any kind of gank onto the Syndra, who did manage to hold Flash despite going so low to the Yone earlier on in that trade.
Means that she can actually push towards the Yone here with the wave. Oh, talking about Flash. Yeah. That's a caster curse if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that flash is no more, and the same can be said for Syndra. Flash in from the volley there, first blood for solely on the Yone, and that was not what Infinity Challenge wanted.
Yeah, I almost want to say you should feel responsible for that one, Stat, because you called it. Because you called it out. Obviously you're not, but that's so unfortunate.
I mean, I'll tell you exactly what caused it in a moment, but for now, let's look at Soundmaker, or more so, let's look at Soundmaker's corpse, as Seraphine will burn the flash, will use the exhaust, but will still die to the Ignite, the Cleanse Ignite burn from Ezreal, but it's well worth that kill picked up by Infinity Challenge.
Infinity Challenge and UX Gaming still pretty fairly matched, although I think UX Gaming does have a little bit more that edge purely because they know they have that top and mid side where they can go for plays. The Ornn is not going to be useful as of yet. Yes, the teleport is available, but he's too low to actually teleport in. The Camille can always cancel from a very long distance purely with that hook shot.
Right, I know you're interested, so I'm going to explain to you exactly how the flash got burnt there without it maybe entirely being BMGO's intended purpose. And it's very, very simply, look at which binding they've got for flash. Flash on F, I mean, you know, you're asking for trouble.
Exactly. Thank you, because people say, oh, Flash on F, it's, you know, F for Flash. No, Flash is such an important summoner. Keep it to the finger that is closest. You don't have to move as much. And if you hold your fingers like most people do AZE or QWE, depending on what keyboard you use, it's the distance from E to D is way shorter than the distance from E to F. All I'm saying.
Well, for one reason or another, I definitely agree with you on this one. It's nice, you know, nice that we've got some synergy at least on the cast. Also, somewhat relieved.
We finally found our synergy, Stan. We finally found it.
Hey, it only took 3 years. I am also glad that we don't have to deal with having to play 1v1s ourselves this time, because while it was fun, boy did we suck last time round.
Yes, very much so. The dragon, by the way, the dragon is up now. So, Infinity Challenge. I don't really see them contesting this dragon as of yet. Yes, I have Pryor in this bot lane, but with Bro Kiwi hovering around bot side as well. Also with an Ashe and a Seraphine. That's not something you want to do. You don't want to be stuck in that pit when these three champions just come running straight towards you.
Yeah, the good vision so far from UX Gaming, considering they're almost the wrong side of the Dragon Pit early on. They've got the control ward down, they've been throwing hawk shots out, understanding a little bit of what's going on, so they've been doing very, very nicely with the vision. However, Infinity Challenge are starting to put some pressure down. The flash dredge line is enough to connect straight onto Soundmaker, who for the second time this game is caught dead to rights.
This is interesting. Soundmaker is dead. Yes, the death timer isn't that high, but we were talking about the dragon before, and this might be a spot for them in the game to take it down. Now, Bro Kiwi is looking towards a contest.
They certainly are, but with Syndra circling, this would be a 4 versus 3 at the very best for UX should they try to play this one out. Infinity look like they're very safe to go for it, but they allow Ezreal to take the majority of the damage through from this Mountain Dragon. This is going to be a straight-out smite fight, as we do see Enchanted Crystal Arrow catching straight on Tioga. No smite fight anymore, with the jungler dead for Infinity Challenge. Somehow, this fight has worked out so much better for UX than I ever dreamed it could. It's purely off the back of the teleport from Camille, not teleport from Camille, that's just the straight-out 4-man workaround with Seraphine returning into lane.
They were too slow. Infinity Challenge, they were thinking about doing the dragons, and Zhao wasn't level 6 yet, so he couldn't deny all that damage from long range engages. Infinity Challenge should have just said, look, either we go for full reset, cash in, and make sure we have the upper hand with UX Gaming, or we just completely rush into the dragon. If you do something where you don't fully commit to something, and most of the time, and this is some good life advice, it won't turn out as well as it could have done.
Entirely true.
Never half commit, always full commit.
Sometimes a little bit of caution can be valuable, but this time things don't play out. My confusion in that fight came from seeing 4 members of UX. I was like, there's no way Seraphine can join this fight, surely. But as you say, they took so long starting up that dragon. Seraphine arrived. UX Gaming found themselves the kills. They don't manage to do more than secure the dragon on the back of it, but even so, it's a real turnaround in this game.
While that is very much true, I am looking at the gold lead. It is not significant yet for either teams. No. Yes, there is a 500 gold lead for UX Gaming, but it doesn't mean all that much. What's more important is the way the lanes are set up. Along top side now, they can get prio, so this Herald is something that can actually unlock UX Gaming's mid game.
It can, and another thing that can really help unlock it is having the Soul Unbound available for Yone, who is now 3-0 on the back of those fights. Every single kill by UX Gaming has been picked up by the mid laner, and if you want someone fed on that team, Yone is not a bad place to start.
No, because that is massive. Yone is one of those champions that as soon as he reaches 2 items, remember, it's like the Yasuo, he has that double crit chance that he also converts into mixed damage, half of his crits become magic damage. So the Yone getting 3 kills, Yone getting maybe a mythic item sooner, maybe getting 2 items sooner is going to be massive for UX Gaming.
Dredge line is going to connect. Ultimate coming through from the Nautilus as well. Zoned away from Vuse. The heal is enough to keep Vuse alive for now. Meanwhile, in mid, the flash from Soul is enough to get themselves their 4th kill. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow arrives. Fortunately for Tegan, they had stepped just away from turret range. And nobody dies on the bot side of the map, despite everyone's best efforts.
It's going to be difficult for UX Gaming's bot lane to survive this. Are they going to stick around here? You have the Seraphine healing them up, but look at how healthy they are. They're also up against look at how healthy the enemy is, how big this wave is. They should have just straight from the get-go reset it, because now they're stuck in this. Yeah, they're just stuck between these 2 turrets, and the only thing you're doing is giving the enemy ample opportunity to cancel your resets and let them take even more turret plays.
Stranded in no man's land with 3 cancellation to those recalls that we've just seen complete, and you saw how low Vuze's health bar was on the back of the True Shot barrage. Infinity Challenge get as much alone time as they want with this turret and will secure so many turret plates pre-12 minutes.
This is so much standing gold being funneled into the Infinity Challenge. You can see it in the gold lead as well. There was a 500 gold lead for UX Gaming. That is completely gone right now. It is very much even. So they have to rely maybe on teamfight capabilities. And UX Gaming, they have them. They have a 4-0 Yone. He has healing in his kit right now with the Vampiric Scepter, and they're going for an engage.
Yone has so much damage. It's Bro Kiwi who picks up the kill for UX's team. However, yet again, Yone's right at the heart of everything that goes on with 100% kill participation. Herald will be put down here in the mid lane, allowing UX probably to get the first turret, despite all that alone time we saw Infinity have with bot lane.
I like what they're doing. They make sure that their laner who is ahead is even more ahead. So they're making sure, okay, you're definitely our designated carry, and that is a Yoni. The mid lane turret is down, most important turret in the game because you unlock the map via mid lane turrets. So right now the second dragon is spawning. UX Gaming is in a position to actually go for it, to actually even contest Infinity Challenge. I want to see good resets from them right now. I don't think Fuse needs to reset. I don't think Soundmaker needs to reset. Only one who really maybe needs to reset is Kiwi. But Teleport's coming out. Big play from the Infinity Challenge.
Depth Charge and Dredge Line both connect, and there's absolutely no way for Voost to get to safety. Even decides not to burn the flash because they realise they are dead to rights. Soundmaker's able to escape with their lives, but we will see a return of turrets almost certainly. It's going to be Ornn finding the recall on the back of the teleport, which had caught out the Ashe. However, they lose turret plating themselves to Camille up in topside.
And this is why you go for synchronized resets, because you don't want to get caught out. This is what Infinity Challenge saw. They saw, if we make a play in this bot lane, we have numbers advantage when this dragon starts.
And they are going to be able to secure it nice and easily, despite the fact that Camille does have teleport available instead. The attention is just going to be put down from Yone and Camille to make sure that they secure themselves turret up top side. Ornn doesn't want any of that though. Throws down the core of the Forge God. Looks to try and make life a little bit tough for XYZ and for Soli as well. Second dragon goes down. We see that we are going to be looking at Ocean Soul, but it's going to be another 3 dragons needed for each team to secure that.
UX Gaming finds itself in a pickle when Tegan is engaging on their AD carry, but the Encore and the amount of chain CC that was being put down there saved their AD carry's life.
Tegan went so aggressive, it bought time for the rest of Infinity Challenger's bot lane to just make sure they secure themselves a turret, but now Soli yet again managing to find the catch from the Fates pull straight down. It is going to be Soli picking up yet another kill, absolutely making Syndra's life a misery.
Look, in the pick and man, I saw the Syndra come out, and I could think, this is risky. The only thing I could think of was, this is risky. The Syndra, there's a reason she isn't being picked up as much before. She is not a meta pick by the slightest. She has kind of been gutted by some nerfs. Some of the items also don't particularly favor her. The stage she's in is sometimes questionable. And if you lose lane with the Syndra, you're losing hard. And that's exactly what's happening here. UX Gaming, they're not playing it as cleanly as they should. They are making some mistakes. You know, sometimes stragglers are being picked up. Sometimes certain objectives are being taken down, which shouldn't. But as of right now, they are in a spot where they can accelerate their own game.
And if you're an Infinity Challenge at the moment, Zav, how hard is it to sort your mental out? We've both been, in those solo queue warrior games where you're doing everything you can across the map. You've got yourself some small leads, some turret plates, and then you look to one of your laners and they've gone 0-4. You've got this giga-fed champion, which in this case is the Yone, which is so hard to deal with at any stage of the game. How do you find a way to deal with that if you are Infinity Challenge? Question we'll answer on the back of this fight. Call me Tristesse. Call them dead. It is going to be an attempted turnaround, big dash away from Broky, who's able to get out to safety with the help of the ultimate, a 1-for-0 in top lane.
Well, the answer to that question is you don't get picked out once again, because that's what happened with Infinity Challenge. It happened a couple of times already. It's very difficult for them to push out, because as soon as they go out a little bit too much, suddenly there's an engage from them, suddenly there's a volley bear there. You also have the long range engages from Camille, meaning that there is almost no safety besides really turret hugging. So how do you deal with it on the mental aspect? You make sure, okay guys, we have an Ornn, we have scaling, we just need to play safe and we need to play smart. Don't do what the enemy wants us to do. Don't go looking for these waves, let it all come to us. As you said, it will take 3 dragons for a team to pick up Soul, so you have time to stall. It is not necessarily a huge problem when you lose an objective right now.
No, you're absolutely right. There are certain edges that we also see Infinity Challenge able to pick up. We've got the Deathless Ezreal with a kill to their name, a near 30 CS advantage as well. Things looking pretty good for them, and maybe even the catch now onto Brokiwi, who's still missing that key ultimate. They still waddle out to safety pretty easily, though, as they try to step up and contest vision around this Herald.
This is good. You don't even need to take down a Herald. You just make sure that you have probably an engage.
Dredgeline, Caller Forge God, Enchanted, Crystal Arrow all raining out. The Encore is enough to delay the inevitable, but the inevitable still occurs. Meanwhile, Yone trying to do all the damage they can in Soul Seal, but they're not able to turn the damage back around as finally BMJO manages to get their first kill of the game, turn their fortunes around a little bit. It's a 2-0 in favor of Infinity.
I have to be honest, I was not expecting this. Infinity Challenge have that engage, and it completely turned into a very favorable situation for them. They saw what they could do with the team fight, and they fully committed this time. Now they might also even get the Herald on the back of it. So this is great for them. They're equalizing the gold lead, and they're making sure they have time to work with.
And what that means is that they've managed to reduce the gold lead quite significantly. Infinity Challenge bringing it down to 1,000. They've still not managed to get that huge bounty off of the head of the Yone, but they secure a Herald for themselves. Will be able to probably break down that mid lane should they want to. Next dragon spawning in around about 30 seconds time will be the first of our ocean dragons we're going to be seeing on the Rift in this game.
Still waiting for UX Gaming rather. To get that acceleration going. It's a little bit of a weird situation for me, Stan, because I was thinking, okay, UX Gaming has it in the bag, because once again, you can find picks like these.
They find the pick. The question is, are they able to get their kill onto the Ornn? The answer is given to us very, very quickly as XYZ gets their first of the game. They've opted into the Trinity Force rather than Divine Sunderer. It's actually the Volley who's got the Divine Sunderer for themselves, as Herald is summoned in mid lane just as that dragon spawns. Nice little bit of vision from Soundmaker, going to keep them safe away from the Volley player who steps forward. A quick scatter of the weak is enough to provide some safety for the Syndra if they try to do what they can. Enchanted Crystal Arrow catching the stun onto two as Bro Kiwi tanks up for the team before jumping themselves out. Camille gets caught out by the Dredgeline. Now the direction from Tiogen is so very good as Vuz bites the dust. BMJO securing yet another kill. Infinity Challenge have turned the last two fights. The Flash Dredgeline managing to get a flash out of the opposition Yone as well. And it will be a second dragon of the game for Infinity Challenge.
Oh, and this is beautiful because the Syndra, I was bashing on the Syndra pick for so long. And then suddenly a beautiful scatter the week just turns the team fight round. Infinity Challenge knew right when the CC came down, this is very much winnable. They went for it and they got it. Now the gold lead is almost to a point where it's negligible. So UX Gaming definitely coming off from the back of it. They know they had a lead and it's gone. Infinity Challenge is turning their odds around.
They've done so well to pull back from what seemed like the brink of a very, very bad situation with the Yone getting going, but now the Yone still stuck on that 5-0 scoreline, and Infinity Challenge themselves able to secure crucial kills. Mythics now completed around the board with the exception of the Seraphine, who is yet to complete through from that Vandal Glass. Meanwhile, he's going to be a stun connecting on the Bro Kiwi, but he's pretty tanky at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty tanky at this point. You have the Divine Thunder, and Volibear is inherently a very tanky champion with those base stats, meaning he's going to be able to survive a whole lot of ordeals. Now, Infinity Challenge, they have lost 2/3, so have UX Gaming. But the 2/3 they have lost are, I want to say, I mean, it's that mid lane turret down for both teams, so there is ways of both of these teams playing the map. I don't really see just as of yet how you should do that. I honestly think what you kind of want to do is set up a vision line and look for another engage. Infinity Challenge has done really well with both the counter engages and their own engages. So UX Gaming, you can see they have lost their confidence in going for these Strangler picks because they know if we do it and it's not where, and everybody's not where we're expecting them to be, that's a turning point in the game.
And turning point in game usually occurs at 20 minutes as the Baron spawns and the game tempo changes. We're a minute past that right now. The vision is starting to be contested and Loki's getting excited for the fight.
You think... Sorry, no, I'll ask this another time when we have a little bit more dark time. Right now, well, let's focus on the game and it's fun, but it's so lengthy. I'm not gonna go into it right now. It's one of those weird things where, you know, it's an Exodus thing. You just take out too much time. You focus a little bit too less, and then people are like, yeah, fun story, I guess. But I kind of want to see what envelops here. The Baron is up. The gold lead is 900 gold, so not really something we should talk about. But both junglers are meeting each other in the river.
Yeah, Chances might hook down, but Soli's here, and I'm not entirely sure that Jogan wants to take this fight with Syndra arriving so very late. The Dredge lining Nautilus will arrive just as the stun connects on the Brokiwi, who dash themselves out, but the flash follow is enough for BMJO to go onto a killing spree. In the top lane, XYZ tries to yet again take down Shell, who on the Ornn is so tanky at this point, but gets caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at the most perfect of moments, securing the kill for XYZ. The foe unsealed is going to be broken as the Soul Unbound, and it is not going to be a kill for Soli as the Baron has been started up. The pressure is being put down by Infinity Challenge. They secured the kills in top. The time was bought by the Ornn in bottom. The question is, what can Soli do to stop this Baron from going down? The answer doesn't seem to be a lot. However, it is enough of the health bars ripped through, enough of the delay put in for the teleports to arrive and Infinity Challenge to be zoned away from the Baron.
Yeah, that ultimate from Soli just meant that you could see the health bars were too low, the Baron was not being taken on quick enough, meaning UX Gaming knew, okay, if we just can stall this, if we can make sure they keep on taking the Baron of damage, they will have to back. The teleport being used as a final nail in the coffin for that particular play. Well done from UX Gaming, and now we also see the strength from XYZ's Camille coming out. He's able to deal with Ornn, even though Ornn is very tanky, has a lot of armor, but the true damage is too much to deal with. I want to know what UX Gaming is going to do. Are they going to continue to use the Camille for a split push, or are they maybe looking for a team fight angle?
It's very hard to say as far as I'm concerned at the moment, because it feels like every team fight that we've seen recently, regardless of the Camille being present or not, has gone over to Infinity Challenge, as they just seem to have more in those fights. Whereas we've seen how effective the Camille can be on the split push, and that it makes life very tough for Infinity. I want to see the split push continue, and it looks right now like a 1-3-1 is being set up with Soli up on the top side.
They have a good team to 1-3-1. They're on a very good spot to 1-3-1. Yone is extraordinarily fed. XYZ. Oh, happened there.
Jogan very nearly managed to catch on to XYZ there, who just managed to sidestep the damage coming out of the Xin Zhao, which would have allowed the accentuated leap. The Dragon is yet again spawning. This could be Soul Point being secured for Infinity Challenge.
And that Herald, sorry, not the Herald, the Soul is something to be desired, because Infinity Challenge, if they get the Soul, they are front-to-back team fighting comp once again, but they have very tanky members in the form of the Ornn and the... Oh, big team fight in the mid lane here.
It's huge with all the teleports being challenged, so much damage being put down. The Encore connects on Tiogan, who eats so much damage. However, it's only taking the melee damage, and as a result, is able to walk out to safety for now. No one's fallen just yet, but Shelton might be the first. In goes the Volibear, somehow surviving, finding the regen. Camille getting the shutdown onto the Syndra, crucially in that fight. And now Tiogan is in a lot of trouble, as is Ezreal. He will go down to Camille, who picks up the bounty. Camille goes in, wants more of this, wants to find a triple, but instead finds death. Shutdown gold over to Xin Zhao, but it will be Dragon number 2, secured by UX.
UX did that team fight exactly as they needed to do it. It is basically them saying, okay, we have the Camille who's able to jump around. She's able to make sure that Infinity Challenge needs to divide their attention, divide where they want to make a play in that team fight. And right now it also means UX Gaming is starting up the Baron. This can be a huge turning point, Stan.
The last time we saw this play being started up was Infinity, who managed to find a pick and managed to find UX on the other side of the map. It was stopped in its tracks. Will the same happen again? Tiogan knows what's going on, but has no way into the pit. Does have his flash available. She looks for the central steal. He's not going to be able to do it. Won't give up his life. Will give up the Baron buff.
This Baron power play, UX Gaming can utilize very efficiently. They were 1-3-1 before, they can even do it better now. You have XYZ being able to take down anyone in a 1v1. You have Soli who can just probably even 2v3 if it's against the right members, meaning that as soon as you have the Baron buff up, you just need to siege. Just siege it out slowly, make sure Infinity Challenge is running all over the map like chickens with their heads cut off, and after a while you take down that standing gold.
And right now, what does that mean? It means a 4,000 gold lead for UX, 5 Baron buffs, the ability to start this 1-3-1 split push yet again. Right now, I'm not sure there's anyone who can individually deal with Soli in that top side. Camille has shown what they can do with the split put pressure already, and Seraphine provides so much safety for the Ashe and the Volibear roaming through the middle and even through the opposition jungle.
definitely it's going to be a little bit more tranquil for the next 2 minutes, purely because, as we said, we're going to see a siege. Now, this is something I like Infinity Challenge, making sure that they keep control over some part of the jungler.
That's going to be the ultimate. Already burned. Brokiwi trying to get out to safety, getting slowed down, getting caught by the True Shot Barrage, but not being felled this time around. Infinity Challenge shouted timber, but it wasn't to be today.
It was very close though, bro. Kiwi almost taken down there, and it's UX Gaming waiting for these waves. XYZ, I would have expected him, maybe this is just an error on my judgment, I would have expected him to be more aggressive with pushing in these waves. These waves, 4 members of Infinity were topside. I think he could have really just went ham on that turret with those Baroned up minions.
We talked about it earlier today, that Hull Breaker has been completed by the Camille, so that extra split push presence definitely there. It tells us a lot about the style that UX Gaming are going to be playing, probably for the majority of the rest of the game. With their Baron power play, they do find 2 inner turrets, but they're not able to break the crucial structures of the Infinity Challenge base as we approach 28 minutes.
I'm also going to go on to the League of Legends wiki. It's a new item. I just want to make it 100% sure that I have it right. So the people who don't really know what Hullbreaker is, it's one of the new items. It gives you 50 attack damage, 300 health, and a little bit of base health regen. Now what's important is the boarding party passive. So it basically reads, while no allied champions are within X amount of units, you gain bonus armor and magic resist, and you deal extra damage, 20% extra damage to structures, meaning you're definitely a split push champion. It does also mean that when you're not alone, the passive doesn't exist, meaning it's very much a trade-off towards a lot of stats, but only if you're in a split push position.
Yeah, losing that 20% certainly not great, and it means that it's a high-valued item that you're essentially losing the passive of. But even so, when your team is as strong as ahead as they were just then, XYZ can comfortably stay with 3 other members of their team, take down the final inner turret, make sure 3 turrets go down in 1 Baron push. Up on the top side, Solu's just able to keep doing what Solu's been doing for pretty much the last 15 minutes since they got fed, which is be completely unstoppable in a side lane. Now it's all about this next dragon, because this is the dragon that will give one of these 2 teams soul points. UX Gaming is so much better a place to take it.
They're definitely, I mean, they have this Vision line set up, and they set up a Death Rush.
Cormitress is getting caught out so hard right now. The Encore gets thrown out. The Charm is going to land onto Shelf, who quickly dash themselves up safely. Stun connection onto Tiogen. They throw down the Crescent to try and stay alive. The damage still coming through from the Volley Bear, burning through them. Solely will get pulled back to the Unbound. It is going to be the Jhin surviving. The Nautilus, not so lucky.
Something I am starting to notice is with these Volibears building Divine Sunderer. I'm not as tanky as he used to be, but Snyder is an Ezreal.
XYZ going so aggressive, but fighting into 3. Ezreal already having to arcane shift out, having to flash, try and stay alive. XYZ finds 1 kill while still staying alive. Ezreal with the next dice, 30, 75, 80, and 6 are not their lucky numbers today. XYZ essentially does manage to overstep a little bit, flashes into the opposition base, will pay for their crimes, but the aggression from UX continues. They look to take down more of the base. Solely now deciding to do his best impression of XYZ, going toe-to-toe with as many people as possible as the turret falls on the top side. The base is well and truly broken as the inhibitor will fall. Down on bot side, Solely will accomplish the same task.
20 seconds for carries from Infinity Challenge to respawn. Only the mid lane inhibitor remaining inside the Infinity Challenge base, and the dragon is up. UX Gaming knows they can just go double objective. They go dragon into Baron and then Infinity Challenge. They're gonna have to pull off some stunt to survive it, because the damage that is being pushed out from XYZ and from Solely is just too much in combination with all the CC they have in their bottom.
That set of picks, those team fights, those 1v3s, 1v2 scenarios, almost all go in favor of UX Gaming. They get themselves 2 inhibitors, they get themselves a 3rd dragon, extra regeneration coming through from their 2nd Ocean of the game. UX Gaming now look like they are all but certain of getting themselves that matchup up against Hex Biceps in the quarterfinals here for the Trovo Titans tournament.
And they are looking towards advancing even further into the bracket. Now, Infinity Challenge playing it a little bit risky here, making sure that Baron is not going to be such an easy pick up for UX Gaming. But remember, those 2 inhibitors are down. There are already 2 super minions going towards. You can see the ping on the map going into the base of Infinity Challenge. So UX Gaming, they just need to play it slow.
So here's what we saw in the last game for those of you who weren't here to see Hexbiceps game. Elder Soul was started up as essentially a last chance saloon by Absolve Black, and all of a sudden in came the teleports. Ziggs and Jace, I believe it was, finished off the game for Hexbiceps by the one remaining Nexus turret. Here we've got Super pushing in 2 lanes. As a result, knowing that easily UX Gaming could repeat that same feat, Infinity Challenge having to deal with that. That has bought time around the Baron. This means it started up, and UX Gaming are not slow about this whatsoever.
Definitely not. Good engage from Soli here.
Yeah, the Fate Sealed lands onto 2. The Zhonya's is good as XYZ finds the kill onto Tristesse. It is going to be the fight continuing as the Encore already having been used. XYZ dashing over the wall, managing to make sure the Baron is secured. That's going to be one big objective already secured, and now the 5 versus 4 can recommence. Enough is done by the scan of the week, by a little bit of separation, but here comes the Camille already looking to try and take down Nexus turret number 1. A second teleport will arrive as XYZ has already shattered one with the Trinity Force proc. Turret number 2 coming under threat now. It's going to be the remaining 4 members having to do everything that they can to try and keep the game alive, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. XYZ living by inches. The Nexus turret drops. We have our second quarterfinalist confirmed.
Whew, what a game, Stan. A lot of stuff was happening in the end. Mainly the Baron being started up, team fights being done. Good split push there that UX Gaming set up, because as soon as those 2 inhibitors were down, I think you can kind of call the game there. I don't want to say it's completely done. There are ways to claw back in, but it's extraordinarily difficult. So it's just UX Gaming. They had these very strong champions. The fact that they had a 5-0 Yone at, I want to say, 17 minutes didn't really help their opponents.
Yeah, it made life exceptionally hard for their opposition, but, you know, credit where it's due. They did manage to stick around, put up a fight from it, but Infinity Challenge, unfortunately, will drop out at this stage. What does that mean for our bracket is the question. Of course, Infinity Challenge, they won't get to get another game. It is a best of 1. It is going to be a single elimination. They drop out, they will be getting themselves that €50 prize pool for their team, part of the prize pool. However, it's UX who get to progress further, guarantee themselves even more euros coming their way, along with Titan Points as well. They face off against Hexbiceps tomorrow in the first of our quarterfinals. As you see over on the other side of the bracket, Huragan Power City already with that victory over LK 2022. They wait to find out who they'll be facing between Lupin and Pizza later on. But next games that we'll be seeing will be Clumsy Execution and Gucci Flip Flop. And then we'll see Team Esco Gaming and 3Z Money as well. Before we get to those 2 games, as exciting as they're going to be, though, Zav, we do need to take ourselves just a small break. Why don't you guys out there use this break as an opportunity to go check out TrovoTitans.live, find out about some of the other events we've got going on and some of the cool things that go on at Trovo Titans. Jump into our Discord, follow us on social media at Greyheart99 and Caster Exodus. Means the world to us. We'll catch you after this short break. Hot dang, Zav, that video gets me hyped every time I see it. It's great fun, and so have the games been that we've seen so far. 2 of our 8 qualifying matches down for tomorrow's quarterfinals, semi-finals, and grand finals for this Trovo Titans League of Legends Summoners Rift tournament. I'm Greyheart. I'm not Exodus. I'm with Exodus. He's great. I wish I was Exodus. That'd be real fun. But yes, we've had a couple of great games. We've got yet more on the way.
Being Exodus does have its perks. It also has its downsides, which we won't go into either of those. Now we did just see 4 teams battling off. 2 of those will be advancing towards the quarterfinals. Now remember, for the viewers who are just watching, we have a round of 16, meaning 16 teams have entered and only 1 will remain after these 2 days. That will be our final victor of the Trovo Titans. Right now we're only seeing not much because Stan apparently has some camera issues, but we are only seeing the run of 16, meaning all the 16 teams are playing against each other, and then we're moving into the quarterfinals, semifinals, grand final. All happens tomorrow.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of great games there, but we've still got plenty of good ones here today. And apologies for the slightly bitty camera rate, not sure what's going on there, and it's unfortunately we can get away from my blurry face and onto the yet more exciting pick and bans for game number 3. We've got Clumsy Execution in this game, and they are going to be going up against the Gucci Flip Flops. Set Diego already banned away.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Set is such a very powerful pick right now is just this base damage that he does is insane. He also have the shielding. It feels to me almost sometimes when I see a Set, it kind of feels like it was a Set on release. Set on release was extraordinarily strong, needed to be nerfed, needed to be tweaked. Yes, he does fall off a little bit towards the late game, but he does have that ultimate still available. He does have that enormous shield available, and you can start building him tanky more towards that part. So that's why Set is also strong. And flex pick between 3 lanes, always amazing. For the other champions that are being banned, Tristana, Trash, nothing all too fancy.
No, it's just going to be pretty standard fare, but there are some notable champions that have slipped through. The Seraphine, which we have seen picked early on. The Lulu, which was banned in game 1 of today's series. The Gwen, which has been picked and banned 100% of the time as well, getting through. Ezreal, crucially, has been picked on red side pretty much every time. It's had 1 win and 1 loss today. Plenty of strong champions still out there to be picked up. What will the Gucci Flip Flops opt for?
Gucci Flip Flop, I mean, they have opportunities here. The fact that you first pick Lulu is saying you're signaling towards a Kog'Maw Lulu comp, meaning Gucci might be able to take the Kog'Maw away, but then you're giving away the Ezreal. So I would have locked in an Ezreal, but a Vayne pickup. Now, Vayne, it's been a long while since she was very much a top tier pick in competitive play, but I kind of want to see what she does. Now, remember, it's still a potential Kog'Maw Lulu pick, so you might want something that can deal with that. A Vayne Braum is actually not a bad lane. So normally I'm not a big fan of Braum right now in the meta, but he could fit well into this. Going for the Camille, meaning that you're able to put yourself in a counterable position. This is very risky what Gucci is doing.
It's very, very risky. It's very unusual, I'll say, as well. So rare that we see a Vayne so early picked up when not seeing too much of the opposition composition. So rare that we see what is most likely a top lane Camille locked in blind when you've got no real confirmation of what it's going to go up against. Gucci Flip-Flops either have got themselves a real big brain play they're going for, or they want to secure champions that they're comfortable on. They're now going to have to play into what is going to be essentially a protect the Varus composition. Lulu looking likely to be in the mid lane, and Janna will be our support.
Okay, so double Enchanter for the Varus, meaning that yes, you still have the option for Varus to go lethality or on-hit effects, but the fact that you have 2 Enchanters, I imagine we are going to see a on-hit Varus. Now, lethality Varus, still an option. You can always keep it open. You need to wait and see the draft. Remember that okay, Gucci Flip-Flop. This Vel'Koz, I'm not so sure about this one just yet. This might be a bot lane. This might be a bot lane Vel'Koz. This might be a mid lane Vel'Koz. Or I don't know. The Lulu Vel'Koz matchup, it's been, I want to say, years since I've seen that one.
Zav, it's nice to hear you baffled. The Clumsy Execution and Gucci Flip-Flops are picking us some interesting stuff here. We've got what looks like a full-out protection composition. This is where you start to wonder if things like the Shen need to be taken away as well. But over on Gucci Flip-Flops, they at least respect the Gwen, which we've seen picked or banned 100% of the time through today's games. Things will now go over to the other side of the rift, where we're basically just going to see, I'm assuming, jungle and sup spanned out.
should be the case. The Gwen, as you said, being banned away. Clumsy execution. I'm not particularly sure if you should have locked in this Varus. You could have left it open and picked the Gwen yourself, just because if you kind of pick Varus, Kog'Maw is still an option, Kai'Sa, he still might even be an option. So there were ways to just leave it open. Now, they went for the Varus pick, meaning that other meta tier champions need to be banned, like the Akali alongside Gucci. Banning the Udyr if you're clumsy execution, meaning you probably might pick up something like the Volibear, or you just ban it away yourself.
I'm not 100% sure if the Akali actually did get banned away, or if that's just a little visual bug that we're dealing with there for another champion, but we are going to see the Udyr banned away. Why not take away a champion that can just walk in, slap you, stun you up, and then put damage down as well, alongside something like a Camille, a Vayne. Lucian is going to be that final ban coming out of the clumsy exec, which says to me that they're not entirely believing that either the Vel'Koz is going to mid or the Vayne is going to ADC.
Now remember, this might be a Vayne spotting game where we have Vayne top lane. It does happen, when occasionally when a blue moon rises, we do get those.
Does it usually happen with a Camille in the same team?
Not usually. Remember Camille mid. Remember Camille mid is a thing,
it's a
or
thing.
at least it's. I mean, it's sort of a thing when it really isn't. But with the Graves being picked up, you do see a more of a standardized composition forming from Gucci flip flop.
But yet again, going slightly outside of the meta, Graves hasn't really seen as much play as he did going back about a season and a half ago, when he was very much the flavour of what wasn't so much a month as an entire season, and got a victorious skin on the back of it as well. Over on the other side, we're going to see the composition rounded out. Will we see something like the Shen to fully continue protecting the Varus, or will we see something a bit more aggressive up on the top side to go alongside the Bug, which has just splattered down onto the screen?
Yeah, the Kha'Zix lock in here, I'm not particularly sure about that one. It basically means you really want to have the Vayne out of the equation in team fights. It also means that you can kind of ping pong and shadow certain laners. If you lock in a Jax here, that's clumsy execution, really banking on mechanical outplays, because this is a difficult composition to execute, and if their name tells us anything, I don't have a lot of confidence as of yet, but prove me wrong, clumsy execution.
Gucci flip-flop, let's see what bit of spice they are going to add to make 5 spice here. It looks like we're going to end up seeing the Vel'Koz down on the bottom half of the map with Vayne as things stand. If this Yone does get locked in, boy, that's a whole heaping of damage from the Gucci flip-flops, and they are going to have so many potential champions to pop off there.
I think with the Jax, what they're saying here is, okay, we are not going to get trapped into the same position as we saw last game when you're playing up against Camille. With the Jax, you just want to contest at Camille. You can actually build the Hullbreaker as well. Make sure, hey, you want to have that Trinity Force? Fine, I have a Trinity Force, maybe even a Divine Thunder. Hey, you want a split push? I'm pretty sure I can match that split push. So that's very important. Now, what the Camille does have is a little bit more mobility in the form of those hook shots. The rest of the team compositions, I don't know. I will have to wait and see, honest to God. It's interesting what they've drafted here.
It is. It's kind of, I hate to say it, but it's a little bit of a solo queue composition that we're seeing from Gucci flip-flop. It's everyone's picked themselves a champion they think they can carry on, and if they do that and the team gets snowballing, it's going to be really, really hard for any response to come out of the full AD team on the other side. However, if it doesn't synergize as well as maybe you might, well, exactly what you would expect for Gucci flip-flop, well, then they might be flip-flopping out of here.
I 100% agree that when you say it looks a little bit like a solo queue team composition, and it is an open tournament, meaning we might find all sorts of playstyles. I've seen teams with these solo QS playstyles actually do very well in these stuff, like open tours from certain countries or second divisions, where if you just play this way, but you know it works for your team and you overwhelm the enemy team, that's okay. Like if you look down it on paper, picking a Jax against Camille, that's a good thing. Jax can actually deal with a Camille. Jax can actually also build what she does and maybe even scale better, even though it's kind of similar at that point, but the Jax does have that dodge mechanic in his kit, meaning that a Camille will always struggle.
Well, we are getting on to the Rift. It's game number 3 of our tournament here at Trovo Titans. Please do check us out, TrovoTitans.live, so you can see what's going to be coming up in the next few days. Find out all the cool stuff that we are doing here on this platform. Meanwhile, however, do enjoy this game. We're going to be seeing Clumsy Execution. I believe that is a Romanian flag up on the top side, going up against Swedish Gucci Flip Flop. And it is going to be quite an epic match, if I do say so myself, because we've got ourselves a It says Janna in the mid lane, but I think we've got role swaps coming through. I think it is just going to be Jack's top side, Kazak's jungle. It's going to be Lulu mid, and it is going to be the Varus Janna bot.
I imagine very much so, especially since Frost Morning does have a support item. If you pick up a support item in lane, you're not going to have a good time. So the Yone against the Lulu. Lulu has capabilities of just stalling the Yone. I mean, the polymorph is always a thing. I know a lot of players don't really like the polymorph, but I think it's a very balanced ability purely because it kind of negates, it just protection. It's protection for a certain comp. Yes, Lulu, it does well in lane, but if you engage on a Lulu with 2 people, she can only polymorph 1 of them.
Hey, this is a fun one. This is where we get to cast.
Hey, nice. It's the cast. Do you think he'll have a caster curse as well?
Oh, maybe there's a cast curse for the casters. Or will the casters cast a curse cast?
My brain hurts.
I was quite pleased with that one. Also, I do remember there was a time where there's a British comedian who I don't know if you've heard of called James A. Caster, and I always said that I reckon I could be quite good friends with him because he's James A. Caster and I'm Stan A. Caster.
Nice. Okay, before we devolve too much, what I really like about James A. Caster, I saw a bit where he went, I don't know what show it was, is basically, so what do you do when you have to hype yourself up? And he said, I sing James A. Caster to the tune of Destiny's Child. The survivor from Destiny's Child.
I'm James A. Caster.
James A. Caster. I'm James A. Caster. I'm James. And he did it for the full song. That is commitment. That's something you have to respect.
He has a really fun special where he also has a song where he talks about what they do when they sing at a football club called Kettering Town FC. Definitely worth checking out. It's a lot of fun if you like that sort of silly British comedy. And if you like silly British comedy, hey, you're in the right place because I'm here alongside Zav.
Hey, I'm not British myself, but I think I fit well into that ballpark area. Now, talking about not well-fitting transitions, let's go back into the game and look what the junglers did. Better jungle clearing here coming out from Cast. He does have 1 camp up. It's kind of difficult to see. If I could just ask our lovely spectators to get the champions in the right order. And this is a potential dive on Fatty. Ignite coming out gets us a first blood.
Yeah, RZ233 is just able to absolutely obliterate the opposition. The polymorph was well timed. Lulu doing great work there in the mid lane, zoning down. Meanwhile, up on top side, Kel Senpai with the walk away ignite kill. Cool Camille's don't look at deaths.
Yeah, it's definitely the fade away ignite there from Chaos Senpai. Well done. This isn't something that should happen. I know. Oh, Frost Warning is slaying Cast, and what's happening in that bot lane?
Well, Janna's coming up trumps, I'll tell you that much on the back of that play. Janna just getting a double in the end. BLBL, who I assume teleported down, is going to finish off the Vel'Koz. It looks like it's going to be a 3 for 2 in bot.
Well, we said so more a solo QS game, 4 minutes and 6 kills. So, yeah, this might be a double color, Stan, or if you want to do double play-by-play, I don't recommend it since we have a lot of games to do. But this is going to be a game where a lot of deaths are going to be a lot of people are going to fall to deaths. So.
We are 6 kills at 4 minutes 30. I'm not going to be disagreeing with you on this one, Zav. And still more aggression as Fatty P tries to put the pressure onto the Lulu, not quite working that one out. Meanwhile, Graves go aggressive, stealing away some camps. Janna trying to combat this in their own jungle, but not entirely sure you're going to be able to stop the Graves greedily taking away those Raptors.
Yeah, when I'm looking towards what both of these teams are going to do later on, maybe more into the early game, this Dragon is definitely a thing, but both of these junglers do very well against these objectives. objectives. Mostly the Kazakhs though. Yes, Graves has more survivability, but Kazakhs just takes down those solo objectives like the Dragon faster because of the isolation damage. So when you're playing against the Kazakhs, always keep an eye out on that Dragon pit.
Yeah, it's going to be both junglers actually able to take it so quickly if they really want to get that game going. But at the moment, the Infernal being ignored by everyone as instead the junglers opting into the farm-heavy lifestyle. They've got themselves a few numbers on the board. 1-1-1-0-1-1 means that we've got kills, deaths, and assists. Sorry, I'm looking at the Jacks again. 0-0-1 for the Kazakhs, who've got the assist. Same can be said for the Graves, they've also died for their trouble. Meanwhile, Yone's got to be very, very careful here. We'll find Soul Unbound and we'll bounce straight back. Again, Lulu putting down a lot of pain.
So, looking at where the kills, or Whomst has actually taken up the kills, it is mostly Frost Morning alongside Clumsy Execution. You're not particularly happy when the support takes the kills, or when the support needs to take the kills sometimes, but it does mean she was able to pick up very early boots of mobility, and that is something that's quite useful on the Janna.
It is useful on the Janna, and it might be needed here on mid for Lulu as well. Has to flash away as well, putting down the Ignite, forcing a flash in response as well. Meanwhile, MLO just straight out picks up the kill onto the Vayne. It's an unusual first pick for Gucci Flip-Flop's team, and so far, it's not panned out brilliantly.
Clumsy Execution is in a position where they are starting to get a small snowball going. The Dragon is still a thing. And I was talking about those boots of mobility. Janna already has that extra movement speed. If you can roam with your jungler, if you can catch up with your jungler, Janna is fantastic at making sure, at helping out other lanes when bot lane is winning.
It is true to be said. Meanwhile, Cast has got themselves a decent CS lead up against their opposition. They're going to be able to take away a Scuttle as well, as red buff is secured by the Kazakhs. Dragon still not started up by either of these junglers, but we could see pressure put down up onto Jax in the top lane. Have they overstayed their welcome? No flash available for the Jax. We do have the Hextech ultimatum for Chaos Senpai if they're able to find it. Jax needs to absolutely perfectly time this strike. The counter-strike is able to block out a good bit of damage, but now they're trapped inside of said Hextech ultimatum, getting themselves stunned as well. BLBL doing what they can to stay alive. It's not enough, however. Meanwhile, this will lead to a dragon on the other side of the ring.
There's just no way for BL to escape there. But as you said, cross map plays once again. First dragon being picked up, and Frost Morning and our Kazakhs rather will be a very strong duo. That's kind of the synergy I'm looking for towards Clumsy Execution. Once again, it's the support jungle duo, and MLO with a wave like this, he's able to actually hold his own in this bot lane as well. A lot of damage being dished out onto this turret.
CS-wise, Varus so far ahead of the Vayne here.
Yeah, that as well. CS-wise, globally, even though BL has kind of been struggling on top, he's keeping up. So it's Clumsy Execution who's actually having a better execution of their laning phase. They're able to get that CS number equal or above Gucci Flip-Flops. Well done.
I would still argue that their name seems fairly accurate at the moment, though both of these teams are a little bit clumsy. Both of them are happy to play a little bit more heavy-handedly and try to secure things which maybe they have no right to go for, but it's certainly providing plenty of entertainment. Kazakh's going to be able to steal away this blue buff from under the very nose of the Vel'Koz and the Graves that was coming along. Meanwhile, Janna pays a visit to Lulu in the mid lane. Fatty P still being kept underneath their turret for most of the duration of this.
Okay, we are almost 10 minutes in. I'm going to do a small recap, excuse me, as to what exactly happened here as to how the laning states are. I still think lanes are fairly even, except in the bot lane, the Varus definitely has an edge there. It is an on-hit effect Varus, kind of what we were expecting with a double enchanter, meaning that if he scales into late game, they have an edge. And once again, aggression in the mid lane.
They unbound straight down on to the Lulu, and it's going to be Cast who is the recipient of the kill, despite seemingly Yone doing all the work. Meanwhile, up on top side, Counter-Strike finding good damage down to Chaos Senpai. They get themselves the shield, which is enough to hop, skip, and step themselves on those metal legs out to safety.
Herald is alive right now, so the fact that you can get prior, the fact that you can go for those Jax trades means that your jungler from Clumsy Execution can rotate towards top, and you might actually get a double objective.
Chaos may have bitten off more than they can chew here. BL with the BN kill.
And with a clean kill in the top lane, just that's what you want to do with Jax. As soon as you have that pounce, that strike available, you just jump on the enemy. When they start to re-engage, you have your counter strike available, and you can always walk away, and you can get a couple of extra auto attacks in there. Do that 4 times in a row, and the enemy is too low to do anything against you anymore.
Making a question about build paths as well. We see the Trinity Force now completed for the Camille. Jax, who opted into the early Thornmail, not even close to completing their Mythic just yet. They're being aggressed down to by Cast. Chaos Senpai forcing the flash out. R2 managing to come up, go straight into the Void Assault, gets huge damage down onto Cast, but not able to secure the kill. Perhaps their time would have been better served finishing off that Herald.
Yeah, I agree. I could see what the plan was there. So you go for Cast, he's isolated. Now do keep in mind, it's a Grave, so the reason why it wasn't doing so much isolation damage is purely because of those true grid stacks. In return, you could have also gotten a Herald. A Herald pickup there would have meant plates, would have meant the next dragon to be fairly consistently in your pocket. So clumsy execution, they stick true to their name.
Fatty P going aggressive yet again, as you'd expect this Yone to do. Has gone slightly ahead on CS over the Lulu, but with the Lulu having picked up that kill, the goal would be fairly even, and Lulu's items just that much cheaper to pick up, as you see by the early completed Chevaliers. So much extra speed going to come through, so much extra movement for when Jax and Varus decide, Jax and Kha'Zix decide they want to pull the trigger on Gucci flip-flop.
Looking at Gucci flip-flop here. How are they going to contest this dragon? Probably what you want to do now is take Cryo, and their top laners just keep on fighting, by the way.
Senpai timing that jump back really, really nicely, but Jax is just straight out stronger at the moment, having just completed the Trinity Force, having the chainmail to their name as well. That damage reduction. Flash over the wall as Cass goes super, super aggressive, forcing the flash out of the Lulu, whose wild growth is just enough to keep them alive.
And I have to, I have to say, well done from Schneider here. He's been dove so many times with both Cast and Fatty LP, and he keeps on surviving. He only died once. Yes, the wild growth and the fact that your Lulu might have something to do with that, but a lot of focus being put on mid lane, and Gucci flip-flop not being able to find dividends there.
Well, we're seeing our second dragon coming very, very shortly. Gucci flip-flop certainly look to be trying to secure the vision around this one, and they do have a good amount of prio around the bottom half of the map. Meanwhile, however, they do not have that prio in mid, as Fatty P gets forced to flash straight away. BL, the slow is going to come in courtesy of Lulu's Glitterlands, and RZ just immediately takes away this kill. Just as the dragon spawns, the Herald gets put down. We are going to see Cast on the Graves, laying in wait. May get spotted out by the Oracle Lens. Immediately puts great damage onto the Kha'Zix, threading through half the health of the bug.
Yeah, but Kha'Zix might be able to heal. Oh no, there is no camp available, so he can't really heal from his Void Spike. Dragon being started, they have a Vayne, so it goes down very fast. Teleports are not available topside.
Counter-Strike already used, but BLBL doesn't get any more aggression put onto them. They do issue the Grandmaster's Might, so just knowing those extra stats there was enough for Camille to not commit to the fight. Dragons have now been equalized, as we can see exactly what Soul we're dealing with this time round.
I'm looking back at what just happened. It's kind of weird. I want to say it was a clumsy execution from, and this isn't just for the joke. This is actually what kind of happened there. They could have either taken on the first Third Blood or backed up their own jungler, backed up the Kha'Zix, so they could have had more chance of securing that dragon. So mistakes were made in that last minute, and clumsy execution needs to realize that stuff like that cannot keep happening, because Gucci flip-flop will just instantly respond.
The fights that are going on in the top lane have been really, really close. Interesting fights going on between Camille and Jax. Both of them have 2 kills to their name, but they're not content with that. They want more. Stun is going to stop the hook shot, and already Chaos Senpai is dead. The massive ultimate comes through, but the collateral damage is not enough to burn BLBL down, as they get out with a solo kill and evade the jungler too. They get out to the safety of their own bug.
Yeah, beautiful counter-strike. Stunning Camille right in her hookshot, meaning she had no means of escape left. And clumsy execution, they kind of might actually want to play around to the top side right now, because as we said, the fight stop are close, but we can definitely see that Jax is starting to win them consistently.
As he steps forward, knowing that the isolation potential is there, Cast doesn't seem like they want to take on the bug right now. If, however, we had potentially a teleport available for Camille, which we sadly didn't, it could have been us seeing the lesser-known sequel to the Disney Pixar movie. That could have been A Bug's Death.
I have to start writing some of these down because I'm going to steal them for other casts.
Thanks, man.
I am actually
I don't even get a credit. Oh, maybe not A Bug's Death here. Instead, it's going to be the formerly cigared man who has to get out to the safety of his mid laner. RZ may be overstaying a little bit, but has got the company of the enchanters to get them straight out to safety. They might turn their attention straight up to the top lane where Camille might overstay to take first turret.
And this feels weird. The fact that Chaos Senpai was able to take down his first turret, Blood, is something that shouldn't have happened. Once again, it comes down to macro plays, to maybe a little bit less experience, and it's also 4 people, 3 people diving in the mid lane, and Lulu doesn't survive.
Wild Growth was almost enough to secure the safety of the Lulu, despite the efforts of Gucci Flip Flop, but eventually the end of the line does come as Cass throws out the Q. Chaos Senpai, meanwhile, on top side, did secure that first turret, but has to be so careful in these fights up against the Jax, who already has shown they have their number in the straight-out 1v1s.
16 minutes in, it's been quite a turbulent game. Kills have been traded left, right, and center. The gold lead does exist for clumsy execution, but it's a gold lead that probably mostly manifests itself towards their support, or probably even more likely their top laner. Their top laner, it's gonna come down to a split push meta here, or at least a split push game. Chaos Senpai and BL, they have continuously fought it out, and it's looking more and more towards BL winning it. Now there's gonna come a point in time where BL will just be able to dive these turrets, where he doesn't really care about the turret shots anymore, and as soon as he sees a Camille, he just goes for it.
Ooh, that was one of those instances there. Chaos Senpai is going to see their turret fall and might lose their life immediately thereafter. Leap Strike, Bop, Bop, Bip, all donezo. BL on absolute form. 4-2 and 2. Got to look towards the itemization that's going to come through from this champion now. We talked about the Hull Breaker in the last game, and if we see either of these two champions opting into it, could make all the difference in those 1v1s.
It's not only in the 1v1s, because yes, they're going to make a difference. It's a very gold efficient item because the passive is gold efficient in a niche. But as soon as you get a kill, so imagine the game goes 10 minutes further. BL gets a kill there on Chaos Senpai. He just shreds those turrets. He even buffs his own main, meaning that the rest from Gucci Flip Flop really needs to send people down to stop them from pushing turrets. What are you eating, Stan?
I'm not eating anything. I don't know what you're talking about, Zav. No, I literally am not eating anything. I was, however, unwrapping a pack of Jaffa cakes because you've got to have your snacks. And right now, it looks like a bit of a snack for clumsy execution as RZ finds himself a kill onto his fellow bug, and it is going to be Vel'Koz who is no more. That's the support already down as the double supports of clumsy execution arrive at the scene just as the dragon spawns.
Yeah, this is the third dragon in the game. It's seeming very likely that clumsy execution will take it up. Now the Herald is also in play. The rest from Gucci Flip Flop is rotating towards the top side. It's a solace they can find the Herald, but it does feel that clumsy execution once again getting the upper hand after a team fight, and but before a team fight even, because this mid lane turret should be taken down as well.
2,500 gold lead for clumsy execution. Gucci Flip Flop are going to have to start getting up to speed pretty quickly as we see Chains of Corruption rooting down for who tries to get away but gets caught out by the Void Spikes. RZ now up to 3-0-2 on the Kha'Zix picks. You weren't too sure about it when we saw it locked in, but it's doing good work on the Rift.
Clumsy execution, they keep the tempo high, they dive the Vayne there. Good chains being put down from MLO, and this means it can get the Jackson split pushing position. You let him take the turret down as well. If you keep the tempo up, the Herald is being spawned as well, but it shouldn't dink into the turret. CC puts put down. I know a Herald dunk, meaning Gucci Flip Flop once again lost it, and BL is in the back line.
This is very unfortunate for Gucci. Not only they lose out on that charge, one of the few things they thought they'd gain, but they lose the Vel'Koz, they lose the ultimate Fatty P, they may well lose his life as well, flashing himself away to avoid BLBL. As Vayne arrives, it does force the jump straight back out of BLBL, who turns their attention straight over to Chaos Senpai, who was just trying to eat up some wolves, and right now, you can't steal those away from Kha'Zix, just too strong.
Yeah, not only Kha'Zix, it's just an unstoppable wave of damage and pressure being put onto Gucci flip-flop. They're struggling in these last couple of minutes. When Clumsy Execution goes for sync, I really hope he goes for synchronized resets. I know, I maybe talk a bit too much about them, but they're so important as you really know the value that they bring. Because all of your team backs after an advantageous position, you all cash in, and then you just keep the aggression going. You keep the pressure on until their base just crumbles.
Kha'Zix now so incredibly strong. Looking at the items that are completed, just going for that straight out damage build. Will have that mirror mana completed, gets the instant conversion as well. Well, this is looking rough for Gucci Flip-Flop. They find themselves nearly 5,000 gold down as we go just past 20 minutes. The Baron has spawned. The Vayne that we saw insta-locked in, so highly prioritized here for Thriller, has only got 1 kill to its name. It's lower CS than the Varus. Hasn't completed its second item yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jax, Kha'Zix, both look so easily capable of killing it off.
The Jax with the Frozen Heart, meaning he does kind of lower attack speed from KS Senpai, and he does also lower the AD, I'm guessing. No, sorry, that's a random that does that one. Still need to get used to some of the items because we don't see them all that often. Frozen Heart and Randomwinds are items that are not popular at all, mainly because the Thornmail, it was such a strong item. Now, Thornmail has received some nerfs in the past couple of weeks, but Frozen Heart, stat-wise, it's a very good item.
It is indeed, but I think it's going to take more than a couple of items to save Gucci Flip-Flop right now. Wildgrowth finds a knock-up straight on Fatty P, who tries to find the damage, but RZ is there to secure the kill. Cass joins the fight, but it's no longer a 2v2 as they've lost their mid lane partner. It's instead a 3v1 that yet again the Kha'Zix is triumphant in, and with Kha'Zix securing that kill onto the opposition jungler, maybe this opens up the window of opportunity for Clumsy Execution to find a solid execution of the Baron.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Look, this Jax is 3 levels above Chaos Senpai. He has a teleport available, and the Baron is being started. Gucci Flip-Flop, they need to make a choice. Do they go for BL, or do they go for the Baron? I think both of them are important. Oh, that's a Condemn being used as well, and BL is making sure that their Baron is very safely into their own hands.
BL trying to do that instead, and also staying safe as well. Even though the damage comes through from Thriller and from Don Punk, it's just not even close enough to shred through that level 15 Jax. Had the Grandmaster's Might available. Sorry, they did not even... I don't know if they used it or not. It's a short cooldown, okay? The Baron's been secured by Clumsy Execution. They're now nearly 8,000 gold in the lead. They've got another dragon on their mind.
A Clumsy Execution. What I want to see from them now is, first of all, pick up this dragon, but second of all, and even more important, take down the turrets, especially with BL. If you can play around BL and your Kha'Zix, you basically have a guaranteed win condition. You might even have 2 guaranteed win conditions. MLO needs some more time to come online. He's going for a very late game build, going with a Kraken Slayer and Rage Blade, and Chaos Senpai. I don't think he's going to survive this one.
Yeah, Chaos stayed too long, hook-shotted away from the Jackson straight into the waiting arms of the remainders of Clumsy Execution, who are using their Baron-empowered time interestingly. They're securing a dragon, which isn't optimal use of a Baron push. They've secured a kill, also not the same. Up on top side, we're actually seeing Fatty able to push a wave into turret. This could be a nice way to stall out what could have been a big Baron power play.
Definitely the case. Look at the gold difference. BL has 1k gold difference, but more importantly, it is a lot of kills being going towards Clumsy Execution. Gucci Flip-Flop, they're trying to make the best of it, but they're getting shredded left, right, and center.
Yeah, Fatty trying to do things, Don Pong coming around to help out, but meanwhile the Kha'Zix that is beyond fed at this point just finds a double kill in the opposition jungle, and now the Baron power play really comes into its own, because not only is it 5 members with Baron buff, they are up against only 2 of the opposition. They will knock down the inner turret like it was the easiest thing in the world. They return their attention towards the inhibitor.
By the way, can you once again remind me of the name of the new item that Jax has bought? I don't think it's a Hull Breaker, because I see it's on cooldown, but I did forget what the new name was. If you don't know it just yet, that's completely fine, because this game might not last for too long, as Clumsy Execution is going all in on the Nexus here.
They are looking to close this one off right now, going aggressive on Krilla, who does manage to find a condemn, stays alive for just a moment or two, but BLBL is absolutely massive with the wild growth on top of them. It does look like with the resets having come in, casting the rest of their team, it might save the game for a little while longer, but look how tanky BL is. He flashes in, he finds a counter-strike stun, MLO finds the kill on the back of a piercing arrow. Nexus turret number 1 will go, double kill comes in, Varus finds a triple, the Quadra comes in from the piercing arrow. This Camille is the last one standing. Will they turn for the Penta? It's going to be the teleport. Camille has decided to go brave. Will they go big? Will they go home? They go home in a body bag secured by Pentakill Varus. The game ends and the clumsy execution round things off in style.
As soon as this next goes.
Eventually.
But yes, they do round it out in style, and it was purely BL and their jungle. I mean, it wasn't purely them. Sorry, that's something I shouldn't say, and that's something that also isn't true. But BL and the Kazakhs definitely shined with these two picks. They played expertly well, and it just straight from laning phase as well. BL just said, "I'm going to win this matchup, and I'm going to use it to snowball like mad."
They did, and they did it so well near the end. They took the Baron, and at first I thought they were wasting that time, but as they found the fight, they found the picks. It was picks, along with Lulu, who came up trumps in the end. The double enchantresses, the rest of that damage dealing was incredible. I don't even want to pick an MVP on that one because there were so many strong members for the Clumsy Execution team. We talked about the fact we had this solo QS team where if someone could be a hero, someone could get fed, it could be great for Gucci flip-flops, but in the end, it was that teamwork, that strong individual performance from all of the team working together that does secure Clumsy Execution their place in the quarterfinals, where they will face either Team Esker Gaming Academy or 3Z Money Easy Money if I remember correctly. Oh, just on top of the screen. Of course it is. There we go. Easy Money. So that's what will be happening on that part of the bracket. We may even have an opportunity to have a look at what's gone before as well to see which teams have already progressed to tomorrow's quarterfinals. We'll be covering the round of 16 today, in day 1 of our 2-day Trovo Titans League of Legends tournament. Tomorrow we'll have the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, the best of 3 grand final. Everything else is best of 1, single elimination. Hex Biceps found their way through, where they'll face UX Gaming tomorrow. Clumsy Execution booked their place in tomorrow's game, where they'll face off against Team Esker Gaming or Easy Money. That match coming up next, followed by Lupins against Pizza, the winners of which will go up against Huragan Payasi.
Yeah, that's all the teams we're going to be casting today, or hopefully today. Once again, we are working with a rolling schedule, so we'll keep you up to date. But remember, if you just follow the stream, we'll give you all that information as soon as possible. If you win the tournament, you get 900 euros, and of course, those Titan points. Now, quickly, the last thing I want to say about the previous game was purely this team, like the solo queue team fight comps, they can work, especially with the new split push items. I do believe there is more of a case to be made now for them, but with better execution, you might eventually get it down as well. Whew, Stan, I need some water because these are tough games to cast. They're really eventful.
Yeah, they sure are. It's one of those things where you have plenty of games in front of you and you're like, it's all right. There'll be some stomps. It'll be nice and chill. All of the games so far have delivered in some way, shape or form. Even the ones that have ended a little bit quicker have brought plenty of action, lots of excitement. And that's what we're all about. We absolutely love to see it. And it's absolutely great to be here on Trovo Titans, able to bring you all this action. So many great other things happening here. TrovoTitans.live if you want to find out about it. We've got more tournaments like Apex and Brawl Stars coming up as we go into July. But first, let's go back to yet another pick and ban. Thresh, Victor, Gwen, Akali will not be on the Rift this game.
No, the Thresh and Lee Sin, I completely can get behind. The Thresh, still one of the better AD, one of the better supports, able to get those hyper scaling AD carries online, at least give them some protection. The Victor, more control mage, maybe the mid laner from Easy Money. He is very notable for that, and this is a very fast pick and ban, by the way, as Ezreal and Nidalee and Braum have been locked in alongside the ESCA.
These teams are not messing around. They know what they want.
Wow.
Potentially, maybe they even already had a pick and ban where they maybe did some proxy picking and now they're coming back with everything that they actually want. They're just able to lock it in really quickly. Either way, we've got a lot to catch up on as we see the almost completed lock-ins already. And boy, these are two interesting drafts.
Okay, since we went through Pikmin so fast, let's take a look at exactly what happened here. So once again, the Jax, we did see what the Jax can do. It's up against the Yorick now. I have to think about this, but I really imagine this should be the Jax favorite, even though the Yorick with Divine Sunder is kind of bonkers. If the Yorick gets online, Jax is going to struggle because he just doesn't have the tankiness to survive those Divine Sunderer auto attacks. The Syndra once again being locked in. Wasn't a big fan of the Syndra before, especially against an Echo right now, so prove me wrong again. That's all I have to say about that one.
All right, well, this will round out the first half of our round of 16 draw. Once we know exactly who picks up the win here, they know they'll have to go on to face the winners of our last game if they pick up this victory. So let's see who looks good out of Esco and easy money as we get ourselves onto the rip, hopefully just as fast as we got through that pick and ban.
Definitely likely. So once again, it is easy money versus... Oh, they just went on... it just went by. Okay, here we go. Next match is I forgot the name. I'm really sorry.
It's Team Esker Academy.
Team Esker Academy. I just saw it go past. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to have a small delay before we jump into the games to stand. It gives us time to talk about more stuff we had in school, more subjects we had in school. We talked about Shakespeare. We talked about Shakespeare and how high I didn't have them. One of my favorite subjects was history. I really enjoyed history. I know a lot of people, for some reason, they don't really like it. I think it's fun. It's basically, you're basically just telling a story when you talk about history.
That's true. For me, it was an interesting time studying history. I had to deal mostly with American history, even more so than European-based history. Because I don't know how much we've talked about it before, but I never went to school. So I was homeschooled all the way through, and the kind of system that we were using was a curriculum from the States, and so I'd get all my workbooks, and most of the stuff it was just as you'd learn it wherever. But yeah, most of the history stuff was based around the forefathers of the United States, and yeah, actually really good fun. There's some fascinating parts of American history. Of course, covered most of the significant parts of world history as well. But I would argue I know more about the history of America than I do my own country.
I have family living in the States, and it does check out. That's all I can say. It does check out with what their schooling system. History in the United States is very turbulent as well, and there's a lot to go through. But what I really liked about something I thought was really cool again was what's it called again? Like the period with the Romans, Mesopotamia, the ancient Greeks. It's the I don't even know it in Dutch right now. Wow. We'll circle back to that one later. The stuff for me that was really cool for the history was ancient times, whatever. It's that thing and World War II. World War II is, while a very sad period, it's a fascinating period if you look at it from a historical perspective. And there's a reason so many World War stories come out. They are very gripping, but they also make it feel alive because it wasn't all that long ago, but it's still a part of a very important part of history as well.
Yeah, no, definitely agree with that. I'm intrigued. Are you a fan of war films at all?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I think a good war film is fantastic, yes.
Do you have a particular favorite at all?
For some reason, Fury is fantastic. Fury is just, it's not a grandiose
that's the Tank
story.
Commander one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Tank Commander one, yeah. Well, it's basically, it's not a grandiose story. It really pulls you down into... They were a squadron, they were a tank squadron, and it kind of focuses around that, but they just make sure that this was what it was like, and the dialogue's amazing, the acting's amazing, there are fantastic actors in there. The ending, I'm not going to spoil anything, but is jaw-dropping, is tear-crushing as well. So if you haven't seen Fury, please check it out. It's a great movie to watch in the afternoon.
My dad's a huge fan of war films. It's one of those things where if I'm short of a gift to get him for his birthday or Father's Day, I'm like, hey, which war film would you most like to rewatch at the moment? He'll give me a list of them, and quite often I end up watching them by proxy. There's a lot of those old classics which are absolutely fantastic, but my favorite is still Saving Private Ryan. There is something about that film that is just just the opening scene alone, the beach scene, is for me one of the most harrowing things. I usually prefer fiction films to. I know that it's not technically non-fiction in terms of Saving Private Ryan, but it's based around historical events and things that would have realistically happened to other people, and being thrown to a situation that I often find quite uncomfortable. But actually, it's the kind of uncomfortable that I think you almost need. I think for people of our generation who didn't have to fight in those times, I have absolutely nothing but respect for the young men who would have, had to go, and a lot of whom gave their lives for a very, very incredible cause. And yeah, it's Saving Private Ryan is one of those that I find harrowing, emotional, but brilliant all at the same time. And there's lots of other good ones as well.
Oh no, I definitely agree, and that's one thing where I think movies have had books as well, but movies is very much a visual media, so it gives you a sort of an estimate of what certain situations were like, and I think it's very good, and might be one of the reasons why we, it's always going. Stuff on Earth is always, turbulent, as I like to use. But one of the reasons why we haven't had one of these major escalations to conflict is, I think, you can contribute to people can now see or have more of an idea what it's actually like. It's not always the glorious trumpets that are, backing you up. It's often very brutal and very messy. So, that's fantastic. And also, there sometimes are just fun stories to watch as well.
That's always true. Yeah, I think when you look at it in modern times, it's the fact that, and sort of the end of what happened in terms of A-drums dropping on Japan is the escalation of what can happen now, because weapons are so much more. You literally got the nuclear deterrent, as it's called. It's if someone decides to press the go button on invading or trying to start some sort of conflict, what could actually come from that is. We don't want to move the doomsday clock any closer.
No.
But let's move on to slightly happier discussions as we sit here in the middle of this global pandemic and talk about the League of Legends tournament that we have got here. And delighted to be bringing you on Trovo Titans. If you're interested in anything that's happening in terms of our other competitions or this one at all, TrovoTitans.live, it's your place to go. You can check us out on social medias. Join our Discord, where you also have the opportunity to earn yourself some Titan points just by being in that Discord as well. Titan points are so great. They have that potential to translate to real currency as well as you pick them up. These teams, they're not just fighting out for the prize pool that you see at the top, but also the Trovo points that go alongside it. That means that prize pool is inflated so much more.
Yeah, it definitely is. So you see the cash prize, but you have to. There are two other currencies you have to take into account for this as well. So guys, check it out on the website. There is so much stuff you can do with it. You can always translate it into actual cash, which that's something most people like, right? I can't imagine you don't say, "Do you want free money?" Yeah. No, yeah. If somebody goes to me, do you want free money? It's like, yeah, please, just as much as you can give me. But basically, it's fantastic, fantastic platform. Now, Stan, we have 2 minutes left. What do you want to talk about?
No, where are we going now?
No. We're going. I'm the passenger. I'm like passenger in my seat. I'm going on the ride, Stan. Tell me, where are we going?
Okay, so we've recently seen the rework of Tahm Kench come through. Haven't seen it in game until today, but it's something that's gone live. We've had the change round where it's a really unusual change. It brings back some of the other reworks we've got, where suddenly the ultimate was one of the prior abilities, which was almost deemed too strong, but the ultimate's been reworked slightly into existing abilities. If you were to do that with another champion, maybe a champion you feel that it needs to, is there anyone in particular where you look at it and go, oh, that ability, that should really be their ultimate, or this should be what would you like to see? I know you've done a few of the rework specials with one of our colleagues, Counterfeit. Is there anything in particular that comes to mind?
I'm gonna cheat a little bit and quickly look up all the champions so I have a good a good overview. Something they did with Diana is great. I always thought like her ult was weird. I thought like, or ult, this shouldn't be your ult, or E should be your ult. And that's exactly what they did. something. With the volley bear was also like, but volley bear's got its own rework. I thought that ultimate was really weird. Didn't really feel like it was always necessary. Just thinking about it. Maybe some of the transformation transformation champions could use a little bit of something where the ultimate does actually do something. Where if you like, Karma's very good. Where if she reaches level 6, she levels up her mantra. So the mantra, the enhancements from her basic abilities are better. That's something you can maybe translate into other transformation champions as well. Like, I'm looking forward to an Udyr rework, because Udyr is one of those champions where you basically you either go one of the two forms, and your fourth ability, if it's the tiger or the bear or the phoenix stance, it doesn't do anything. That always felt really awkward for me. It felt like almost kind of not fitting in any other league champion.
Okay, go on. I'll give you a quick test then, just to see how far your fairly encyclopedic League of Legends memory takes you back. What was the name of Diana's old ultimate?
Oh,
is incorrect.
Ultimate.
It wasn't O.
I don't remember. Was it something like Moon? No, I want to say Moonlit Vigilance, but that's something else. I don't know it anymore, Stan. Sorry, I can't remember.
Fair enough. I want to say it was Lunar Assault, but it might have been Lunar Rush or something along those lines. It was definitely. I think
Lunar Rush. I think it was Lunar Rush. I'm gonna quickly look it up right now. But now the question,
the one that any true caster worth their salt, Zav, no pressure, buddy, should know the answer to. What was Urgot's old ultimate?
No idea.
Oh, we've got it.
I have no idea. I know it's Fear Beyond Death now, but I have no idea what it was. Nobody played Urgot. Nobody played Urgot in...
Oh, look, I know my cam's grainy at the minute, and I apologize for that. I wish I could be seen too, because, you know, everybody wants that. Nobody wants that. But boy, if you could see me in HD, you'd see the disappointment on my face. Hyperkinetic position reversed, and I'm still sad it changed.
No, I'm really not. Nobody used the old Urgot was like very rarely played, because when he was released, it was super OP, and then they said, "Wow, we really need to change this," and then he was never played again. At least that's how I remember it. And also, it was kind of weird, like with the old Urgot, where you were an 80 carry, but you swapped yourself right into the middle of a fight, as we're going in right now between Easy Money and Team ESCA game. That was just
no Urgots to be seen here. But we are going to see ourselves a Yorick up on the top side, someone who themselves had changes to their ultimates over the years. Will have the opportunity to get that Eulogy of the Isles going with the Maiden coming on out. Maximilian will be hoping to make that one work nicely against the Jax, but we saw just what a Jax can get doing when it gets going in the last game, and Team Esker looking to replicate their potential quarterfinal opponents in success with that Jax.
Still waiting for both John Camps and Minions to respond. Yeah, the Jax Yorick lane is something I'm really looking forward to, especially like the Yorick. He has been flying under the radar. He's had a very, I almost want to say tremendously bad win rate for these last couple of months, but then Divine Sunder came through, and a lot of people are picking him up once again. Now, Yorick, it's always done well with Sheen items. He used to do well with Trinity Force, Divine Sunder, because you have that extra magic penetration. It does also really well. But as we saw, a Jax can really scale out of control. So this is a skill matchup. But if it gets out of control, it gets out of control faster for the Jax than it does for the Yorick.
It's a skill matchup, but it's also one that I want to see jungle pressure being put onto, both from the Volibear and from the Nidalee. Talked about those transformation champions. We're going to see the opportunity here to have Hill come through and do what they can on the Nidalee. Early dredge line not quite connecting. A little conclusive blast gonna land into the back of the Nautilus for their trouble.
Definitely the case. Now, look at this mid lane. We talked about the Syndra a little bit as well. Right now, because we're in our numbers check out, and I'm the huge fan of Syndra. Against an Echo, you also have that Una reverse card with the ultimate, where you say, "Ha, you're dead." Nope. So I expect Echo to make sure that as soon as he gets Pyro, go forth with Fiddle. Go forth with your Nidalee, for your Jungler. You can really go for invade. You can also really go for these early objectives.
Sure can. Easy money will have to play things really carefully, have to watch out, because there's so many players for Team Esker where if you see them get going, there might be no way back for easy money. Over on the other side, FLG on this Kai'Sa needs to do more with Vayne 2.0 than Vayne 1.0 did in the last game. Otherwise, easy money, this Greek team, they could be in a little bit of danger.
Okay, so that's an interesting interaction what you just saw there. Besides, once again, Echo getting a good trade of Mythic Arrow. As you have the Counter-Strike up, you want to hit the small ghouls from Yuri, because you can also Counter-Strike them. So it's very important that you save that ability as soon as, you know, ghouls can possibly spawn. That's enough about top lane. Looking at bot lane, you have the Kai'Sa against the Ezreal. Both of these will scale tremendously onto the late game. The Kai'Sa does have more flexibility in team fights, while the Ezreal has more safety.
The dredge line connected there onto the Braum. The stand behind was good, but Braum still losing nearly half of their health just to that one trade. We do have the ignites for both of the supports. Crucially, however, FLG opting into the cleanse, whereas we see an exhaust for Shaku.
Yep, pretty important summoners here. The cleanse countering the ignite, but not countering something like the exhaust so far. Make it work. I was probably thinking about setting up a bot lane dive here, but there just isn't a wave available. Okay, both of these junglers have done a pretty decent clear. Yes, Phil has done one extra camp. This might, in stark contrast to last game, where we already had 6 kills, this will be a little bit of a slower game, because both of these teams will like to scale, except for the junglers. They are the triggers to make stuff happen.
And especially in Italy, I'm watching for those spears. When they start catching out onto the opposition, it can mean certain doom if you're not able to avoid that. Meanwhile, yet again, we're seeing Popsy Fox having to try to deal with the cage. It's something that slowed them down enough. They could be in danger. Already flashing, leap striking out, still caught by the stun. Crucial summon avert by the Jax. Meanwhile, on bot side, it is Pill who's starting up this gank. Good damage onto the Braum is enough to buy a little bit of time for the easy money bot lane.
Was good engage there. The dragon is now up. The fact that you have pushed away the enemy bot lane, the fact that you have jungle presence means you can go for the dragon. Teleport is being denied by Maxbillion, who just puts down the goals. That's also something you want to do. When you, as a team, when you go for dragon, make sure the enemy top laner is not in a position to actually contest with their teleport. Maxbillion is doing a fantastic job of keeping away the Jax. This is so risky.
The flash, the big old slam from the shovel, and first blood is secured by the Yorick. It was a step too far from the Jax. The same is true for the Ezreal, who goes in. The dragon is stolen away. The Braum may die as well. He's looking for potential stand behind, but it just isn't going to work. Make it work. Stops it working for Braum. Takes away the dragon. 3-0 in kills. Easy money.
Yeah, easy money just went to the bank and completely cleaned it. Team ESEA, they lost everything. The first blood top, the dragon, Shaku just being hit by the dredge line, and the animation cancel, or at least the animation follow-up. It is a massacre for Team ESEA. I said this is going to be a little bit more of a tranquil game. This is going to be played out more slow. I don't really think that's the case anymore, because easy money has a way to really snowball now.
Oh,
Wolfie, what are you doing?
Curse to Murphy's Law for Team Esker. Anything that could go wrong will go wrong and has gone wrong. Easy money. Even trying to bait this gank now. The dredge line not going to connect. The parallel convergence will find the stun onto Nautilus. Echo will escape, but the rest of his team has not been so fortuitous.
2k gold lead, and Maxbillion, I think he's sitting on a lot of gold. The turret plates will fall pretty fast as well. Remember that Yorick is also one of the split pushers. One of the reasons people are picking him now, because of the new items, obviously, but also the turret plates. As soon as you leave him alone in lane, it's one of the reasons why Phil is here to catch the wave. You cannot leave him there. If he has Demolish, if he has that Sheen, he shreds through those plates, and then, as I said, he becomes unstoppable in that matchup.
There are times when I look at sort of balancing works and reworks being done. Hold on, as the dredge line connects onto Ezreal. FLG comes straight in with good damage. Doesn't have the killer instinct just yet. The volley bear will arrive down the bottom side as FLG goes lower and lower, but teleport and jungler arriving for easy money means that maybe, just maybe, they can get yet more into Team Esker as the dredge line connects onto the Braum. Supportal combat well and truly won by easy money. They picked up the kill. They put it onto Syndra.
0-5 right now, 3k gold lead for easy money, and they are looking to make it even more aggressive. Now, don't overstay your welcome. That's a mistake some teams make. That's a mistake you can't really make here, because if you follow it up consistently, if you know, okay, we have the lead, we build a bigger lead, we make an even bigger snowball, do this for 10 more minutes, and ESEA is just done. SK is just completely done. They will have no way of coming back. Well, there is technically a way, but their gold lead will just be too big. The Herald is the next objective on the map. You can already see a lot of people from Easy Money rotating towards there. If you can get the Herald to get your snowball going, I fear for SK. I really feel fear for them.
Coming back to my minor moans and gripes there about balancing, it feels like sometimes when Riot change something or release something, they just make it a little too strong and everybody does it. And the last one that I really think back to is back when we had the Juggernaut patch and they essentially just completely overbalanced Darius. Just at a time when the World Championships was starting. No World Championships this time, but it does feel a little bit like with things like Hullbreaker, these split pushers up in the top lane especially, just becoming a little too strong, a little bit too overbearing. I'm expecting to see these ones be toned back a little bit. Meanwhile, in this game, however, Volibear is going to have a little bit of company to help them take down the Herald. Nidalee still lurking, has got the support of Echo and the Braum. Meanwhile, on bot side, the ADCs are duking it out underneath a turret. Flash forced by the Volibear, who has secured the Herald, but it's going to be a 4 versus 4 brewing. Immediate turnaround onto Yorick, who gets shut down. Nidalee finding the good damage in Prowler form, and now Polkipok turns it on to make it work. Finally, kills coming out of Team Esker. They find 2 before being separated by Scatter the Weak.
Okay, so Team Esker, they've kind of stopped the onslaught from Easy Money. Good, that's what you needed to do. You have a shutdown gold in your pocket. You also might take up... Sorry, the Rift Herald was already taken up by Make It Work. So this is your way of clawing back. Because, I mean, I may be over-exaggerating a little bit in the way I phrase it, where I say the game was definitely not over, but Easy Money had a fantastic first 10 minutes. Besides what just happened. The next dragon is spawning, and Esker now is in a position to maybe contest.
Maybe contest is about right. Looking at the item discrepancy, it's not as significant as I thought it might be when I look towards top lane. Good CSing from Jax has bought them a little bit of I wouldn't say parity, but certainly closeness to the Yorick. Both of them, of course, have got their Sheens. They're both building towards their completed mythics, but nothing too disastrous just yet for Esker in topside.
10 minutes in, as we said, a lot of turret plates have been taken down. But Easy Money still has a lead, and it can translate that even further. Going for a bot lane dive, for example.
Big old 3v2 going down as the dredge line. The depth charge come in. FLG takes their first kill of the game. Shaku will fall. Meanwhile, Braum trying to survive as long as possible with a bit of tanking being done by Volibear. Kai'Sa finds themselves a double up on top. Jax tries to respond, tries to take down the Yorick, is unable to do more than shred through the health bar.
Yeah, and Yorick finds himself in an enemy jungle nowadays with 2 people, flashes over the wall and instantly jumping after. Eventually the Echo takes up the kill. Good counterplay, good once again cross map plays here from Esker. They can now feed their Jax. This is the way for them to get their Jax online.
The problem is, across the map, it was a 1 for 2 in terms of kills, and it was also a second dragon picked up by Easy Money. So yes, they did give up to the life of Yorick, who perhaps overstayed a tiny little bit, but more was still gained by Easy Money, who find themselves 2,000 gold to the good.
It's so weird, because these teams have really focused on these new items, and I mean, they damn well should. When you look at the stats, when you look at the passives, they are extraordinarily strong. So they're going for these split push champions, they're going for these skill matchups in the top lane. But it does still seem that this top lane is an island. It's really much in the early game where people... I mean, Costercur's incoming. Here we go.
The island is rough. The island is more inhabited than I expected. That's all I'll say on that one. The 3v2 sort of fizzled out a little bit with a leap strike coming out of the Jax. Meanwhile, the push continues down on the bot side as Echo decides to go for the Assassin 1v1 play against the Kai'Sa. Desperately need the shield from parallel convergence to keep themselves alive.
3 and 7. It's a small gold lead for easy money. And it does feel that they were struggling with continuing the advance with this Herald that should bring a change to that particular scenario, and this might be an engage.
Counter-strike enough for Jax to get out. First turret has fallen. Maiden has been summoned. Looks like we may see a second charge of said Herald down on the bots, on the top side of the map. Team Esker falling further and further behind in terms of gold. It's up to 3,000 already at 12 minutes. FLG putting good damage down onto the Echo, who still stayed on bot lane after that trade we saw earlier on. Jax decides to stick around, gets caught out by the stun from Volley Bear, does just about manage to hop to safety away from the eulogy.
That's 2 top-tier turrets down, meaning that Max Billion has done exactly what a Yorick needs to do. Make sure when you have a lead, make sure when you have the maid, keep on going. By the way, this is still a big wave. Are Eska not going to respond and send somebody off to him?
Dredgeline comes in. No Killer Instinct available for FLG, but it doesn't matter because the Ignite from Zafir is able to burn down yet another soul. Echo is going to be the one to die. Meanwhile, the push continues in top. This is a 2.5 turret push from the split pushing Yorick.
Yeah. Sorry, Polski fuck. Dyslexia be damned! Polski fuck is finally being able to get a reset off, and he can stop the push from Max Billion, but they have lost so much in that top lane, and because it's still lane phase, it's not even minute 14 yet. If he just comes back, he can take down that turret easily.
Yeah, this is kind of disgusting. 14 minutes on the clock now. Turret plating finally falls, but usually when turret plating falls, you don't expect to already have a half-health inhibitor turret, and Team Esker find themselves very much in that situation, very much with their backs up against the wall. Myth Arrow does get spotted out by the Time Winder, is going to be able to step themselves away, slowed down by the parallel convergence. No more going to come of that one.
By the way, Stan, quick little note. If I'm wrong, please do apologize. But we were talking about World War II earlier. Somebody just messaged me. Today is the birthday of Alan Turing, the guy who broke the Enigma code. So fun little tidbit there. I am an engineer, so I do want to say check that one out. Check out the life story from Alan Turing. It is really fascinating, and the science behind it, the mathematics, is also really cool if you're into that kind of stuff. Now, that was a quick little tidbit. Let's jump right back into the game.
Let's do that indeed. I enjoyed that. Another individual who my dad is certainly a rather large fan of, and who was certainly instrumental in the efforts they put in. In terms of the efforts in this game, Easy Money have got a whole set of heroes on their side. Everyone having picked up at least 1 kill apiece, and a couple of people deathless as well. FLG putting damage down onto the turret and accidentally onto themselves as well. Make it work, trying to make something happen here in the jungle. Dredgeline not quite connecting onto the Brawn, but they still look like they are caught without a soul to go to. FLG, Killer Instincts on in, finds himself the kill. It was instinctive.
Hey, nice transition into the next dragon is going to spawn in a couple of seconds. That's an important one because it means that Easy Money will be on soul point. It's that one extra bit that will keep them keep the onslaught going. Now this is kind of weird because look what Nidalee is doing, look what Pill is doing. The fact that you lose this Herald, I want to say kind of lack of warding there.
I mean, it's sort of a trade, right? At this point, it's going, okay, so you're over on that side,
Okay,
we can get ourselves our third dragon, which at this point in the game, as you're saying, it puts you on soul points so very, very early. The question is, what will Yorick do on top side? They're most likely to lose their turret to the Herald, which will probably get summoned. As long as they don't lose their life as well, I think this is a relatively decent trade for Easy Money. And they may trade even better as well, but it is going to be a potential 3 versus 1 of brewing. The cage put down excellently, and that's enough for Max Billion to get out safety just as the dragon is secured. Another turret looks set full here in mid.
okay, yes, you keep the pressure on Max Billion, but you have 3 people going so deep top, you lose this mid lane turret. And Pulsifok is still alone here as well. Max Billion right now can just keep the freeze going here. As soon as he builds up a wave, as soon as he builds up ghouls and a maiden, that's a threat that will always hang above your head when you're Team Eska. So Easy Money, they have ways of setting up an unstoppable onslaught, not the Cyan one, but an actual one in game.
Well, 17 minutes in, Mythic's completed now for all apart from the Echo and the 2 supports. We've seen double Divine Sundra over on the red side of the Rift. Easy Money will be looking to try and get the damage down, as we discussed earlier on. Less damage now for ranged champions, but that's not true of Yorick or Volibear, so he'll get max use out of this one. The Kai'Sa that's now 3-0-3 with reasonable CS is also going to be very well and truly online with the Kraken Slayer completed, getting towards that second item. Things are looking rough for Eska, but they are not completely dead and buried just yet, though the Undertaker up in top lane might have their say about that one.
I'm wondering what he will dig up. Certainly no spies so far. Let's take a look at a gold lead. This is a little inside joke nobody will get, but let's take a look at the gold lead here right now. So yes, there is a goal. There's a goal difference for Max Billion. It's not too big, meaning that yes, Pulsifok will actually be able to deal with him later on, or maybe even match it. Now in the mid lane, I am once again proven wrong about the Syndra pick, because there is a big gold difference. They are mostly going towards the Syndra, and that blow-up potential is going to be useful because Team Eska does have a lot of squishy members in the form of Shaku and in the form of Pill.
Upon top side, Jax pushing forward really bravely, going aggressive onto the Jax. Has now got that Trinity Force completed, so knows that they can at least juke things out. Have to be careful to not be collapsed on, but the only one coming top side right now is Pill. If they show their face, however, this could open up the push for Easy Money elsewhere.
Okay, you have Nilly also shadowing the Jax, meaning, okay, sure, you can keep this push going, but something like this might happen. You might get cut out.
The Killer Instinct used as the that we saw the plasma connecting straight down onto the Jax. They get themselves out of safety courtesy of the counter strike, but that was a very narrow escape. Scatter the weak, unleash power, dead Nidalee. That is all.
Yeah, big dead Nidalee. That's the case. So no jungler available at the 19-minute mark. Yes, the Baron still isn't up, but look at the way the map is being played by Easy Money. They get these picks, they have a 6k gold lead. They don't need to worry about this Echo split pushing. What they do need to take care of is getting the Jax down. If you can get the Jax down, then you can get Max Billion into that split pushing position. Once again, FLG!
Oh, FLG has been caught out. They flash themselves away, but the flash follow is enough for Polsky to get themselves a straight out solo kill against the opposition ADC and get a nice bounty as well.
Yeah, Pulsifok saw what was coming. He was abiding his time, saying we're hunting Kai'Sas, knowing that if he could get the kill, that's a shutdown going towards him. Once again, it makes that split push from Max Billion once again so much easier, and it is a potential win condition for Easy Money. So Team Eska has beautifully diffused that situation.
Yeah, Eska play this one nicely and are able to get themselves the hull breaker on the Jax as well. So going to be able to do even more in those 1v1 scenarios, especially when isolated. Herald is going to get summoned, is going to crash down, eventually taken out by Easy Money. They look potentially to set up for this next dragon, but they've still got to wait a couple of minutes before this one spawns. Would still be an exceptionally early Mountain Soul.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul brings extra resistances, especially I think 3 of these members from Easy Money would be extraordinarily happy with it. Also, the shielding that you get from, like if you get cut out by an Ezreal or maybe an Echo, that will make the difference. So it is definitely an important soul. It's not as important as the Infernal Soul, for example, we saw today, and what a difference that one can make, but it's that little bit of extra gas in the tank or protection. Ooh, Pulsifok maybe gets cut out here.
Has been called out. Dredgeline depth charge both going to connect. Teleport's going to arrive, provides a leap strike opportunity. Echo going exceptionally aggressive, flashing back in, finding the parallel convergence, finding the damage onto FLG. Kai'Sa is no more. The fight continues. It's make it work. Who's going to make it dead? Polsky is finding a second kill. This Jax has just turned the game on its head. There's only a 3,000 gold lead all of a sudden for Easy Money, and just as the dragon spawns, Team Eska find the perfect pick.
And some miscommunication in the team fight there. I mean, Sapphire Copter just went on and left his Kaisa undefended. FLG was next to and teleport from the Echo, and you know you cannot do that. Echo will just blow you up, will CC you. And Nautilus was nowhere near to protect her. If that had gone differently, if the Kaisa, if FLG had been protected, Easy Money could have actually won that fight and gotten the soul. So Eska, they're great at diffusing certain situations, and I applaud them for that one so far.
Yeah, full respect to the fact they've even stayed in this game this long. 22 minutes in, it would have been entirely believable to say Easy Money could have rounded this one out, but instead, they find the gold lead slipping. They find their points of power falling away from them. FLG a couple of times caught out by slightly clumsy footsteps.
Yeah, exactly. It's the stragglers. It's the, oh, we're going for one more plate when you shouldn't. It's the, oh, I'm gonna leave my AD carry, or we're gonna stand next to a teleporting Echo. Stuff like that is what gives you a make or a break scenario in a game. And right now, that was a break scenario for Easy Money because they had much bigger gold lead. They were 6.5k up. Now it's only 3k. They had ways of pushing into lanes, which they have lost currently. This game is probably going towards an even state if it drags on for 5 to 7 more minutes.
If it drags on to the next drag on, then we will be seeing a big fight, because there's no way Easy Money wants to give up a consecutive Mountain Dragon. And right now would be a perfect opportunity to pick off the kill onto Nidalee. Bitter pill to swallow for Team Esker as they lose their jungler right next to the Baron pit. The teleports are being channeled. The Nautilus is going lower, gets caught out by the Flux from the Ezreal. He finds the shutdown, but the fight continues. Ezreal trying to arcane shift away, trying to get damage down, making it work on to make it work. Galgan secures that kill, but here comes FLG. The beautiful block, the shield, the stand behind. Braum is there for you, Ezreal, but here comes the Syndra, breaking it, Rain with the ball, flashing forward, finding a double kill. 1 orb, 2 kills. Galgan finds another as well onto the Kai'Sa at the end of the fight. Absolute scenes.
What just happened? Oh, Myth Arrow with some amazing plays, and both teams played it well, but Myth Arrow just saves their bacon with the way he positioned himself in the team fight, the way he scattered the weak, and the way those Qs just landed straight on. Amazingly well done. I have to say, though, Easy Money has still lost their lead, they have still lost their tempo, but at least they didn't go from a bad into a worse situation.
At the moment there where they secure the kill on Pill, I feel like it's going to be separation. Esker, they kind of count their losses, Easy Money take the Baron. Instead, we just see this all-out fight, and in what is essentially a 5v4 situation all the way through, Esker go level with Easy Money for the most part, but that flash, followed by the final sphere coming out of Myth Arrow, is enough to finally turn the tide back in favor of Easy Money. With the next dragon spawning in about 2 minutes time, I want another fight just like that. But first I see the Unleashed Power put down by Myth Arrow, forcing Jax back. They do not have a teleport to rejoin their team should they need it.
Yeah, the Unleashed Power is purely to poke Pulsifuck away, because they know he teleported earlier. They know, oh, Pill! Yeah, he's
Pill,
dead.
that is not where you want to be stepping. Kuka Town is -1 resident, and it is going to be the jungler god, and this time Easy Money do turn to the Baron.
Yeah, Pill getting cut out there. I think that was hard to swallow for him. Because now there's no jungler available for Eska. The Baron is up. Easy Money can just go for this. They have the percent damage available, and Team Eska needs to engage onto Easy Money, and that's dangerous.
Dredge line connects onto Team Esker's support. We're going to see the Echo again trying to perform some kind of magic trick. Flash, counter strike. It's big. It's got good damage down, but the Jax is no more. Make it work, turning this one around.
Baron!
Kill, of course, not alive. FLG being focused down, eventually being killed off. Echo surviving. The Baron putting down good damage. A big old bounce back. Is it enough for Galgan? No. The triple kill comes in for Volibear. The Baron resets, but most of the kills go over to Easy.
Yeah, and the pings I hear being dropped down is probably onto the dragon. They're not going to risk another Baron. The health bars are too low. Too much was committed alongside of Easy Money, but it paid off, though. They won the fight. Once again, they are increasing their gold lead to 5k right now, but more importantly, a potential Mountain Soul. So that fight, once again, the Baron, the fact that they had Pill there as a straggler cut out, was a 4v5 situation. Pulsifox, he yes, he counter-strikes, but the damage that Mythara puts onto him is definitely noticeable in these fights.
Dragon spawns. Easy Money find themselves in the better position. The respawn comes through for the Echo. They will have teleport available. They will instantly join their team. Another 5v5 is brewing. Kai'Sa looks like they will be the latest to the scene, but they will be here in time to see the Dragon started up. The Plasma goes wide. The Dredge line connects onto Pill, who immediately flashes out to safety. I swear, they are just like a Pill. That are making Team Esker Gaming better. They keep making them ill. They're not going to be able to steal this Dragon away. Easy Money secure the Mountain Soul. They look for a potential fight afterwards. Instead, the separation comes through. Pill, this time landing spear onto Mythara before eating orbs to the face.
And one of the advantages you have with the ghouls and the maiden, obviously, is you can kind of negate some of the poke that comes down from Ezreal, from Anili. But this Mountain Soul can make a difference, especially because Easy Money, they aren't where they need to be, and Team SK can just keep on pushing. They need to either reset, but SK isn't going to allow them, and this inhibitor is just going down.
This is a straight-out out-rotation. Jax still hasn't recalled in bot lane. The inhibitor is gone. The push with the Maiden can continue from Easy Money.
Hello, where is Jax? The teleport comes down.
Teleporting now.
Massive fight.
One Nexus turret already gone, but the shutdown onto Syndra is a big one. As Echo makes the plays yet again. FLG going golden will be the next to fall for the red team, as Team Esker do manage to survive the fight around their own Nexus turrets. One Nexus turret is lost, but they may be able to turn to the Baron.
Yeah, this is a trade you do not like to take. As Easy Money, you just need to stall. You took down the inhibitor. You took down one Nexus turret. Amazing, but you have no way of stalling the Baron. And this is actually quite good for SK. The fact that they can get a Baron here, the fact that they can actually stall out the game that way and get the extra gold, means that they have ways of clawing back, of getting more gold. Because with the inhibitor minions, with the inhibitor down, and the super minions rushing into their own base, and the fact that this Baron goes down so fast means they get that extra gold generation as well. Look at the gold difference. It's only 2k. We went from 1 minute ago.
Yeah, that is Easy Money just overstepping their reach far too far, looking for the end of the game instead of just the inhibitor, which they arguably rightly deserved in the scenario where they out-rotate. Team Esker bounce back. They find the fight that's needed. They find the Baron. They're still up against it. They're still 2,000 gold down to a Mountain Soul empowered team, but at least they have the big purple buff on 5.
Whew, these Trovo games, one of them has been one-sided. All of them have gone back and forth, like this fight in the red buff.
True Shot Barrage is enough for Shaku to find the kill onto Nautilus. Jax continuing the fight, forcing the flash out of Syndra, who finds a beautiful scatter of the weak, tries to find separation. Polskin does manage to get a bit locked in the cage. It was their own undoing as they jumped inside of it all by themselves. Kai'Sa, meanwhile, split pushing on top side, stealing away a blue buff as well. May have to be careful here that they do not get caught out by the Echo, who is hunting them down. Immediate use of the Killer Instinct, the bounce back, the Hextech forward. Can we see the Echo chase down FLG? They flash, they kill.
And it's getting worse and worse for Easy Money. It looked like they were on the victory path, but they are now stalled in their tracks. They're down in the mud. Team SK has the Baron and can actually push on. Remember, Bolskifok has that Hull Breaker. He can actually push on pretty fast. He's also almost unstoppable. I think nobody can 1v1 him at that point. He's a level 16 Jax. This middle lane turret will fall as well. Myth Arrow is one of their saving graces they have because he can clear waves, but Easy Money definitely has put themselves into a very risky and very tough situation with that greedy play with going for the Nexus. What a game, Stan. What a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Zav, the Baron empowered team, pushes against super minions into the opposition inhibitor turret. They're not able to secure the same objective they saw their rivals take momentarily ago. The respawn comes in for FLG. They don't have the cleanse available, but they will have the flash coming into the next fight, and that could prove crucial.
I just want to reiterate that 3 minutes ago, Easy Money had a 7k gold lead. Now it's that even. SK has turned it around that much. Also, yes, Easy Money has that Mountain Soul, but the fact that SK can push up way further than they could before. The Elder Dragon is spawning. That is something that Easy Money needs to take into account. If this dragon goes to SK, they're not gonna win these team fights anymore because Team SK has gotten their kit online. They've gotten their entire team composition online. Wow, this one is so close to call.
It's going to be tight all the way to the end. Crucially, Baron buff will be running out in a moment for Team Esker. That buff they were so gratefully accepted that found them a gold lead against all odds in this game. Easy Money, who had led pretty much since minute 1 with those early fights going awry for Team Esker, now find themselves down. Crucially, though, they have taken the inhib, and Team Esker have not. We've got ourselves another fight brewing in the jungle. Vision trying to be cleared out by Volibear, and they just instantly lose half of their health. And that's the tankiest member of Easy Money.
Ooh, Team Esker, they have turned it around like a slingshot, and it's still working for them. Ploxyfuck in that top lane, he is a menace to deal with. He has that hull break, he has the teleport available. That split push potential is so massive. He's not showing himself here just yet, waiting for Easy Money to make their move, and that's smart. Easy Money can out-rotate them once again. Don't forget, only one Nexus turret remaining, and they might go for it.
One big play here could be enough. The Dredgeline catches on to the Braum. Utter deletion, however, of the Nautilus, who again steps too far forward. The bounce back from the time-winding Echo is enough to put more damage down. Volibear trying to stay alive is unsuccessful in their plight. Echo is just doing such work, as is the Jack, and it looks like it's going to be a complete rout now. The teleport up to the top lane. This is where the minions are pushed up the furthest. Echo going to look to try and take down this turret. Will beat it and will manage to get that one down despite not having any more minions. The Elder Dragon is available. The question is, can Ezreal straight out solo this one? And I think the answer might quite easily be yes.
I think the answer is yes, but you need to make a trade-off. Do you want to wait for all your team members to have it, or do you want to really go ham on it? Easy Money, yes, they have 2 teleports available, and the fact that the Echo teleported topside only got 1 turret is kind of questionable. Now, I think you might wait just for the Nidalee. I don't think you can wait long enough for Ploxyfox to have it, and Nidalee will have it as well. As I said, this Elder Dragon will be detrimental, because now Esker can just force out the fight. The Baron will spawn in a couple of seconds. Your plan here is to go Baron into a heavy team fight or either a heavy siege.
Again, not quite a game-ending moment, but yet again, Team Esker showing that they have completely turned the tides of this game.
It's insane what they're doing. The Jax, honestly, the Hullbreaker item, while it's strong, for me, it doesn't show how strong the Hullbreaker item is. For me, it just shows how much Jax has been flying under the radar as such a strong champion. Yes, these are long games, 35-minute games. It's not really what we're used to some of these times in competitive play, but still, Jax has always been such a champion that is, once he gets online, he's just not stoppable.
I mean, how do you deal with a problem like Jax is the question that so far FLG, and even when we look back to our last game, the Gucci flip-flops, weren't able to answer. Easy Money have got to come up with an answer, and they've got to come up with one, I would argue, in the very next team fight. Otherwise, I think they just straight out lose the game at the end of this next fight. But right now, there's a bit of a backdoor situation going on. This could actually be a game-ending play, because we've got Yorick with the Maiden, with their ghouls, just eating through the Nexus turret, and the recalls are being cancelled.
They're not going to get there.
The end of the game. Easy Money, out of absolutely nowhere, have just taken down Team Esker in the most dramatic of fashions.
Nobody saw it coming. They just did it. The teleport into base, Yorick with the Maiden. You understand what this was, right? We have come full circle. Because this is the Yorick who did it who took 2.5 turrets down on top at 9 minutes and then said, I am going to finish the job. And he actually did it. I didn't expect this ending. They had the soul, and they just said, we're not going to fight. I'm on a word stand. What a game.
I'd love to be so hyped for moments like that, but that was breathtaking. I asked the question, how do you deal with the Jax? The answer is you beat them at their own game. You remove any team fighting potential. You just go and find a perfect split push opportunity. As you said, it all came full circle. Easy Money turned the tables on their opposition. As a result, find themselves through to tomorrow's quarterfinals, where they will face Clumsy Execution from Romania. Earlier on today, Hex Biceps and UX Gaming found their way through, as have Huragan Powercy as well over on the other side of the bracket. We still got games from Lupins and Pizza to come, maybe even more later from the bottom right of the bracket. But right now, on the back of that phenomenal finish, we are going to take ourselves a small break. Please do stick around because we've definitely got more great games coming your way. Also, make sure you check out TrovoTitans.live, see all the other events coming on, maybe join our Discord too. See you soon. Gold slam from the shovel, and first blood is secured by the Yorick. It was a step too far from the Jack to save this group. We're back. We've got a couple more games to bring you here for the Trovo Titans League of Legends tournament. 5 teams already having secured their place in tomorrow's quarterfinals. There's a couple of teams still hoping to achieve the same. I'm Greyheart, joined by Exodus, and we are ready to go to these next games.
Yeah, we have a lot of possible games coming up. We did just saw an amazing one. I would like, this is a challenge I'm putting out towards all the other teams, all the other matchup of teams even. Can you break the tension? Can you surpass what those two teams just did in ways of being, you bought the whole seat, but you only need the edge? Because it was that kind of game. It was so amazing. It went back and forth, ended in like a clutch backdoor where nobody could deal with him. Whew. Kind of hoping next one is going to be slow, so we can get a little bit of a catch-up break as well.
Hey, I mean, I think if you've learned anything from our previous 4 games, it's that we do not do slow here in the Trovo Titans tournament. We do exciting, and you know what? I'll take that all night long if we can do it. So we'll have a little look at what's coming up in this next game. Of course, we have got some teams that have already made their way through. We'll check up that bracket later on, but now we've got Lupins going up against Pizza, and it is going to be pick and ban phase already starting up for us.
Yeah, champions we already saw. I think like stuff that champions like the Jax should be really taken into consideration. We saw 3 games where Jax was just absolutely decimating an enemy team. Yes, last game they lost with, but it certainly wasn't because of the Jax. Akali being Mandaway, still one of the stronger meta tier champions. I imagine stuff like the Gwen, like the Viego will still be relevant. Also, stuff like the Karma is something you need to take into account. The jungle is something I don't know what to think of, because it's difficult, besides maybe a Rumble, to put my finger on and say this is the jungle champ right now, or these are the meta jungle champs.
Yeah, well, 2 things that certainly seem to be meta based on the bans we've been seeing, the Akali and the Gwen. They've been pretty much permanently taken out of the picture, apart from game 1 where we got to see a little bit of Gwyneth. Sylas, meanwhile, first time we're seeing this one on the ban sheet, perhaps a little bit more targeted. The Rumble there also being taken away.
Yep, one of those junglers we were talking about. It's always still a flex to potentially the top and the mid lane, the Rumble. Excuse me. Lost ban here. Comfort bans might also be a thing here with the Loop, and Sylas isn't particularly a comfort ban, he's really strong in the meta at the moment, but it does mean if you know somebody else is playing him, you take him away. And the Ezreal potential being taken away does leave something like a Viego open, does still leave something like a Kai'Sa open for Lupins.
Well, we'll see exactly what is most highly prioritized by the Lupins as they go up against the Pizza. It's hard for me to ever not cheer for a team that's got pizza in their names out.
Very much true. I myself, and I'm still doing like a keto diet, so it means I cannot eat any pasta or basically anything that had carbs in it. But the reason I got that way is because I did enjoy pizza a little bit too much. Now, the Kayn being locked in by Lupins, this is a very interesting first pick, the Kayn. This is something I don't regularly see. It's a champion. Yes, you have the flexibility, but I expect that we might see a red Kayn, especially against a Viego or a potential Viego.
Viego, something that has been stuck on the ban list for most of today, is now locked in by Pizza as they look to try and counterplay the Kayn that's been locked in. Karma, something that we've also seen banned away multiple times today, also coming off the bench to play a part in this 5th game of today's proceedings.
The Karma does a triple flex. Also, the Viego being a potential triple flex as well can go to jungle, top, and mid, leaving Pizza in a very pivoting position, because they can actually do whatever they want with these 2 champions. They did leave room open for a potential AD carry. They can have a jungler. I liked what they've done here, Pizza, where they say, look, we're going to go with the double flex in the beginning with 2 very strong champions, and we're going to wait and see what Lupin does. Because with the Kayn first lock-in, I mean, Kayn is never going to a solo lane. I mean, I've never seen it ever in competitive play. A Kayn in the solo lane with the Kai'Sa Nautilus being locked in. You're kind of giving away a lot of your game plan, but those solo lane matchups are still a thing.
They are, and that's why Pizza will probably have to look towards target banning away either top lane or mid lane champions against the Lupins. They'll have locked in a second support champion for themselves, almost certainly signaling the intent of Karma going to a solo lane.
Yep, this definitely is Karma in a solo lane. Might still be top, might still be mid. The Thresh does kind of signal towards more a sort of hyper carry, AD carry. Something like Jinx is still available, as you said. The Azrael isn't, but the Kog'Maw definitely is, although you might want to have a... Actually, if you have the Karma, if you have a Karma Thresh, locking the Kog'Maw is something that is very, very strong, so I do expect Lupins to ban it here.
Well, one ban left. Let's see if you were accurate in your assumption. With the Wukong and the Malphite both taken off the table by Pizza, that's going to narrow down a little bit what is going to be available to the top lane champion pool for the Lupins. They're going to have to show their hand a little bit in a moment where they'll have to show every single one of those champions, whereas Pizza will get the opportunity to finally, they'll probably lock in their ADC and then finally have a counter pick for mid or top wherever Karma's not going.
Tristana, also because of possible flex potential that you ban it away, does leave something like the Kog'Maw or the Varus even open. Varus Thresh is something that works exceptionally well. And the Aphelios, I was just getting to that part. That's also hyper carry. That's also something that can scale into the late game. Now what Pizza does have is damage. They have an all-round well-rounded comp. They do not really have frontline as of yet.
They don't. Let's see exactly what rounds out these two compositions. The Aphelios lock-in alongside Thresh is going to bring you super engaging damage down on the bot side. Meanwhile, Ziggs lock-in for the Lupins signals that they maybe are going to try and emulate some of what we saw earlier on today with some of the heavy poke, heavy destruction of turret compositions that we saw earlier on. Maybe even a split pusher could help alongside that. Instead, are we going to get to see Dr. Mundo in competitive, a champion with such an unusual rework that so few people know exactly what that champion's doing? The Lupins say we know what it does and we're going to make it work.
Okay, I am excited because this is something I have been waiting for to see. It is the Mundo with those new split push items. New Mundo, I was up in doubts about him. I mean, he's definitely not a strong, definitely not a weak champion by any sense of the word, but he was struggling in lane sometimes, especially with the release of Gwen. He could have just went, okay, somebody picks a Mundo, great, I'll go Gwen, yay. That's the stuff that really enveloped. Now with these new items, Mundo loves to split push. Mundo loves to have some extra AD now, maybe some extra health. It is very, very strong on him. He's also champion that in the late game, kind of feel if you're of exceptionally good Mundo, you might be even more difficult to take down than the previous Mundo. I haven't seen the stats so far because we haven't seen him in competitive play as of yet. So it is guesswork, but it is an estimate I have.
Let's have a little look as that matchup starts to happen. Looks like it's going to end up being the Karma that's going to get paired up against it. Feels like we're not going to see too many brawls early on unless the junglers start getting involved.
No, I imagine so. The top lane is something, especially with the Mundo, you want to have it, you want to plant the seed, give it some water, give it 20 minutes, give it maybe some split push, and let it grow into the monster that it can become. With the Karma, she kind of does the opposite. You want to have that early game aggression, and late game, you're mostly supporting for your own team. Besides that,
I'm assuming that you're really impatient when it comes to gardening. You're there, you plant a seed, you water it, and then like 20 minutes later, you're like, come on, you stupid plant. Zyra has them up in a second.
Okay, so my mother loves gardening, and it's something I kind of like she did with me as a kid. But the reason and I'm going to finish the story, the reason we kind of stopped is because I am one of the most impatient persons you will ever meet. And basically, I did exactly what you said. So I planted like pumpkin seed. I said, Mom, I want to check every day. I sometimes want to check twice a day if they hadn't grown yet. And my mom said, I'm not gonna plant anything with you anymore. You're gonna smother it. You're smothering the plant with your love and your attention.
That feels like exactly the opposite to how gardening. My mum equally, she tries to sort of help out with the gardening around my house. She's annoyingly noticed that I have more garden space than she does, and so she's sort of turned it into her own pet project. And she'll bring plants around, like, make sure you water these. It's like, No. Do I look like the responsible adult who's going to go out and water marigolds? A lot of
By the
plants have
way,
died to my lack of attentiveness.
By the way, I do I do respect Curses here to have taken the correct Mundo skin, because with the new rework, that skin is hilarious. Some of the voice lines, the fact that when he loses his passive, he just takes off his jacket and he, you can see him in like the more leisurely workplace Mundo while still being dressed impeccable. It's so well done visually, that skin. I props to Riot, honestly.
I always think of it as Office Space Mundo, but I have to say it's voice lines in the game because Mundo is king of office romance.
You know what? Just for that, you do this jungle matchup.
Well, we got Viego into game. Viego, champion who we've seen banned away multiple times, has taken a little bit of a nerf coming into this patch. However, that nerf is mostly impacting its lane play due to the reducing of the heal you get off the Blade of the Ruin King, the Q, when you're attacking the minions. It's not going to take quite so much impact of that when you're in the jungle. It's still going to have exceptionally heavy impact with what it can do with its kit. Kayn is essentially doing the same sort of thing, but has less of a sting in the tail as a result of the overall trespass just being slightly less impactful than what Viego does with stealing the souls.
Couldn't agree more. Now, back to the Mundo. The reason I want to focus on the Mundo here is purely because it is one of those new champions. It's something we still need to, put our finger in the water and see how well it really does. Up against the Karma, you do have the advantage. You don't ever, or you shouldn't ever proc the passive, because of the passive you will heal. As soon as you pick it up, you drop a canister instead of taking, how it works, instead of taking hard CC, you lose percent health. But if you pick up that canister, you gain more percent health than you lost. So, and you also reduce the cooldown of the next canister you have, of the next piece of passive. So if you're up against a champion in top who continuously needs to use the ability that procs at hard CC, Mundo kind of wants to fight in those champions. Mundo loves fighting in those champions because, first of all, you don't get CC. Second of all, if you play it correctly, you heal from it. With Karma, you don't have the problem. You just poke him. You never put down hard CC.
It's pretty true. As I said, top lane is essentially going to be a pretty dull place to watch unless the junglers start to impact that, and it doesn't feel like that's going to be happening too much anytime soon. Meanwhile, CS numbers around the board are pretty level. Kayn getting a little bit further ahead than the Viego as we see the starting camps being all cleared out. No real ganks to talk about just yet.
Nothing just yet. CS-wise, the Mundo is actually doing quite fine, but as you said, we're not going to focus too much on that one. I want to see what happens bot lane, because late team has just picked up a call, really signaling we are waiting towards late game, and they do have a very late game heavy comp. You have the Aphelios, you have the Victor, but you also have the Viego. So Pizza is a team that can do so well, that can get out of control, but they need time, need a lot of time, while Lupins has more flexibility in saying, we're going to do well in the mid game.
Nicely a time play there for on the Mundo, still taking significant poke. Viego is hovering up towards the top side, but with vision coverage in the Tribush, I don't expect the Lupins top laner to be dying anytime soon.
Shouldn't be the case. As he said, vision is being put down. The first dragon will spawn in a couple of moments, and this is a this is a slower game, is what we said last time, and then they completely bonked off, and it starts now already.
Here we go, down on the bot side, flashed away from the fresh, the hook's not going to connect. Meanwhile, on the top side, aggression being put down. Viego returns for the gank, forcing the flash and finding first blood.
So, the first bot was found top lane. I'm kind of amazed that there wasn't a kill found bot, because that the trash did go so low, but the Viego starting off with a 1 extra kill, the Mundo struggling a bit. That is important, because Viego you can want to give him that 1 mythic item, that 1.5 item, so he can really go for those objectives. Viego is kind of like Kha'Zix or even Gwen in that regard, that she shreds through these big objectives. Because of that percent damage, because of those auto attack resets, Viego just... A dragon, I think, if he has a mythic, probably takes like 10 seconds.
Meanwhile, Kane looking to make their first play of the game. Camelot will be the recipient of the kill. Teleport will come in as we see the aggression put straight down by Karma. The exhaust is returned. The ignite and the flash already burned by the Nautilus. It's going to be a 1-0 for the Lupins, however, as they do fight back.
They definitely do. Sorry, let's just take another sip of water there. As the Viego, he wants to contest this Scuttle. I think I kind of want to see when he moves away from the map who actually got it, because this is a prime position for a Viego to take down a Dragon. He has that damage. The Trash is looking up. He is being spotted. He's in vision of Lupins, but I don't really think they can contest as of yet. Remember, Smite is always a 50-50 now.
Well, meanwhile, it is going to be a Viego trying to make sure Kane can't come in to make the 50-50 work, but that's exactly what's happened. The steal is secured. Viego is low, has the Umbral Trespass inside of him, gets the shielding from the Karma. It's not enough to save their lives, and Kill the Ache has killed the Viego before themselves being killed by Orda. And a fresh, now in comes the bomb. It travels so much faster than it used to. It takes down Aphelios. Thresh dies as well. It is an absolute car crash around the Dragon Pit, but Lupins come out on top.
Yeah, and Lupin have come out on top in a big way, because not only did they take the Dragon, that was really well done by Kill the Ache, biding his time, knowing, hey, it is at 50-50, I am Kane, I can go through those walls, but also getting those kills, and 2 kills on the Kaisa with, as I said before, Pizza being a late game scaling team. This is the time that they can take over the game or start showing some of the cracks that Pizza can have.
Well, certainly some cracks starting to appear. The question is, what do you think are the toppings that pizza like on their pizza?
I know. I just knew what was that. Oh yeah. Oh, you don't get this, do you? Okay. So pineapple. In almost every language on Earth, it's called
ananas. Yeah,
ananas. Exactly. So this indeed,
Yep.
I think this is pizza on ananas. So I imagine they, on ananas, on pineapple. So I imagine they like pineapple on their pizza. I'm all for pineapple on pizza. I don't know why people make such a fuss of it. I think it's great. I think it tastes really good.
I think you'll have got a lot of haters on that one, but I'm actually with you on this one. It's something I quite enjoy myself, and that's why I was asking. Though I didn't know if you would be as quick on the old foreign lingo as I was, but obviously it's probably closer to what would it be for you guys? Are you on the ananas train? Yep. So
it's similar to French. I think it's basically ananas or some variation in almost 40 languages. I don't know why it's pineapple in English. I have no idea. I think not in English at that point. Now, I'm not bashing the English language here, because
you know what?
There's a lot of good stuff in Dutch.
If you had like a merging machine where you could like put 2 things together and get a hybrid of the 2, and you put a pine cone and an apple into the machine, pretty sure it'd look something like that.
Even though the taste is nothing, like nowhere.
I never said the taste was going to be the same. That doesn't happen in our hybrid machine. You get a random result, and it's fruity goodness in this particular instance. But meanwhile, we're seeing aggression put down. There is no goodness to be had for late team. They are absolutely obliterated. Blue gets the last hit with the ignite up on top side. More aggression from Lupin's Umbral Trespass straight into the Karma and straight back out again to avoid the next turret shot. It's 2 quick unreturned kills and potentially even a turret to boot, with the Herald being summoned up top side. It does feel like that first turret charge might be slightly wasted.
Yeah, I've gotten a similar feeling that it wasn't really necessary. Then again, you do unlock a sec because you take it down faster. Remember, a lot of the turret plates were taken down, so the bulwark stacks were plugging in. You might get a second bash here. Will the victor survive, Stan?
Chaos Storm put onto Ziggs. They have to scurry out as quick as their little Yordle legs will take them. Victor able to survive as a result, but yet more stacks picked up for the K.
One more stacks. I think he's pretty close to... Excuse me. I think he should be pretty close to evolving into his next form. Normally, I would say go Red Kane, because we're dealing with a Viego, but just because he had the Aphelios and a potential Hyper Scary, hyper carry. I wouldn't mind seeing a blue cane in this particular case. Also, blue cane over the past couple of months had some under the hood buffs as well, so it's not as risky as it used to be anymore.
It is a little bit more of an option at this point because it feels like we got to a stage where red was pretty much the only way if you want to play Kane, but all of a sudden actually you can pretty much do either and still be pretty happy about your existence. And just watching that little bit of teleporting through the walls is exactly why I hate this champion. It's so, the kit when it came out was so incredibly overpowered as a jungler. They had to tone it down so much in terms of the damage it could put out. That damage has been amped back up again now, and Kane is once more back in the conversation for pretty strong champions, as we can see, as it utterly eviscerates the victor.
Yeah, a lot, especially with the blue king. You are such an assassin at that point. You're an assassin bruiser, even though it's blue king. You're probably not going to be as bruisery, but you do have that gore drinker. Now, Mundo starting up the dragon and kill the H. Has the possibility to just look for another one-shot, or you'll look for another kill here, and he goes in with the Humble Trespass.
He goes in, does take damage from the turret, but still finds the kill. The turret shot not going to be enough to pick up the kill as Mundo takes down Dragon. Flash forced by the Ziggs as Karma comes through. Satchel Charge takes old Ziggy to safety. Meanwhile, Viego being chased down by them. Sorry, Victor being chased down by the Mundo. We do see a 1-for-1 as Karma does manage to finish off the Ziggs, but Mundo just goes giga aggressive, goes straight in looking for the kill onto the Karma. Flashes away from another turret shot. Has to be so careful. Kai'Sa, meanwhile, off screen, takes down the Thresh, and Lupin continue to accentuate this massive gold lead they've developed in the opening 13 minutes.
Yeah, this is a huge gold lead, something we didn't talk about before, but this 5k gold in 12 minutes, and it's mostly in the hands of the Kane, of Kildiake, and the Kai'Sa. So those are really two hard carries. If you can use that to snowball the game, and especially look towards objectives, because they do already have 2 dragons, this might be a short game. And blessed, cursed, call it however you want. We haven't been either of those with short games today. We mostly had very intense games.
Yeah, I think we had, I think it was our 3rd game on stream that rounded things out fairly promptly with a nice victory coming in for Clumsy. However, Lupin's looking to make even shorter work of Pizza right now, but maybe Pizza can show a little bit of what we saw in the last game, where a 7,000 gold lead was reduced to an actual gold deficit for one team. Maybe that's something they've got in their back pocket, but it's not going to work out that way if things like this Karma getting caught out keep on happening, because right now, curses do exist, and this Karma doesn't.
Yeah, Mundo helped a little bit there with the infected cleaver. Got the kill in the end. Not such a bad thing, because yes, yeah, you do want to scale and snowball the Kane. It's not bad to give it to the Mundo here, because Mundo is going to become or going to transition into a state where it's going to be difficult to kill him, or he can split push these turrets, which is what we're all waiting for.
He's turning into a state. At this point, he's turning into the entire country, and he is just dominating the Rift, wandering off easy as you like, able to even steal away jungle camps from Viego, who can basically just watch this happening and not go anywhere near. We've got a situation now where the Mundo, the Kane, the Ziggs, and the Kai'Sa are all at least 1,000 gold up on their counterparts. We're seeing at least a half item extra for each of those champions. Pizza, they are falling into oblivion rather quickly.
Yeah, Pizza, they need something to fill the void there, because otherwise they're going to have a problem. Hard CC putting down the Mundo isn't going to work. As I said already, you saw what the interaction there is. Another turret destroyed. The Lupins also has the Ziggs, and well, Pizza doesn't have a mid lane.
Oh, wow. Veni Vidi Obliterati there from the Kane. Kane saw, made light work of the Victor, then decided to leave the Nautilus to just try and steal away a blue buff on their own, but here comes the Kane. Nautilus goes golden, survives for longer than they have any right to. With the Killer Instinct, Kai'Sa is able to help clean up the fight. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far, but that will turn into a 3-for-1 far quicker than it has any right to. Karma just about surviving the duel with Mundo up on the top side, who's gone topless. Well, that sounded worse than it was meant to, as Karma continues to put the aggression down. It's all right. The Blazer's back on.
The Blaze is back on, and the fantastic Manius takes down the turret and might even take down a kill. 15-4 at 14 minutes, an 11k gold lead. I thought, no, that can't be right, but it is an 11k gold lead at 15 minutes as well. And the Lupins, they are looking to make this a very short one indeed, Stan.
It's definitely looking like they could be finishing things off maybe just with one Baron push. They've already got 2 dragons, a third will be spawning momentarily. I don't see a way in which Pizza are able to take one away, and it's showing how important a play that was around the first dragon and how these games can sometimes swing around a single moment. The Kane coming in through the wall, stealing away that first dragon that we saw, picking up a kill onto the Viego and transitioning that into the sheer dominance we have seen from Lupins in the last 10 minutes. It all started there.
It's something that is definitely the start of that snowball, but the mid lane turrets are still up. Not a single inhibitor turret has been taken down. And to be fair, I think even the Lupins don't want to take down a mid lane, an inhibitor turret or turret. They do want to take down. They don't want to take down the inhibitor because you're funneling a lot of gold and you're actually denying yourself gold on that particular point. So what they want to do is look for other objectives in the form of that dragon and maybe in the form of a 20-minute Baron where they just end the game with.
Well, it's not just a river in Egypt denial, and right now Pizza are being prohibited from getting even a tiny bit of their jungle XP. Viego so thoroughly starved of anything in this game, unable to get going past those couple of kills we saw them securing earlier on. A third dragon goes the way of Lupins, their first Cloud Dragon. They'll be the recipient of Cloud Soul should they get one more. Meanwhile, we've seen this battle before. We know how it plays out. It goes the same yet again as Kill the 8 is utterly unstoppable. Aggression coming in from the Kaiser as Camelot finds the kill onto the rival ADC. Aphelios bites the dust, and Viego might be doing some biting themselves. Kill the 8 finds another one, and now it is 18 kills to 4. Another turret falls. A turret in the bottom line may fall shortly thereafter. The inhibitor turrets are under pressure pre-18 minutes, and with the Ziggs, they might not be long for the rift.
Ooh, as you said, Stan, this might be a very fast game. The Herald being taken down, put down as well in that bot side. The Ziggs is pushing, and 20 minutes haven't even been reached, but the inhibitor turrets, they certainly have been breached. Kill the 8 also still has a blow-up potential available, and 2 inhibitors are Baron, and one of them is mighty dead.
Lupins absolutely showing their dominance here. Pizza, they've played their part, they've qualified for the tournament, but honestly, they have really been outclassed in a game where the Lupins have looked absolutely tremendous. They pitched themselves as potential favourites as we go towards tomorrow's quarterfinals. 2 inhibitors fall before the Baron even spawns on the Rift. It's going to be Ziggs throwing out the Mega Inferno Bomb, not able to kill off the Thresh who was on their last legs. Now it's just the attention towards the top side as Mundo continues their push.
Nothing will stop this Mundo. Nothing will stop Lupins and Pizza. Either Lupins has a massive throw. I mean, they're up 13k gold. Either it's a massive throw or something just goes really, really right for them. I don't know what they should do at this point. Yes, they have 2 inhibitors which they can farm off, but I imagine if Lupin plays it right, they're not gonna give them that get time to scale from those inhibitors.
You would expect so. The question is, where do Lupins go next? Do they just allow those 2 super minion waves to push on in as they siege topside? Do they go straight to the Baron that spawns in 30 seconds?
I imagine you do. I think that the clear and cut game plan here is you go Baron and the game, because Pizza can't really come out of their base. They have no way of contesting it. Also, they have no vision set up, so they're completely in the dark. They're gonna get overcooked. It's gonna be a massacre. They're gonna get burned up. All the other Pizza references. It only just means that Lupin is gonna have an enjoyable meal tonight.
Would you like to hear about a meal that was not very enjoyable?
Yes.
So
Always.
basically, the short version is that, as I said earlier on, didn't go to school, so we had like a home ed sort of class as the Baron gets started up and might be the first meal for the Lupins here. And basically, I'll come back to what happened with that ill-fated meal in a moment, because this Baron is going down so fast, I don't think that Pizza can get anywhere near it. It's going to be a 5-man buff. Viego's not going to get near to stealing this one. But basically, I decided, this is very young Stan, decided it would be a good idea, instead of putting a tomato standard base on the pizza, Instead, as I was a big fan of Marmite, I'd put Marmite on the base instead, and then put the cheese over that. Turns out, when you stick Marmite in the oven, it produces one of the most horrifically obnoxious smells known to mankind. And yeah, that pizza was well and truly ruined. It was a sad day for Little Stan, and it's going to be a sad day right now for this Victor as they again try to duke it out with the Umbral trespassing Kane, who trespasses their way all the way up to the Nexus turrets with this wave as the rest of his team push in the top side. The third inhibitor will fall. The Baron empowered team looking to close things out at the 21-minute mark. The Super Minions have arrived. Kane has continued to push forward. The bombs rain down on top of Ziggs as Death Sentence will catch on to the Nautilus, but the damage just isn't there for Pizza, and the Pineapple lovers look like they might be headed home early. The Nexus turrets come under threat. The game comes to its conclusion as the Lupins are truly dominant in the round of 16. They progress through to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
This was the most one-sided game, but it is also because it just went right from the start and just went right from a single play, and they never gave up. They never made a mistake after that play. So congrats to the Lupins. They played it very well, and it does mean we're moving further and further down the schedule. Now, Stan, I have to be 100% honest. Either I don't know what a correct translation is, but as I understand it, I have never had Marmite in my life because it's something that is very native to the UK. So I have never seen it being advertised somewhere on mainland Europe. So I think I can't imagine what it would taste or even smell like. But if you say don't put it on pizza and then heat it up in a microwave, I will take this advice to heart.
Well, we've added another thing to the list of things I was going to have to try when he comes over to the UK. We'll eat Marmite in Stratford while listening to Shakespeare. It will be an absolute delight. Or
this is going to be the weirdest day
Marmite
ever.
Or not. Oh, it sure is, but it'll be wonderful too. Also wonderful is the fact that we now have 3 of our quarterfinals locked in. The Lupins earned their place against Hurrigan Party, who earlier on today found their way into said quarterfinals. Over on the other side of the draw, Hex Biceps will face UX Gaming, Clumsy Execution against 3Z Money. These are the teams who are all still in the running for getting the biggest part of that prize pool. €900 split for the 5 members of the team, along with a load of Titan points as well. We're just waiting to find out who will be the last 2 teams to enter on the bottom right of that draw.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. Remember, they have seen a lot of what happens on this patch, meaning if you have watched the stream at least a little bit, you kind of know what these teams like to draft. And I have to say, looking at, but honestly, like looking at what these teams have drafted and the way they play, yes, there are mistakes being made and such, but the average level of it is quite high. I would say the macro play is really good, and especially the way they pick up the champions who are really strong at the moment is also a good indication sometimes. So with that being said, you can kind of see, okay, so the Mundo's also a pick now. The Jax is also a pick that we need to take into consideration.
Well, Nexus KTRL against the Fighters of Romania. I was just waiting for that word to end along the scroll at the top. Will be our next game up. We have already seen 6 of our teams get through to tomorrow's quarterfinals. 2 spots still remain. One of these 2 teams will be able to secure that place all for themselves, getting themselves a little bit more of that prize pool. Don't forget, of course, we've got other great events coming up. So if you're a fan of Apex or of Brawl Stars, tournaments coming up soon for those ones as we get into July. Check them out on trovotitans.live. Make sure to join the Trovo Titans Discord as well, where you can passively earn yourself some Titan points if that is the thing that tickles your fancy. Right now, though, I'm more interested in getting into the pick and ban for this next game, seeing what gets selected. We've seen all manner of champions today. Anything for you that strikes as maybe the strongest of all the things that we've seen?
It's I want to circle back to what I said before. It's basically the Jax does really well. Jax has always been a champion that does really well, but we haven't seen him be this oppressive in other competitive scenes. I mean, in other competitive scenes, anywhere, I would say, in the last couple of months. So meaning that either it's those little tweaks they've done, or it's the items that just do better, or it's just the split push meta, which Jax favors. It might be a combination of all those three, but Jax is something I'm going to look forward to seeing, or maybe hopefully seeing in some other competitive regions. So that's something that, like, okay, he's really strong. He's way stronger than I imagined.
Yeah, I think that's exceptionally fair to say. It has had one win and one loss today, but the one loss came in fairly exceptional circumstances. That Yorick backdoor that we got to see in a game where really the Jax was starting to overpower pretty much every team fight. It was only that sneaky little play that stopped the 100% win record for everybody's favourite lantern-wielding warrior in the top lane. Anything else around the map that you've particularly enjoyed seeing?
I mean, I like the Mundo. I think you can kind of see. I still believe the Mundo can be counterable, and he's not such a high priority pick. Yes, he can be strong, but Mundo suffers from Mundo stuff, but even more now, and that is he needs. You can really abuse him in lane. Yes, he ignores CC, but you also do more damage if you can hard CC him. Yes, he can pick it up, but it doesn't mean he has to walk into you. So if you play like a Darius, Mundo doesn't stand a chance. So that's something I wasn't really surprised from its performance.
Yeah, it looked really, really good. It was nice to get to see it in a little bit more of a competitive environment. Shame the game didn't go a little longer, so we got to see how it would scale up and how it would be impacting the team fights. It essentially was just the sort of standard unkillable Mundo by the end. So want to see more of that coming through, see it in closer matchups. I very much enjoyed seeing Kane come back again. It's not something that I've seen a huge amount of through any competitive games that I've had the opportunity to cast lately. Hello, Loki. So that was really nice, and it was such an incredibly impressive performance. It was hard to say whether that was Ake being at such an incredibly high level, or maybe coming up against people that he was comfortably able to play against and make look good. But looking towards the further rounds, that's definitely one I'm keeping my eye on.
No, I tend to agree. The Kane is something I was definitely not expecting to see this tournament. It's also one of those champions that is once you see someone just locking a Kane with confidence, you know, okay, this can go really well or really bad. It went really well for them right now. To be fair, he picked it against a team that also doesn't really do particularly well against the Kane. He did get his own snowball going quite fast, but it's one of those comfort bands. It's one of those stuff that when you're drafting against him, you always need to take into account. You're always sitting there as a coach, as a team manager, a team leader, whatever, or the guy who does drafting. It's like, he's gonna pick Kane. He's just gonna pick Kane. We know it. What we also might see is another pick and ban.
Oh, here we go. Yet again, we bring you straight in. These teams taking their time about the bans, making sure they're getting things right. Akali, yet again, not seeing play today. There's no way that one's getting out of the ban cupboard. Over on the other side, fighters from Romania, they are going to look to maybe ban away. Well, they're also taking their time. They do not want to make any mistakes in this ban phase. They don't want to let anything big get through.
Definitely
it's the Gwen.
Not. So the Gwen being banned, still one of the most impressive champions. Akali, I imagine the Nico. That is something I wasn't expecting. Probably a very comfort pick. They want to take away stuff like the Viego, stuff like the Zhao is still open. So I'm still waiting for these past bans to see what both teams do actually have in store. The Nico I really wasn't expecting because yes, it works. It can still work, especially in maybe mid lane, but also stuff like Nico bot works. But there are maybe stronger picks like the set you might want to take away.
Well, Nocturne is going to get taken away as well, so a bit of jungle priority there. Set, obviously, with so much flexibility, won't be allowed over two fighters either. One more ban, then we get to see what is going to be the most highly prioritized. Literally just about to say the Ezreal slipping through so far, but it is the final ban on red side, so Nexus will have to rethink if they were planning to pick up that one.
Was kind of Karma lock in. You have the flex potential. I think we saw it go top and mid. Did we see it go bot today? I
don't think we had. We had a Janna and a Lulu in one game together, but I don't think we've seen the Karma before last game.
No, we didn't see a Karma go bot as of yet. So still a potential flex pick between 3 positions, 3 lanes, meaning fighters from Romania still can pick whatever they want. I would pick a potential bot lane here, because you can lock in a Trash Jinx or a Trash Hyper Carry. That's completely fine, and then you have a counter pick for some of the solo laners. Oh,
Instead, it's going to
okay.
be the Ivern locked in, which brings something completely different to the table.
Wasn't expecting the Ivern either. Okay, so the Ivern was still it brings, so the Trash brings safety, the Ivern brings sort of a little bit of engage and safety and shielding power with maybe an Ardent Sensor involved. So this signals a little bit more towards a hyper carry comp or a protector insert champion X comp.
Well, Tristana is going to get locked in. It was actually what I was about to suggest should be locked in alongside the Thresh, as we've seen it banned away so many times going into second phase so far. Obviously, the Ivern was prioritized instead. As a result, Tristana picked up potentially to go alongside the Karma. Rumble has flex potential, but has been seeing great success in the jungle in the last few patches. Meanwhile, there's one last pick to come through for Romania.
And it might be the Viego. So still a lot of flex potential with these 3, as you said, but the Viego does mean you can actually do the same. You still have flex potential with the Viego towards top and mid. Possibly not jungle, unless we see an Ivern support in the Thresh. I don't know where else, but most likely an Ivern jungle, especially. I couldn't imagine. The only thing I could really see working, if you want, okay, once again a deviation from the regular casting program, but with the Thresh, what I can see working is maybe when you go to on-hit build top, but besides that, no, not a fan if you don't play him support.
The question is, what's going to get paired alongside this Thresh? One thing it won't be is the Varus, banned away by Nexus. Over on the other side, the Jax will be taken away from potential top lane pickup. This to me says that fighters feel like it's going to be the Karma going support-wise. Jinx also taken away from this potential protection composition. Does leave a few things open still that you can look towards. Zaya's had a little bit of a buff on this patch. The lethality Sivir as well, but that's not so much seen in the protection composition. Kog'Maw, on the other hand, the most constantly seen protect composition, still available for fighters to pick up.
Yeah, I imagine seeing a Kog'Maw or a Aphelios being locked in here. Looking towards is going to be the Aphelios, and KTRL needs to decide what they want to do with these flex picks. They need to decide Rumble where you're going, Karma where you're going, Tristana where you're going. The Tristana, I think you can pair with an Aphelios. You can even put like an I think Karma Tristana is not a bad bot lane to have against Aphelios Thresh either.
No, I don't disagree with you. Is it just me who every time I see Nexus over on the top left thinks of their Nexus Katarl? Did you ever see that classic Simpsons episode where Homer's working from home and he's trying to work out where the any key is? And he's like, I can't find any key. I can see Esk, Katurl. It's like, there it is. That's even more like Katurl than CTRL is. But no, we're seeing some lock-ins. Ziggs and Renekton. Go on, talk about that. Take me away from infinitely quoting Simpsons quotes.
Very, very quick. I know that episode.
I can't find any key.
I've probably seen it like 20 times, and as soon as you said it, I still had to laugh. But yes, the Renekton, so this is kind of showing you have the Ziggs mid, or potentially the Ziggs mid. There is still possible flex possibility between Ziggs and Tristana going mid or bot, respectively. Vladimir being locked in. Wow, both of these teams, well, especially fighters from Romania, they want to have a long game. Vladimir, Aphelios, Viego, that's difficult to stop in the late game. But can you keep it going? Can you get there? Because Tristana, Ziggs, and Renekton, especially with the paired with the Rumble and Karma, that's a team composition that can go ham real fast.
It can get pretty exciting. We're going to get into the game pretty soon, but just for now, you all get to enjoy the magnificence of Loki. Here she is. She's got a big old smile on today. We live for that smile, don't we, Loki? Go on, do the smile. There it is. Look at that smile. I'm just sorry it's not in HD for you, because it's one of the most magnificent things. Look at that. Just enjoy Doggo Cam. Just enjoy.
Enjoy Dog. You know what we should have? Instead of @Greyheart99 there at the bottom, we should just have at Loki's owner.
That's what I think.
Something along
That's
those
it.
lines.
It's great. Ever since getting the third of the Grey Pups back in December, I have officially just sort of ventured into Crazy Dog Man territory at this point. Crazy Cat Lady on Simpsons. I'm Crazy Dog Guy, and I'm absolutely fine with that. Life is better for having them around. So we've got a lot of time for them, and they even get to appear on the casts every now and then.
I mean, I was gonna say it's not the one trick pony or the one trick corgi where you keep on pulling it up, but I can't imagine. I've never ever had anybody say when we had a cast or when we casted together, "Oh no, Stan is pulling out his dogs again." That's never happened. It's just such a solid move to make, and it's even me. I've seen it so many times. Even me is like, yeah, just, sure. Get Loki out there, get Thor out there.
So we're not going to drop any spoilers whatsoever. But have you been able to see any of the new Loki series?
No, I haven't seen any of them. I also haven't seen WandaVision. I'm still waiting for that. I'm watching Raised by Wolves now, very quickly before we jump into the game. It's weird, but it's good. It's weird, but directed by Ridley Scott. So yeah, I would check it out if I were you. Now, what I'll also check out is seeing if Fighters of Romania isn't going to invade.
This could be nice and spicy, trying to find themselves a catch, unable to do so on this particular play. Will they have given up a little bit of potential vision for it as Ziggs Bomb goes very, very narrowly wide of the hitbox of the recalling Viego?
Yeah, seeing what will happen here. The Viego against Renekton, that is something Renekton can deal with up to a certain point, because that is still a lane that can go either way. The Viego is very, very notorious for if he gets into these longer trades. Renekton wants to have short trades, but they found if Viego gets into longer trades where his passive starts really kicking in, then Renekton is in trouble. Still, Fighters of Romania, they won a long game next KTRL. They can really ram it through once they get going.
Well, we are going to see Fighters of Romania going up against what seems to be their compatriots based on the flags up on the top of the screen. Nexus also seem to be Fighters of Romania. So either way, Fighters of Romania are going to win. But the question is, will the Fighters of Romania beat the other Fighters of Romania who are called Fighters of Romania?
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes, definitely.
Viego are going for these trades.
No, go on, Stan.
No, I was just going to say there was some early trades, but let's be honest, it was nothing more exciting than a slice and dice here and there.
True. What I also kind of want to see is how does a jungle pathing from an Ivern compares to Rumble? Because Rumble's jungle speed has been nerfed a little bit this patch. His passive damage from the overheat isn't quite what he used to be, but still going strong. Still strong enough to certainly be a jungler. With Ivern, it's really weird. Ivern is the only jungler I have always been. Does he jungle fast? Or I know he jungles fast, but does he jungle faster than the fastest champions? And the question is, sometimes not. Really depends on the patch.
It depends on the patch, and it also depends on the opposition as well, because when you're going through and essentially you're securing your groves, it's a case of, cool, they're yours at the moment, but they're only secured by you if you come back at the right moment and not stolen away. As we see big aggression coming through from Karma and Ziggs, they put the Ignite down, they burn the Flash from Thresh. Ivan is coming bot side, looking for a potential play here, but doesn't look like it's quite going to happen. Rumble will be here for a potential counter gank. He's going to enter quite quickly. Remember, this is a flashless Thresh. Karma still going very aggressive. The death sentence goes narrowly wide, which could have been the death of at least one of these supports.
Definitely the case. Nexus KTRL knowing that if they, as you said, put on the aggression, and as soon as it happens, Comeback jumps in, puts on the explosive charge, and really wants to make sure that this Vladimir is not able to sustain in lane. What you want to do here as Comeback is was unintentional. What you want to do there is make sure that you have a reset and roam with your jungler. Oh, the first blood!
Oh, that was so tight. The Triumph might be enough to buy the Thresh their life. Aphelios, meanwhile, trying to put all the damage down. A teleport will be channeled. Aphelios now left fleeing the scene. Has the flash available. The rocket jump, the flash, the explosive charge.
Oh.
The kill surely will come through. Comeback arrives just in time to pull the kills level.
Invested 2 summoners in there, but he got the kill there. That is good because you want that Tristana being more aggressive in lane. Yeah, the Triumph, as you said, really turned around the fight, but luckily Comeback was there to live up to his name. Now, it's 1-1. There's a small gold lead for Fighters of Romania, but most importantly, the dragon will spawn in a couple of seconds. Now, I really imagine this dragon should go to Nexus KTRL. With the Ivern hovering topside, yes, you can take down a dragon as Ivern, but it's not something that makes you particularly happy inside.
Ruth and Soulflare both connect onto the Vladimir. Having a bit of a rough time having to go up against the Karma just for a moment or two. Back down to the bot side, and the 2 engages that we saw playing out as we see the tether connecting. The root is going to hit. That is nice damage. The Tristana gets caught by the death sentence. The flash from Ivor, not enough to secure that last bit of damage, but Mr. O'Blaze does manage to find one on a slight over-aggression from the Tristana.
And this is how you want to play these fights when your Fighters of Romania. With the Ivern, the Vladimir, and actually everyone on their team, but especially with an Ivern, you want long fights because Ivern's shielding power is something people definitely underestimate going towards the late game. The shield is quite significant, but the cooldown is quite low. And because it wasn't really popular, I kind of want to say ever, but because he isn't super popular throughout his entire lifespan, people really underestimate what the late game Ivern shielding's capabilities are.
We just saw the Hex Flash there from Thresh, and it brings me back to one of the earlier points I wanted to make. The first 2 battles we saw in bot lane were all about a flash and ignite. The first trade was a bit of aggression being put down to Diego, who's taking a lot of damage here in this fight. Has to back themselves away. Both flashes available for the top laners. But yes, we saw the Karma burning their ignite, forcing the flash from Thresh early on. But then it was the Hex flashing Thresh who still had Ignite available, and it was that very Ignite that killed off the Karma, buying enough time for the Triumph to heal the Thresh that stopped Ziggs securing the immediate traded kill. Meanwhile, this looks like Renton looking to go aggressive, finding the damage, forcing the flash, the slice, the dice, the escape, not even burning the flash. The Crocodile comes out wearing Viego shoes. But now, the Thresh walks into danger. The Rumble with the Flame Spitter, Evil with the Satchel Charge, secures the kill.
Yeah, so let's digest what just happened there. Top lane, just top lane things. Everything. Also, look at the items that are Renekton as well. Look at what Septico has bought there. Going for those Grievous Wounds with the cheapest item, and really early on means Viego struggling more with sustain in lane. Also, Renekton early game can dive you level 6, definitely. Bot side, something similar. The Tristana jumped on there, but it was eventually the Ivern. It was Mr. Blazo who made it work with that kill he had previously in the mid lane. So right now, Nexus KTRL, yes, they're doing what they need to be doing. Yes, they need to be aggressive. But also translate that into possible late game win or mid game win conditions, I would say.
Well, Vladimir trying to CS up as much as possible, just about staying level with Tristana. You predicted KTRL to take this first dragon, but it looks like Fighters have got the one up on this one. Meanwhile, we do see that Rumble is waiting, trying to make Viego's life even tougher. They do not have the flash available. Renton will have the stun, will connect with it easy as you like. Dash over the wall. The ultimate already being burned from Viego, but they have nowhere to run to. Karma will secure at the very least an assist, leaving the Flame Spitter to deal with the Viego.
No way.
Perhaps they've left it just a little too long. Viego escaping for far longer than seemed right. The dragon is secured by Fighters. Nexus eventually get their kill onto the Rumble.
Okay, so they got the Viego down and they stalled a lot of time, but they did lose the dragon. This was something I was talking about. You want to translate your early game aggression or your earlier aggression, put on your dominance in lane and in numbers advantage into some sort of objective, into some sort of win condition, maybe in the form of a Dragon Soul, maybe in the form of Heralds where you've taken down turrets after that, maybe in the form of once again Heralds, but you have a significant gold lead over them, so you have more options. That's something I'm not particularly seeing as of now. That being said, it is only 9 minutes in and there's already a 1.5k gold lead, so maybe I'm just being too tough on them.
Well, we've got the Herald being picked up nice and easily for the Rumble, and it is, as you say, that gold lead built up. The question is it enough of a gold lead? It's not even close to what we saw being built up in our last game on stream by the Lupins, and the question is, as the scaling comes through for Fighters of Romania, will this have been enough of an early game power play by Nexus to actually make things work?
It remains to be seen. It's kind of too early to tell, but the fact that you leave your Ziggs here so struggling in lane and the Viega as the... I mean, you're not allowed to do this. Burning should not be allowed to do this. He just takes down Evil.
Yeah, man got 200 years right there, and then Evil left without a leg to stand on. 13 CS down to Aphelios, who's now got complete lane dominance with those 2 kills. Meanwhile, Renekton, who's already secured the 1 solo kill up against Viego, looks to do more. This time Viego trades back, but does have to chug through the potions.
See, you saw that trade in top lane there, and that's the reason why you go for Grievous Wounds. Even though Renekton should 100% win that trade, Viego was able to sustain through some of it. That was with Grievous Wounds, by the way. Imagine he didn't have that particular item, he didn't have that healing reduction. Viego sustaining a lane, even after the nerf, is just really strong. That in combination with him scaling is why he's such a top tier pick at the moment.
And it is going to be Viego up on the top side, securing some camps as if they were the jungler, taking away a couple of shrouds from the Ivern, who's doing pretty decently, keeping up with the Rumble in CS, but also has a kill to their name too. They're going to want to distribute those kills a little bit more so to things like the Vladimir, who just hasn't had much of an opportunity to get going, has got the Dark Seal with the 1 stack, but not even close enough to be one-shotting individuals just yet. Root connects, the ultimate, the Dominus already used, the Death Sentence, the hook will be there, Daisy with the knockup, it's not enough, even in what is essentially an existential 4v1. Fighters of Romania unable to peel the crocodile away.
Yeah, and Septico was really mad. He just immediately went ham. He sought safety after Dominus was popped, and as soon as he saw, okay, didn't get it, just kill this Daisy, I'm done with all this. Maybe a bit of an over-exaggeration, but that was what it felt canonically in my mind. Now, that being said, Fighters of Romania, they invested times into bot lane, but look at Comeback is here. He's been taking up so much gold from the turret plating that you can't really do that. If you go for a gank and you leave 2 turret plates unprotected, and the enemy laner picks him up, you've basically died in lane.
We go back to our second game of the day where we saw this pushing composition with multiple people able to take down turrets. The same is true here with Tristana, with Ziggs. The Herald now being summoned. Nexus will continue to apply this early dominance. They will get yet more turret plates onto their carries. Again, though, I ask, is it enough? Will they be able to continue this acceleration? One of the things from the plays we saw earlier on was the brilliant rotation as we got to 20-minute marks. I need to see that with continued turret pressure coming from Nexus.
I completely agree. The first top lane turret has been taken down already, and nobody from Fighters of Romania can deal with that. So, as Nexus KTRL, you have ways to deal with those rotations. It's kind of... I just want to take a look. Yeah, the bot lane turret is still standing. That's kind of annoying for Nexus KTRL, because they could have really pushed it to the limit with the satchel charge from Ziggs. I think they want to use that same thing with that rotation in the mid lane, which now that I'm seeing this, is actually a better plan. Props to KTRL.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense exactly what's going to happen. First turret already went down top side. Renton joins the fight as well, as does Daisy, but yet again, the Crocodile and Daisy don't seem to particularly agree about matters as they separate once more. Second dragon in the game, spawning in just a few moments' time. Fighters took the first one, but we see Nexus able to regain parity on that front.
Imagine Comeback is here, and both him and Evil are sitting in quite some gold purely because of those plates. And here's the Dominus being popped. We might see another kill top lane.
Yeah, this is going to be Viego just hopping himself out with the ultimate, deciding he has no interest in a straight-out 1v1 with Renton just now. Will look to build up towards the Mythic as quickly as possible because he's so far behind in items at the moment, just having not had that recall. He just about closes the gap as the Dragon is secured by KTRL.
KTRL, that's what they need to do. They're starting to get the snowball and the tempo going. You talked about rotations. This is how you do them. You do rotations, and in your rotations, you rotate towards and with your objectives. Great. Now you can take the equalizer down to get this turret, even more turret plating, and a potential dive.
10 seconds left. Will they be able to get all 15 turrets? Yes is the answer. 15 turret plates all go over to Nexus. They find a 4,000 gold lead pre-14 minutes.
Ooh, 15 turret plates being taken out. That is massive. Because basically it means you can see the scoreboard. You think 4-3, yes, you have a 4k gold lead, but half of that gold lead purely came out of Nexus plates, meaning the others came out of extra kills and just better CSing. CSing wise, I'd say both teams are doing sort of equal. There's a little bit of a discrepancy towards the mid and bot lane in advantage of Romania, but it doesn't really matter because those champions need more time to unlock. KTRL, what they need to do is get that second Herald, and with that Herald, you want to open up that mid lane. You want to open up that second. Yeah, Ziggs, exactly.
Yeah. Well, Ziggs and Tristan, they just must have so much extra gold in their pocket on the back of all those turret plates. As we see a red buff being secured by Ivan, they'll leave behind a little bit of candy for someone else to have a red buff all for themselves. And meanwhile, the push will continue on the bot side of the map. This is the sort of rotations we wanted to see, but now it's crucial for Nexus they don't get caught out.
Zach, Lee, and KTRL is doing a good job to keep the waves pushed in. They're also denying vision that way, and they know they have this 1-3-1, or at least not particularly a 1-3-1 comp, but they can ping pong between these lanes. You can clearly see Ziggs pushes in the lane, kind of stays back in out of vision range, and sees where can I make a play. That's good because as a team, something people underestimate, you need communication, and those 4 to 5 seconds give you leeway to go to your team. What do I need to do? Somebody in your team, your shot caller says, looks at the map, we're gonna do this. So those 4 to 5 seconds where you have a respite and an enemy doesn't is where you make your decisions. That's your thinking time.
Bit of thinking time required maybe for fighters to work out how they're going to pull back into this game without giving up even more of a gold lead over to Nexus. Second Herald of the game already picked up by the Rumble. Where will we see the next pressure applied?
I think the pressure should be applied right now into the mid and make sure that you get so apply it to mid, maybe even wait for the next dragon and try to have a mid lane turret down into dragon, into maybe a bot lane turret down. I kind of also want to follow up on what I said later on, because it reminds me, it's such a very old school like meme joke, but it reminds me of this clip where Crepo says, when you die in a team fight, you become the shot caller because you see more. You don't have to focus on playing, you can see what's happening. And then Crepo responds to himself saying, yes, that's also why you made me shot caller, because I die a lot.
Mitch, what a great individual he was when it came to both competing and also casting. Meanwhile, up on top side, a big old competition going on. We see the Viego trying to hop himself out of the equalizer damage, trying to escape from the flames, but the flash from the Crocodile is enough to secure Septico. Yet another kill, trying to chase down onto Ivan now. They have the company of Felios. Root will connect, but it's going to be a Felios and Ivan trying to strut their way out of their own jungle. The Graviton bullets will connect onto Rumble. No follow-up from this. Meanwhile, in mid, yet another turret under pressure. And even without the Herald spawning, the mid inner turret goes down to Katal.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Mid lane turret into Dragon while you keep Septico splitting in the top lane. This is exactly the way they need to play it out. Fighters of Romania, they need to find a way to break this. Because yes, they can give up another dragon, yes, they can give up some gold, but then eventually the Baron will spawn, and I can see them setting up a vision line. The question is, how long can they maintain that vision line? Something that they might also do, I've seen teams do this a lot, is just say, okay, we are 5 men committing to this dragon fight, and we're not going to YOLO it, but we're kind of throwing a spitball here.
I mean, we're 5,000 gold to the good for Nexus right now. We are 18 minutes into the game. It's nowhere near the obliteration we saw in the last game, as Lupins looked so very, very dominant. It's going closer to some of the games that we saw earlier in the day that stayed close, even with gold gaps, through to about the 30-minute mark. If we get closer and closer to that mark, fighters with their potential scaling will look stronger and stronger. It certainly feels like they're not there yet. Fresh Lantern, just about enough to save the Aphelios. Up on top side, Viego will need to dash away, will need to find some fancy footwork. Or will they try to turn things back round onto the Renekton? The problem is, on the back of all of these exchanges, it does look like Nexus have got themselves yet another dominant position to take a second dragon.
Yeah, and with the Tristana mobility and with the Ziggs poke and the zones of zoning people down, it means that Fighters of Romania, you saw there, okay, we want to move through here. Nope, Tristana's there, Rumble is there with an equalizer, and Ziggs just puts down the minefield. So this is so strong in their comp. They've drafted a really good comp against Fighters of Romania. Romania may have banked a little bit too much on the late game. That being said, the game is not over. You need to take that Nexus down. So, as I said before, this is a long one. Fighters of Romania is in a better spot.
It sort of reminds me a little bit of that Jack Yorick game from earlier on, as the Jacks just continue to scale up and almost turn the tables on the Yorick team. We got to that place where actually the team fight started to flip. Will that start to happen here? It feels like it's at least another 5 minutes away from happening, and exactly what fighters lose in that next 5 minutes could be what decides whether this game is won or lost by that point. The Herald has been summoned bot. The aggression being put down by Tristana, by the Hextech Rocket Pelt as well. Another turret falls. We will not see any more pushes through from the Herald, but we're now looking at 5 structures to 0 for Qatar.
Demolition Man has arrived, and it comes with Nexus KTRL. These turrets are being taken down. The Baron has also spawned, and with the Tristana having the Kraken player picked up, it means that will go down quite quickly as well. Don't think you should. I like what they're doing here. Like KTRL, this is something I've seen other teams do. Overcommit for something stupid like your red buff. Don't do that. They saw, we might take your red buff. Oh, there are 3 minions here. They could have gone for a fight. They are 6k gold up, but do you need to go for a fight? No, don't risk it. Just back off, reset, synchronize, and go for the next objective. So well played.
You're so right. I mean, red buff is not a hill to die on, especially when you've got such a good lead. Okay, maybe you win a fight and maybe I'll take a Baron from it, but instead, play the odds, go back, reset, pick up some big items through the mythics, all completed with further items coming down on top of them as well. We see big gold leads, 2,000 gold lead for the Trist over the Vlad, 600 gold lead for the Ziggs over the Aphelios, despite having a 40 CS disadvantage. Things looking very, very good if you're the Nexus team right now.
Yeah, and it's more, I know I keep circling to the red buff, but it's also more of, okay, so you get the red buff and you win the fight. What do you actually gain? You gain more tempo and more scaling, which you're already doing. And what you have to lose? Well, basically everything, because you're losing your tempo, you're losing shutdowns. It's such a risky move. But it really frustrates me when I see teams do that. So please, thank you for not doing it this game. Now, next is KTRL looking towards this Baron buff. They haven't really set up the waves for like an auto push. And also Fighters of Romania can really catch the waves quite efficiently.
They can indeed, but a vision being cleared out by the Vlad, able to do so without being caught out by Tristana and Karma, who are hovering. The vision game is well and truly underway around the barrow, with the scuttle already secured by Nexus KTRL. Another dragon will spawn in 2 minutes time. That will be another mountain dragon, of course, and will mean that we are so close to seeing Nexus being in a position to just secure themselves the soul. Right now, however, their attention is on the Baron. They've already taken it down to 75% health, but they've just been spotted out, and this could be a fight brewing.
By the way, the Ivern bush you see there, you want to know how that interaction works? Because you break the line of sight, the control ward does not negate the vision from that single ward. So that's something you can do with Ivern. So as you see, there's that sentence.
Death Sentence connects, Moonlit Vigil goes down, but despite going golden, we see MRCVL absolutely eviscerated where they formerly stood. The mech is no more. The 5 versus 4 is in favor now of the fighters. They have the opportunity to try and pressurize down onto another objective or force a fight around this next dragon.
This is massive for him. The equalizer, especially the jungler being down alongside of KTRL, gives that much needed time towards Fighters of Romania. And they aren't in such a bad spot that it's already lost. Definitely not. Actually, they aren't in such a bad spot at all. Yes, they're 6k goal behind, so but still, they have these extraordinarily late game killing champions. Also remember, there's a lot of standing gold still for Nexus KTRL. They haven't lost a single turret. The Fighters of Romania ever gets an ace, and they keep pushing. They can get so much gold or get another pickup.
Death sentence after death sentence connecting. Karma unable to escape the flashing Vladimir, who secures their first kill of the game, goes into the pool just about surviving, dodging away from the Mega Inferno bomb. Renekton going aggressive, trying to find the kill onto a Thresh. Started this fight up. Tristana arrives, put great damage down, throws down the explosive charge, not quite enough to kill off the Vladimir despite that bursting bomb, and Nexus don't find a kill in response. The Dragon's back up, Fighters still looking for this one. Another death sentence, a massive one connects. And that's going to be a Felios able to put his damage down, but Rumble finds a kill onto the Thresh instead. The damage is turned back onto the Vlad. This time it's Fighters who overstay. There are low health bars for Nexus. The Dragon is now under threat from both teams.
And this fight still keeps going. Both teams do not want to give this up. Fighters of Romania, they are so low. They have everything to lose here. KTRL has turned it around. After 3 amazing death sentences, they have managed to take it back. It looked like Fighters of Romania had finally found their groove and knew how to take the tempo back. But that wasn't the case when Nexus KTRL said, no, this is a small misstep. We're going to correct this.
Tristana would teleport straight over to the Baron just after the third dragon was secured. I kept my eyes on Burning. I was expecting the Moonlight Vigil to come through, but it never happened. And this Baron is going down uncontested, unnoticed.
Unnoticed, and it's KTRL that takes it down. And that is such a sad fact for the Fighters of Romania, because that's what they lacked, or that's what the enemy team lacked. Fighters of Romania was able to catch the waves, stall the waves, but with KTRL, the way they have played, I do imagine, and I think Loki agrees with me, that this might be a game that is nearing its end.
It might be, but then again, Zav, maybe it's not. 7,000 is not an insurmountable amount. The last fight went far closer than it felt it had any right to. Ain't It Funny has been on point with the death sentences.
Yeah,
if
I
they
agree.
Continue to find these plays, then maybe they have this way to turn things around. Vlad managed to find their first kill of the game. They managed to at least get a little bit of extra gold, managed to pick up an extra half of an item on the back of it. I'm not in any way going to say Fighters are properly back in this, because Nexus absolutely still have the advantage, but there's definitely more than just a glimmer of hope.
Oh, I 100% agree. Like, the death sentences that Ain't It Funny was landing, though, those are the death sentences, those are the hooks that turn games. And I mean this in the best way possible, because that's something that if you can get a hook on, for example, the 6 at that point, you literally win the team fight that wins you the game. Now, as I said before, you can see it here again. Fighters of Romania does have a very extraordinarily wave-catching team. So they can just keep on going and try and stall for as long as possible. They haven't lost anything of big significance yet.
Well, they've just lost an inhibitor turret, and with the Renekton continuing the push on the bot side, Fighters are divided. Viego looking for a potential flank, but hasn't got the support they need, and Rumble has just absolutely destroyed the health bar of the Viego, who has to jump over the wall with the ultimate to get to safety. Lantern comes in, not going to be any help to the inhibitor. Huge Moonlight Vigil, great graviton damage coming in. Ain't It Funny looking for a death sentence, not quite connecting onto the Rumble. No one dies in this fight just yet, but an inhibitor turret has now again fallen down the bot side. Another inhibitor may go down.
No ultimates available for Fighters of Romania, or they have kept all of... KTRL has kept some resources. They are looking to take this inhibitor down. Super Mega Inferno Bomb being used, one of those resources, and the minions are flooding in as this Nexus is even more laid open with the inhibitor being taken down. Now KTRL may be looking towards the reset and looking towards potential soul or another push. They have done so well. I honestly say this, maybe it's a team difference, but I honestly believe from what I've seen today that they have, of all the teams, they have the best macro so far.
They are 9,000 gold up. They have taken 2 inhibitors, and Nexus KTRL feel like they are just a step away from securing that berth in the quarter-finals, getting themselves closer to that grand prize at the end of tomorrow's broadcast. If you're just joining us, we have had some terrific games today, but we've got even more coming tomorrow. Make sure to tune in from 5 p.m. CST to see all of the quarter-final, semi-final, and grand final action here for the Trovo Titans League of Legends tournament. It has been a terrific day, and if tomorrow delivers in even close to the same way, boy, it's going to be entertaining.
Yeah, no, I agree, Dane. We've been spoiled today. Games have definitely not disappointed. Now our voices have not been spoiled. They have our, there's some stress, but I don't care at that point. Like if the game, no, seriously, if the game is that tough, I'll sacrifice my voice for a day or two. That's completely fine. Now it is KTRL looking towards a potential final push stand. Fighters of Romania holding on, but for how long?
Well, it feels like not long, if I'm honest. Watching the Viego in the last two fights, they have essentially been a non-factor. And even then, they got poked down before there's anything they could do. As a result, the Hipster goes down. But my God, the Aphelios damage! The death sentence onto the Renekton goes into Dominus, tries to pick off the Aphelios. Has the Aphelios got enough support? It seems like the answer might be yes. The 4v1 is enough to finally fell the mighty Crocodilotron.
I have never seen that! In all of my career, I have never seen such a Moonlight Vigil, and I am not over-exaggerating. Gets 5 and literally obliterates half the health bar collectively of KTRL.
Oh, the death sentence, sorry, not the death sentence, the damage is good, the death may follow. Decent damage from the Equalizer is not enough to secure a kill yet again. Fighters trying to put the pressure down around the Dragon, trying to deny a Mountain Soul from being secured by Nexus. Dragon's going to go down pretty quickly. Again, good damage confirmed from the Aphelios. Evil manages to find the kill onto Ivan, but Aphelios takes down Ziggs in the trade. Tristana finishes off the Thresh, and the Rumble finds the Aphelios. That's the crucial kill. That could be the game decider. There is a teleport available for Renekton. They're just coming out of their own base. Will they look to just try and shut out the game right now? The Soul has been secured, but it looks like Qatar will pause before securing victory.
What a turnaround once again, going from the Moonlight Vigil into the Dragon fight, where you can see once again what Burning was doing. He's 6-2, he's building towards the sports item over the wall. Evil wanted to throw one bomb. Burning said, "You're throwing nothing unless you sacrifice your life for it." Ooh, Fighters of Romania, they are also getting more and more gold, even though the gold lead is still going up. The gold lead is still very much an advantage of KTRL, but it's gonna come close. It's gonna come to one single play again. Yeah, sorry,
I can't disagree, but here goes Tristana, not giving us any time to pause, putting good damage down onto the Vlad, onto Viego. Vlad able to heal most of that up. You can see that Vladimir is coming close to being online, but right now, Fighters of Romania are banking on the perfect Moonlight Vigil. It may be the only way to turn this game on its head yet again. Nexus trying to establish their dominance around the Baron, taking it down to half health. Daisy comes out, Mega Inferno Bomb gets good damage down to the Aphelios, as does the Equalizer as well. Baron going lower and lower. There is a blast cone available. Will we see any kind of magical steal? Death Sentence box both put down, but Thresh is going to be the first to fall in this frantic fray. Vladimir will die to the Tristana, as well as Baron is secured by Nexus. It's now going to be a 5 versus 3 as we get towards a potential final defense. Is there anything that Viego and Ivan can do to help the Aphelios? The question that must be answered right here, right now. Who will help the Ivan, though? Caught out by the Renekton, flashing over the wall, securing one of the final kills of this game. The inhibitor may have respawned, but the Nexus turrets have fallen. The Baron empowered Nexus KTRL closed out a game that they have dominated from start to finish. A brave fight from the Fighters of Romania, but their countrymen Nexus take the victory and proceed to the quarterfinals.
I will count myself really lucky that in EU West I do not end up against a lot of Romanians in solo queue, because they are scary. I have to say, they are scary as hell after seeing this game. I mean, there's so much to analyze, to digest here, but all I can say is these teams played really, really well. And the Aphelios would... It went from the spotlight just kept on changing from first to the Thresh, then to the Aphelios, then to the Tristana. It was insane how much of an entertaining game this was.
Nexus KTRL are the 7th team to book their slot in the quarterfinal phase, which we'll be seeing tomorrow from 5 p.m. CEST on this very channel. We'll see those best of 1 quarterfinals, the best of 1 semi-finals, and a best of 3 grand final. But we've still got ourselves one more berth to be secured. Glass of Juice, Sorksu's Party, they both want to find themselves in tomorrow's broadcast. Only one of them can do it, and we'll find out which one after this short break. loves the intro as much as I do, and I'll tell you what, if he knew what was going on, he would have been enjoying the action we've been seeing just as much as well. We've had 6 tremendous games. We've got 7 teams through to tomorrow's quarterfinals. We've got 1 match left to bring you tonight, and for me, this is one of the most exciting coming into it, because for me, there's a few player names in there that I recognise that I've had the opportunity to cast over here in the UK university scene, and some of that is true for you as well, Zav. If we could hear you. So smooth.
Hello.
What a pro, guys.
Okay.
What a pro.
What a pro. Super smooth right now. Anyway, exactly as you said. So Glass of Juice has Tent in there. A Tent, or formerly known as I Brought My Tent. Used to be a Benelux jungler. I actually want to say he was one of the first... he was part of one of the first, like the first year I started getting into casting, and then was still a hobbyist at casting. So it's really cool to I hope it's not full circle yet. Hoping my casting career doesn't end here, but it's kind of cool to see him there again, knowing like, oh, okay, hey Tent. He also gave me a shout out on Twitter, so I'm gonna give him a shout out back. Yeah, really hoping to see what he brings. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen him play.
Over on the other side, I'm looking at Soksu's party. Soksu, a player who I've had the opportunity to cast many, many times, along with their lane partner, Didol. Also, we've got the artist formerly known as Heavy Dubstep, who I'm assuming will be playing in the jungle here. These are 3 players who I've cast so many times in the last year, and so many times I've seen them in grand finals, absolutely dominating. They've made their way through to the UEM play-in stages, unfortunately falling afoul of a couple of teams that were just that little bit too classy for them. Perhaps their way of burying that disappointment of crashing out there will be to come back and win this tournament, getting themselves that fantastic prize pool from Trovo Titans. But they've got to go through Glass of Juice and Tent first. The band's coming in fresh and niddly to start things off.
So can we say that this is a Team Exodus versus a Team Greyheart scenario?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm betting on obviously we're betting on our own team, but let's see what happens here. Glass of Juice starting with the Senna band, the Vladimir band from Success Party. Lake makes me think they don't want to come up against a very late game scaling team composition, which makes me think that they might play one themselves, or they might have a potential hyper carry in there. Now with Glass of Juice banning away the trash, that possibility is already taken off the table a little bit.
Okay, Gali yet again banned away. So many times we have been seeing that today. Don't think it's had one opportunity to get played. Gwen, who we saw in game number 1, has been pretty much permanently banned out since then as well. Glass of Juice, they're going to get themselves their first priority pick. The Ezreal has made it through this time around. The Karma has also been heavily prioritized by a few teams today as well. Let's see just where Glass of Juice go with this.
As you said, they have a lot of potential here. As soon as they lock something in, choosing is losing. But I imagine they might go for a jungle pick purely because, okay, the Udyr being locked in. Purely because I kind of know Tent from the older days, and he liked to really say, no, this is the jungler I'm playing, and you guys figure it out. But it does mean that you pick up... Yeah,
I was just gonna say this is also a massive denial because Heavy. Yeah. I think they're down as Heavy Dream today, but Heavy Dubstep, who someone I've cast a fair few times, as I said, definitely likes that Udyr pickup. There's a couple of other champions that I especially associate with them, but we'll see whether any of those come out in a moment. The Ezreal was not prioritized by Glass and Juice. Soksu's party get their hands on it alongside the Lulu.
Ezreal Lulu is a lane that isn't. They don't really synergize as well. What does happen is that these are two very strong laners. So what might happen is we see a flex on the Lulu towards maybe mid or top even. So Lulu is still very much a flex pick. Ezreal being locked in, you don't need an enchanter support with an Ezreal. Karma is, I think, something they want to match with Lulu. So Karma Ashe, also a potential answer to Lulu Ezreal, but mostly it's you want to match the Karma with the Lulu and let Soxus play their game. Show them, hey, what are you gonna do? We're gonna match it.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see a jungle lock in here just before the champ pool gets any more pinch. The Jin Zhao, we've seen it once today already on the stream. It was relatively strong, showing just how much damage aversion it can do with its new ultimate with that crescent. The Jin Zhao will be locked in. I'm assuming that's going to be for Heavy Dream. I'd be surprised if they're not playing in the jungle, given the games that I've seen them play. But maybe this is something where Soxu's party just having a little bit more fun with it. Maybe some role swapping. We've got the second phase of bans to come in. It looks like it'll mostly be targeted towards top and mid lane.
Yeah, the solo lanes here are very important. Once again, those Carmelulu picks are question marks. But it is Sox's party really not wanting to play against a long game or against a hard-scaling champion. They pick away they ban away the Vladimir. They also ban away the Kassadin. Okay, there is something I'm not seeing here. I don't know yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what I'm seeing. But there's a reason why they're banning away this Vladimir and this Kassadin. Let's just play out the bans, because there is something here, but I know I'm going to get it when I see these last two picks.
Okay, well, we don't get to find out what's been banned out by Glass of Juice, and we got ourselves just a little bit of a visual bug there, but we'll see the final ban coming out of Soxu's party. Obviously trying to stop some of that hyperscaling potential in mid from Glass of Juice, paying a lot of respect to the mid laner there.
Final ban still, once again, it's focused on mostly the mid lane, or has it been from Sox's party? Silas, you kind of do both, so you ban away the mid and the top lane, the potential flag, and a Malphite ban from Glass of Juice. Stan, is this a targeted ban as well, or is there something special about the Malphite here?
Not something I know of. If things are to remain the same of what I've seen of the three players that I've seen, it will be jungler, ADC, and support. So I won't know too much about the top and mid that they're coming into this one with. It won't be their usual University DMU team. What we are seeing is the Azir locked in though. So for me, that says the Lulu is definitely going support, but I could be proved wrong.
Yeah, no, I would agree. She's definitely going sub. She still has a potential to swap to the top lane, so that's why it's really important that they locked in the Azir. That is their own late game scaling. Glass of Juice might retort with a Victor. Now, if you have the Victor, I'm more of a fan of the Azir personally, especially in their team comp, but you have an Ashe and you have a Karma, so as soon as one of those arrow hits, the Victor has that follow-up CC. So that's something that you can consider. Also has that wave clear as soon as he levels up his first ability.
We've seen the Victor locked in, one last pick to come through. It's going to seemingly be somewhat blind into the top lane. Still got things like the Jax, the Yorick, the Mundo that we've seen already today. The Yone is actually going to be that final lock-in. You'd expect it to go to top side, but it is technically flexible with the Victor as well, just to cause a little bit of extra chaos, a little extra confusion.
And now it sucks that really needs to show what is your game plan. Why are you banning away all of these late game picks? What is it you don't want to come up against? Now the Yone, something that scales as well. So Glass of Juice has really done well in saying if we're looking for scaling, we get it anyway. But engage wise, sure, I'm really expecting Glass of Juice to play a lot more of a tempo game than Success Party. I think Success Party can kind of stall a bit, that they can kind of play their own game, while the pressure is more on Glass of Juice, or as I would like to call them, Team Exodus.
Team Exodus going up against Team Greyheart. I hope they don't mind me heavy dubbing them that. They are going to be getting straight onto the rift. No delays here. Already, Team Exodus getting a little bit of love from me because Tent is running, definitely not Udyr. It's a skin I've cosplayed, a skin I absolutely love to see as we see the Tiger onesie first of all. And we're going to get to see these two teams up on the rift. It is heavy dubstep in the jungle. It is going to be Didol Traitor, which is Soxu, is going to be playing the Ezreal, and Didol out on Lulu. Can't tell you anything about the top laner and the mid laner, but they're certainly in good company. I'll give you that much.
I think DJ Marcus I've casted before as well. Or it's a name I recognize. It might be an alias for something else. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I know I've heard this name before. TJ Marcus 205. I have no idea who it is. So sorry, Marcus. I really apologize if we have met before.
Oh man doesn't even know Team Exodus well. We do see the.
You're here to win, not to fraternize.
Hey,
Sorry.
definitely not Uday. Doesn't know about that. He's having the time of his life. Somewhere there was a cosplay group of us who went to one of the local Comic Cons, and we did all 4 parts. So definitely not Uday. I was the bear form, and a friend of mine was the tiger form. Had a hell of a time doing that photo shoot.
Did somebody go as the other forms then, like as a phoenix form?
Yeah, we had Turtle and Phoenix as well. Absolutely.
Oh,
I'll see if I can find
that
the
is
photos when we do.
okay. That is honest to God, that is really cool. That's something I wouldn't have thought of. Okay, I will hold you to the promise that you will show me those photos later. If I could also ask our lovely production, because the names are still part of Romania and next is KTRL. It's for the people who are just joining. It's not these 2 teams. These have just played. It was KTRL that won. Today, now it's Glass of Juice versus Team Success.
Soxy's party are going to be on the red side of the map as we see the Jinjiao. Heavy Dubstep is a real enigma of a player. He had some incredible performances in the UK scene, both at NSC and NUL, across a couple of splits last year. Coming into the beginning of this year, they decided to take a little bit of a break, focusing on their studies. DMU, the team that all these players play for, the Montfort University, they had a bit of a rough time as a result. It's part of the reason why some people felt like maybe they struggled a little bit when they actually finally got to the University Esports Masters tournament. But now, reunited, Soxu, Diadol, and Heavy Dubstep, they can be a really formidable force.
Absolutely. The Udyr, as we can clearly see on the map, a little bit of a fast, well, let's say little, has a faster clear than Zhao, can go for a full effective clear as well and move towards that Scuttle Crab. Also with the Scuttle Crab, you immediately have the bear stance, so you don't need the 3 auto attacks. So I expect a faster reset from Tent here, and I want to see that translated into maybe some love given towards invading, because that's something Tent was really known for in the past. It was heavy invade style and really aggressive jungling against someone else, where you continuously went into enemy jungle, took away camps, or even looked for solo kills.
Already having that 1 camp lead as we see Jin finishing off their Krugs to equalize that one as Udyr finds the first recall. Tether's going to force the flash out of Diadol, who are already having to burn a crucial summoner.
That's already that flash being burned away. The heal is still available, but it does mean, look at the aggression coming out of this bot lane. Glass of Juice knows that if they can keep it on, they get a very early plate, and most importantly, they can reset in a way better position than Sox's bot lane can, because Ezreal has just D-Ball Trader, which is Soxu, has just reset, and he has only picked up that long sword. I am expecting more from Glass of Juice's bot lane.
Heavy Dubstep, audacious charge, managing to find the triple tap, gets the knock up, gets so much damage down with the Soul Unbound. It's going to be first blood found by Heavy Dubstep. He makes a triumphant return to Greyheart casting land as they try to turn their damage straight back on to definitely not Udyr. He's in bear form, he flash, bear, slaps, but has he flash, bear, slapped a step too far? The teleport will rejoin. The Phoenix stance puts down some damage, but the Wukong has escaped.
I don't think Tent has given up just yet. He's maybe looking for another dive, and he uses Soul Unbound. The kill not being traded.
The flash force, here comes the Udyr. Yone still here, but he is taking current damage. Teleports have been channeled. Jinjiao still has the damage, and now he's got the follow-up from the Azir as well. Heavy Dubstep. RMX gets not 1, but 2 kills. Tizio is actually able to take the second, but overall it's a 3-0 in favor of Soxu's team.
Oh, Tent. I like, this is why I liked Tent in the beginning. He is just a madman sometimes. He kept on he kept on going with the flash burstance, and it looked really good. And then just that split-second level up, because I know he had a scorch mark on him. That split-second level up made it win the fight. Anyway, well played from Soxu's party there in the top lane. Yes, sometimes casters can be a little bit biased, but hey, whatever. It does mean that Soxu's party has had a good lead, especially on Heavy Dubstep. Heavy Dubstep, with those 2 kills, is now able to contest potential objectives.
And like I said, this guy is an absolute demon of a jungler when they get going. The flash, the cleanse, both forced from Diadol Traitor. As we see Jinjiao arriving at the scene, but 2 big summoners taken away from Ezreal.
And that's good when you look towards this dragon, because all the summoners besides DJ Marcus's Ignite, who is almost coming from cooldown, are still available, meaning that they can actually go for the play. Also level 6 being hit would be more preferable for Glass of Juice's bot lane. You have that ultimate, you have that enchanted crystal arrow alongside with the mantra, which you can probably use twice in a fight, so it's something you really need to take into account.
The arrow is going to spot out Jin Jiao with where they are. The cycloning Wukong trying to find the kill. We know that the Soul Unbound is going to deliver the Yone straight to the Monkey General. That's a nice, free and easy kill. 1-0-3 now the scoreline for the Wukong, who was down on CS, but won't mind that at all anymore.
I just looked at Opat's inventory. I imagine they will fit into a build sometime.
That's a lot of daggers.
That's a lot of daggers. That being said, having 4 daggers on a Yone specifically is not always as gold efficient as it is right now. Oh, good play in that mid lane, by the way, as well.
Zillia forcing both the flash and the ultimate. Udyr able to take their dragon away from Jin Jiao, invading. Yone coming up the river. There's no flash available for heavy dubstep. Looks like they're not going to friend. The crescent sweep buys them a little bit of time, but now they've got an enhanced speed. Udyr trying to clock them. Not be able to do so though. Heavy dubstep plays with fire, but survives.
He does play with fire, but what he does do is make sure that Soxus has a little bit of a worse reset in their mid lane and in their jungle. And this is a way, rather, for Glass of Juice to clawing back into the game is such an over-exaggeration to even out the playing field a little bit. There is 500 gold difference with 4 kills, meaning Glass of Juice has done better in gold generation. What they have done worse in is not dying.
Well, that's definitely true. Yeah, I see Herald being started up. I'm not entirely sure Yone's going to keep going with this one for now. They'll just leash that one all the way up to the top side where it's going to do not a hell of a lot.
Nope, that's true. You do see the Wukong is just too strong in lane. The Yone is not able to deal with it, especially when you buy 4 daggers.
Yeah.
As I said, they will fit into your build somewhere. But you're delaying, you're also you're not only delaying a potential item, you're also filling up an inventory slot already. Because you have nothing left to buy right now.
The Yone with all the daggers, unable to duel things out against Jin Jiao, who is happily just going to take that Herald away. Yet again, Didol flashing, healing, surviving with just a sliver of health, but surviving nonetheless. The Soul Flare not enough to pick up this kill. Perhaps it's something Udyr will look for, looking for the dive underneath the turret, because Didol has decided to stick around. No cleanse, no flash for the Ezreal either. The 3 versus 2 is coming, and it's coming right now. Teleport from the Wukong. He does have the Cyclone available, and straight away the Udyr runs in and runs back out again.
Oh, the fact that you force teleport there is quite beneficial, but not if your mid laner dies when your Glass of Juice. Well done from Soxus Party, because this is a potential dragon that they can pick up. The Herald is being put down, and heavy dubstep is close.
Audacious straight on to the Phoenix stancing Udyr, who's able to get themselves out to safety. Considerable amount of turret plate gold goes over to the Azir and the Jin Jiao. They decide not to start up what will be the first dragon of this game.
I'm wondering, because I'm looking at the gold lead. It's 0-5, and there's not a big gold difference. I'm wondering where it's mostly at. Probably in the bot lane. Yeah, there is some gold lead creation there, but in the jungle you have a massive lead on Xin Zhao. I don't see. Can you help a little bit, Stan? I don't see where it's equalized so far. I'm guessing if you count the support, the gold from DG Marcus, you once again have a bit of equalization. But that means that Glass of Juice is putting a lot, or needs to put a lot of confidence in their bot lane.
Yeah, it all comes down to that Ash Gold lead at the moment. It does mean they're just looking that little bit harder than the Ezreal, but as you know, the Ash isn't be able to deliver so much. But what they have delivered is a very, very nice enchanted crystal arrow. Didol, without flash, without heal, will not survive this time, and AD is able to find themselves their first kill of the game. That gold lead accentuated even further and buys time for the Udyr to start up the dragon.
Dragon is being started up right now. This is very good for Glass of Juice. The fact that they haven't lost a single turret yet, and the fact that they can actually get the tempo back by getting the dragon, by getting that first turret, is something that we need to look forward to. Now, Soxu's party has shown that with this Azir, and especially with the Xin Zhao and the Wukong, with their top side, they can really win these fights.
Aggression being put down onto the Karma. Ashe a long way from home as well. Vision is there onto the Udyr, but we do see Didal and Soxu not able to find themselves anything more. They almost lose out on first turret pre-12 minutes.
That's a good turnaround. The gold is now dead even for both Class of Juice and Soxu's party. It is only 10 minutes, so I mean a lot still can change. But this early game might go bad in the mid lane when Heavy Dubstep alongside with his mid laner picks up a fantastic kill.
Emperor's Divide from Tizio was perfectly on point on the back of the Shurima shuffle, straight into the waiting arms of Heavy Dubstep, who secured yet another kill, looking stronger and stronger in this game. We saw earlier today just what could happen in scenarios where Xin Zhao got going. They can tank up damage for so very long while still putting out a significant chunk themselves.
It's absolutely the case. This Azir pick from Soxu's party is going to be detrimental. The jungle mid duo from Soxu is really strong. They synergize extraordinarily well, and the teleport came out. This kill.
Ezreal going so aggressive, trying to find a kill, but they are far from home. But now it is going to be something of a homecoming for the Victor, who is completely caught out, flashed away from the Xin Zhao, able to survive for now. Ashe throwing down the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, trying to survive. Speed up coming through from the hill of Didal. Does the Ashe have anywhere to go? The Glitterlance finds the throw. The shutdown comes through. Azir picks up the kill onto the Ashe, and I believe Victor died to Xin Zhao, a fate that was similarly met by the Karma moments after.
Wow, so kills and deaths have been happening all over the map. Soxu has definitely come out on top if I look at the gold lead right now. Remember, before this we were dead. Even now there is a 1k gold lead. That being said, Opat is really taking down these third plates, and he's funneling even more gold into himself. What Glass of Juice needs to be very, very, very much afraid of is Heavy Dubstep. He has 6 kills, he has picked up his mythic item, and he can probably kill basically anyone. That fact being said, and the TTO Heavy Dubstep synergy they also have, and the fact that TTO is also pretty fed, makes me really fear for Team Exodus.
And that's pretty fair at the moment. Team Greyheart coming up for Trump as far as I'm concerned, but I can't claim any of the real reason for that being me, because Soxu's party are delivering so well. Tizio with that huge leaf just completed their mythic, and now not only do they have a 20 CS lead, not only have they taken first turret with all 4 turret plates, but they look more scary than ever with the Liandry's completed.
There's even more damage being pumped out. A mythic item, great on the Azir. He's shown that it's definitely the best item on him stat-wise. Now, the next objective is that Herald. There's only been 1 dragon taken, so this might turn into a little bit of a longer game. The soul is still a question, and the next Herald might be able to unlock the map. And I'm mostly looking at, even though it kind of pains me, at Soxu's party, because if they get this next Herald and they get the next dragon, they can really open up the map, they can really put some vision lines down, and then they can really start denying Glass of Juice opportunities.
It's looking pretty great if you're a fan of Soxu's party right now. Great to see Heavy Dubstep, RMX making a return to the scene of playing so well, looking so happy, as much as they can look happy from not being actually able to see their cams. Meanwhile, up on top side, the Wukong not quite so happy, trying to do things out with the Yone, who, having now converted those daggers into some slightly more useful items, is looking a little bit stronger in these trades.
Yeah, he's definitely done. That's the power of the Yone, obviously, because when you get those items in, Yone has a double passive. So as soon as he gets some damage, that damage is amplified exponentially.
In goes Xin Zhao, has the wild growth on top of him, finds a double knockup as a result. Didal the traitor does move their demise to the Ashe on the bot side, but it's such a fiesta in top side. Yone finding the kill onto the Wukong, not quite able to escape the damage from the Liandry of Azir, however, and it is going to be Dictio who is able to at least get something back from what prior to that had been a 2-0 in favor of Glass of Juice.
It wouldn't be the Trovo Titans if we didn't close the day off with a game where it's fighting, and it goes back and forth constantly. Yes, Glass of Juice lost in the bot lane, but they did find a win in the bot. Sorry, they lost in the top lane quite hard, but they did find a win in the bot lane just now with that kill. Now, the second dragon has spawned, and Ash is the only one there. Tent and Karma are nearing there as well. But is Soxu's party going to be able to react fast enough?
No, heavy dubstep RMX not even close to being able to steal that one away. Udyr securing the second of the game. Mountain Infernal both go the way of Glass of Juice. It is going to be Cloud Dragon this time around, so perhaps slightly less priority, but still an exceptionally useful tool for the likes of Udyr.
Whew, 60 minutes in, 15 kills, and I imagine after this it's gonna be 16.
or maybe even more. Dido Traitor puts good damage down, but gets tethered down. Your 16th kill arrives as you promised, as Opat finds another on the Yone, who had previously been 2 and 3, now at 3, had been 1 and 3, now at 3 and 4, looking much more confident. Meanwhile, on top side, Wukong takes a little bit of alone time with the turret, and the turret doesn't like it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the goal differences here. As you said, Opat would claw back into massive gold lead here, into big gold lead against his top lane counterpart with those 3 kills. Jungle is massive. And that isn't just a song, it is a massive jungle difference. Very dubstep. Ooh, disengage.
Tizio goes big, but immediately finds an enchanted crystal arrow to the face. Ash still dies for Xinjiao, as does the Karma. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of heavy dubstep right now. Throws down the ultimate, unable to secure the triple, but the pressure is great from Soxus. I thought for a moment Tizio had bitten off more than they could chew, but they had the backup. You talked about the synergy between them and Heavy earlier on, and boy, it came through there.
Tizio, alongside with heavy dubstep, is a very, very scary deal. Especially those Emperor's Divides from Tizio. They are able to just turn around team fights. That's exactly what he's done. Also, being able to throw them into your own turret and into the enemy team at the same time, while having a perfect positioning, is absolutely well done. I think the only way you... I don't know how you defended against that, Stan. I honestly don't.
Well, I mean, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was on point. I can't deny that AD there was so fast to respond with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that bought them the kill and almost saved their lives. But then Jhin arrived, and boy, Jhin has got damage. 8, 0, and 2 on the returning Heavy. The Essence Reaver now completed. A Herald in pocket too. Domination, perhaps, through the mid-game for Soxu's party.
Ooh, this gold lead keeps on... I'm not gonna say it keeps on swapping, but it's definitely clear that the trend just continues on. There is a massive gold lead difference between Ash and Dido Trader there, between Soxu. So I don't know where it's gonna blow up. I imagine either it's going to be a team fight that equalizes it, or it's going to be a team fight that makes the chasm even bigger between the two teams. So, whew.
Perhaps that's something we look towards as we see the placement on the map. We do see multiple people catching on towards Heavy. He immediately tries to zone him off, decides to go audacious straight onto the Ashe, but gets himself tethered down. The True Shot Barrage narrowly missing the Ashe, just about keeping the Queen of Freljord alive momentarily. There is still the Herald available to be popped for Heavy in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on top side, Yone showing just how oppressive a champion it can be when it gets going.
Yeah, especially with the lifesteal in the form of the Shield Bow and the Conqueror, it becomes really difficult to deal with him. He dashes out too much damage. Gold lead is quite even now. The reason I keep hinting towards that gold lead is because it's clear that Soxu wins fights, but Glass of Juice is able to get more gold generation. So, ooh, it's the big team fight.
Speedy boy Udyr wanted to fight. The betrayal via Blast Cone was there. There was nothing Yone could do to survive that one, but the same is true for Azir as we see the trade between the two. Now it is going to be a nice advantage for Soxu's party. It was a 1-for-1 in the end. I thought it was a 2-for-1. We've got ourselves 4 versus 4. No power play to be seen.
Exactly. Now, what now? You say no power play. Tizio is that he doesn't have his teleport available. This next dragon is starting to come up. Glass of Juice would be on soul point if they get it. That's something Soxu's party definitely wants to avoid. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff happening in this game, and I'm trying to make it into a single storyline, but it keeps changing so fast. No, seriously, it keeps changing so fast. It's difficult for me to say, well, this is a storyline, and then suddenly chapter 4.7 when Soxu made a kill at the red buff.
again, I'm doing my best not to put any spoilers out there for Loki, but we've definitely got diverging timelines happening here and there where multiple things could happen in each fight. But let's deal with the one straight in front of us, and that is that third dragon spawning. Soxu's party, they have got themselves the vision control. They look to find a catch. They force a flash out of the Ashe. AD getting themselves to safe, throwing the enchanted crystal arrow straight down. Good damage being put down to the True Shot Barrage casted 2. It's going to be heavy at upstep. RMX who finishes off the Ashe. Yone on the other side of the wall. The blast coat is not enough to save Jin as the dragon also helps things out. The Cyclone finding the knockup on 2, forcing the flash over the wall. Yone trying to survive, trying to do things out with the top laner, but the fight has gone well and truly in Soxu's party's favour. Glass of Juicy, their jungler, running for the hills.
All I can say here is heavy dubstep really drops the beat there. What did he just do? He kept on surviving, tanking so much damage. At a certain point, he got the arrow onto him, and instead of saying, okay, I'm trying to escape, dives into 4 people like Chitio is doing right here. It's not 4 people, but it's definitely still saying Tent, get out.
Tizio says, thanks for the leash, I'll take a Grumpy, my team will take a Dragon. Overall, a big win for Soxu's party. They're now 1,000 gold to the good. It'll be more after they take out the final outer turret, which remains here on the bottom half of the map.
With that Nexus, not the Nexus turret, with that regular outer turret being taken down, maybe being a little bit too ahead of the game here, it means that standing gold is also a thing. So standing gold means if either of these teams get a big ace, they can actually look towards getting more gold generation, not only because of the kills, but because of the turrets you take down. Right now, it's just fight. Yes, there are objectives up, and I'm not saying it's a chaotic game, because it's definitely thought over some of these fights, but it needs to be taken, there needs to be taken some control. I think mostly want to say on the side of Glass of Juice, because Glass of Juice is fighting and they're winning, mostly losing, but they can find gold in other ways. They can find leads in other ways.
23 minutes in, I usually feel at this point just second, because Heavy Dubstep gets caught out by Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown. That's a long-ass stun. It is going to be a Tether following it up as well, but he's so damn tanky right now. Azir even taking a shot for him. Meanwhile, True Shot Barrage rains through the remaining members of Glass of Juice. They try to group up, they try to find the pick, but they don't make it happen.
You had something to say, Stan, before you cut yourself off.
I'm so good at doing that. 23 minutes in, I usually have a pretty good feel for the game as to whether it's going to come down to rotations or team fights that's really going to be the deciding factor. At this point, I legitimately don't know. I'm looking at this Yone, who seems to be becoming somewhat uncontrollable and is going for such an aggressive build. And I think that if they split push correctly and the macro rotations are great from Glass of Juice, it could be a legitimate win condition, as we see what damage Yone can do to pretty much anyone, though they're not quite able to kill off Soxu in this occasion. We are going to see going gold and then going aggressive, finding the big Ultra in the shuffle onto 2 of the Emperor's Divide. Bogus able to find the kill onto the Karma. Tizio himself is going to die. Chaos Storm putting massive damage down onto Bogus on the Wukong, but the damage is still there. Victor getting away with the skin of his teeth, but Ezreal finds 2. Takes down mid laner, takes down top laner, takes down the ADC. A triple kill of carries. Ezreal pops off. Soxu's back again.
You ask, at 23 minutes, I have a good sense of where the game is going. Well, you got your answer now, Stan. This mid lane turret will go down. This inhibitor will go down, and it's looking more and more in favor of Soxu's party. You can see Tent hanging around the backside. He might look for a re-engage, but Heavy Dubstep just does too much damage. You cannot solo him in any shape or form.
Heavy Dubstep going full Rhett Butler at this point, because he does not give a damn about the opposition. Udyr trying to bait things into a teleport, but he's just going to join them. But this still might be a step too far. Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects. The cleanse is inch perfect from Battle Trader, but they still die to Karma, who comes around the back and finds one. Yone, having teleported in, manages to get the kill onto Heavy Dubstep, finds Shutdown Gold on the back of it, and with the jungler dead, the team that just lost the inhib might have just gained the Baron. This game is absolutely off the chain.
This game is so crazy. Titsio's still alive. He doesn't have flash, but he does have his ultimate available. We've seen what that can do with him. Opa in a very difficult spot gets engaged on.
Wukong goes aggressive, throws down the Cyclone, but gets absolutely bopped by the damage coming through from the carries. Titio does go big, does manage to take down one, but it will only remove a Baron buff from one individual. The Soul Flare is, the damage is too late from the Lulu to try and steal this one away with the Glitter Lance. Boy, what a story that would have been. Glass of Juice find themselves a Baron and retake the gold lead.
Stan, remember when you said something about 23 minutes? The gold lead graph probably follows the same pattern as my heartbeat monitor, because it has gone up, down, up, down, up, down. It is insane how both of these teams keep turning it around. We said, as soon as I saw a team fight being won by Soxu's party, I thought, okay, this is where they turn around the game. Because those are the moments where teams do that. But then Glass of Juice we're gonna teleport straight into them and just kill them. And that's exactly what they did. That's a field goal.
Arrow goes through the goalpost. Sorry,
yeah.
all you.
So that's exactly what they did. They turned it around, and then they got the Baron as a return. It is insane.
Oh, Soxu takes a bit of damage from the knockup coming out of the Yone, who's unable to finish off his prey this time round. Another dragon spawning in about 20 seconds. Time will be the second Cloud Dragon of the game. Would be a third dragon for Glass of Juice if they're able to secure it. Would be a second consecutive Cloud for Soxu's if they're able to take it away from under Glass of Juice's noses. This is all taking up Baron empowered time. It's going to be Wukong potentially looking for a fight, but losing half of their health. Jin Zhao just trying to fend off the opposition. It's Didol who's now in a caught out in a slightly awkward position, but the damage on the Yone is good. He has to get his soul unbound once more, going back, trying to seal the fate of the opposition. Dragon going lower and lower as Titio takes down 2 Sabo. It's 2 quick kills, 3, and the dragon for for Soxy's party. Glass of Juice flip another one. They flip the coin. This time it comes down tails, and they lose everything apart from their jungler, and they might be about to lose the game. The Glitterlance catching now on to 10. He's trying to close that down. He's trying to stop the push from Soxu's party, but they're just wanting to end the game right here, right now. Fat Boy Slim is playing in the background as they go towards the Nexus turret. The first will fall. 15-second death time as there's nothing Tank can do, but watch the base be destroyed. Team Exodus 0, Team Greyheart 1, Soxu's party, and a triumphant return for Heavy Dubstep. They progress to the quarterfinals.
Glass of Juice has emptied all that it had within them, and it has been spilled. This game was something else. If you had told me we would end on a game like this, I would have said to Leon, no way, dude, I'm staying in bed because I have no voice left. But it definitely was worth it. Wow, honestly, we have been very spoiled with the games we've had today. All of them were real bangers. Like, there wasn't a single one where I thought, oh, this is a boring game.
No, it's true. Even in one of our more stompy victories, it was still entertaining stuff that was put down by both of the teams. And that's what you get here on Trovo Titans. You get all sorts of great action. Here is the draw now completed as we look towards tomorrow's games. Absolve Black, they bowed out to Hex Biceps. UX Gaming defeated Infinity Challenge. Clumsy Execution took down Gucci Flip Flop. Team Eska unable to beat Easy Money as Lupins beat Pizza Ananasum. I can't even pronounce that. Huracan Pirates, I believe, got a walkover against LK 2022. Nexus Turl beat the Fighters of Romania, their countrymen, as Soxu's party came up triumphant for Greyheart against Glass of Juice, leaving Exodus very, very sad. Your glass is officially half empty.
Is that how we're gonna define it? Say, okay, sure. No, I agree. It was really fun doing this today with you, Stan. And you know what's even worse? Worse. You see what's wow. You know what's even better? We're gonna be back tomorrow. That was not a feud. That was not Freudianic. Whatever. You know what? And it's Stan. Play me out.
Please rejoin us tomorrow because we have got yet more action. As my now embarrassed caster has said, yes. We had great games today. Even more tomorrow. We'll have the quarterfinals. They are best of ones. Semi-finals, they are best of ones. Grand final, best of 3 to round out the night. One of the teams that we saw today, or maybe the one team that got a bye, will be progressing and getting themselves an incredible prize pot. Make sure you tune in from 5 p.m. CEST tomorrow on this very channel. Make sure sure you check out Trovo Titans Live for any information you want. Join our Discord where you can get yourself some Titan points accumulating. Follow the casters on Twitter. Let us know how you enjoyed today. See ya tomorrow, guys. It's been great.